want to give some acknowledgments and whatnot, and the family introducing themselves to each other and whatnot. So, I want to go ahead and plug the joint now.
I ain't gonna take all the fire.
Go ahead and get it in.
I just want to say Black African. Yeah, I just want to say really, I just want to say Black African power to the family. My name is Brother Uncle. They call me God Killer. The reason for that, because we have been downloading the virus of racism, white supremacy. And the only thing we know about God is what our enemies gave us. And until we recognize that, until we realize that, right, we could just never get free. And so, as we go through the studies of information and trying to figure it out and read the books, man, and we seem to get a little bit, up a little bit, and then we knock ourselves back down. And so the new thing that's happening in the community, right, is this alien thing. Extraterrestrials. And so now they want to take the community on that ride, right? And I'm going to tell you right now, the alien thing basically starts from the Bible, meaning that y'all brothers and sisters, as Hebrews in here, right, y'all have a certain understanding of it. Well, you get white people look at that and say, that's the aliens. And they take them ancient scriptures and they make the whole alien thing, the extraterrestrial, the blase. They look at ancient Kemet and they do the same thing. They look at certain pictures, don't understand the glyphs, and they say that aliens did it. They always trying to usurp what we did in antiquity. And they do it with the extraterrestrial thing because, see, the white scholars already know who you are. They recognize exactly who you are. They recognize you the blueprint of humanity. So if you decide to be a Hebrew, you could do that. You walk the planet upright 1.5 million years, you can do that. You can take any school of thought you want because out of the loins of the black woman, because she is God, right? She gave rise to all these things. But the white community took that and said, y'all didn't do, that ain't, that, no. Yahweh is an alien, right? Tefnut is an alien. So they rob you of your information. We get silly people in the community. I don't really want to disrespect them, but I want to tell the truth. You got brothers like Dr. Ben, right? You got Chancellor Williams. You got Shikandi Diop. You got Murmur Annie, John Henry Clark. These are masterminds, right? They're masterminds because they took time out. They went to college, they got their degrees, right? That don't mean you're a mastermind because you got your degree in the European system. What it shows is I could do that too, not get confused, and come back and raise my community. People couldn't handle the light that they were shining. And so they wanted to usurp it because the brothers and sisters that I just named, they didn't just attack the community. They attacked the white establishment because let's call it this. Right now, the white boys are reigning champ. Meaning, like, if you need something, you got to go through them. You know, that's just how the world works. You go up, you go down, it creates a bounce, right? So they jumped immediately on and they say, wait a minute. These ancient civilizations come from Mother Africa, based off of black people, right? And they went and they took that. And they put us back where we were supposed to be. Well, you got a next line of scholars that couldn't overshine them, like the Bobby Hemmings, and that's my man. I respect him. Phil Valentine, I respect him too. Delbert Blaze, a metaphysician, right? A few other people. Ali Baba Muhammad, he's that next generation, right? They all base their thing off of outside the physical this, outside the physical that, and extraterrestrials. Because they didn't have the show enough plan. That's why I sit back on the elders and just smack you up when you jump out there with that foolishness. So what I'm telling you is, anybody that study already know, if you study science, you understand that you got the planet Earth that's formed out of the sun, and anything that come after that is extraterrestrial. All the atoms, protons, neutrons is extraterrestrial, right? If you study science, you know we're an extension of the sun. That all life comes from the sun, right? So anything that comes from the sun to Earth is extraterrestrial. They know this. They understand this. But not one of them will go to NASA, right? Because see, NASA, they study extraterrestrial life. That's what the data is composed of. That's what they compile the information at. None of them will go there and go bring that information. Because we got room to study extraterrestrial life. Because we're in a vast place. And it'd be kind of silly to think that there isn't any life anywhere else. That's just for a crazy person to think that. So, but they recognize there's life in other places, life forms, right? But to sit here and say that some type of being came down here and gave us intelligence, which allowed us, see, to be able to do the things we did, is totally ridiculous. And so I'm letting them know, right? I'm not standing for that. I'm not having that in the community no more. Your money is now officially being dried up. Polite, you know what I'm saying? You know what it is. We're supposed to debate that. I'm supposed to go to the UFA conference, UFO conference, the unidentified flying objects. Well, if you ain't identified the object yet, then what you debating over? Okay? Like they really disrespect Hebrew culture, right? Because I'm telling you, it's coming out the Bible, and they swear everything in the Bible got something to do with the aliens. They disrespect that. They disrespect the Christians. They disrespect everything that our science gave birth to by playing a little card. See, black people can't do it. The spaceships brought it down. Like, why couldn't we just be the most intelligent people in the cosmos?
Take your time.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why not that? Why it's got to be somebody else? Okay, let me let y'all into a little secret. And this is something that the UFO guys can't get about. Let's talk about oxygen for 1 minute. Oxygen is a poison. It was introduced into Earth's atmosphere late in Earth's history. But when it came, it was the greatest catastrophe known to Earth, meaning it wiped out everything. The only things that survived on Earth was the things that could either hide from oxygen, I mean you got like certain microbes in your stomach that can literally hide from oxygen, or the things that could adjust to oxygen over time and survive. So we come out of the things that could adjust to oxygen, that's why we're here now. So if a daggone extraterrestrial came down to Earth, oxygen would wipe it out immediately. See, this is something they cannot get by. If you really want to talk about extraterrestrials, then that would have to be us in this room. That our DNA, anytime anything want to end up being human, it got to come through the black woman and the black man.
Come on, bro.
We are the foundation of what humanity is. So anywhere you go and find a human, you're going to find us. And they know this, but yet they want to sell it to our community. They want to take the money. That money is going to be officially dried up. Okay? I'm not in support of destroying African history, or whatever you want to call it, for the aliens coming down. Zachariah Sinjin, all of them did it. Malachi York, he took Zachariah Sinjin's books, right? Read stuff, and wrote it all together and put it and got us. They spend money on books that y'all don't get because you got to spend $300, $400, $500 for a book. Ink will tell you. You know what I'm saying? King Noah will tell you, you got to spend money on books. I used to go to libraries and steal them books. I'm taking that. I'm taking that.
Liberate.
You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you how I get down.
Liberate the book. Giving freedom to the books.
Right. I'm giving freedom to the books.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Those books were in bondage, that's all.
It sure was.
That's all.
And so, Barnes and Nobles, they in trouble when I was coming. I mean, you know that. And so, but they know this, and they know for the most part, in our regular hustle and bustle, we don't have really time to really read like that. And so it's disingenuous for you to take one piece from a book, right? And then kick it out to us and say it's the aliens. And then write foolish books.
I like that. Disingenuous. Appreciate that.
They write foolishness. That's why I can stand up here and say I'm a real black atheist and can't none of them get behind it. And people be saying, well, what do you mean real black atheist? I'm just saying I'm not buying none of that bullshit y'all kicking. I understand cosmic force. I stand up as a representative, an aspect and an expression of the divine heaven, a human experience named Brother Unk. I get that. But I refuse to allow people to rob us again. Every time we take 2 steps forward, they knock us 10 steps back. Okay? So the reality is, what they should be telling you is, and I'm going to end on this note, is that through slavery, right? Watch this. They bred us. Won't nobody talk about that. They literally bred us. Right? What am I saying? It's a thing called artificial selection. Google it. Look it up. Read the definition for artificial selection. It'll say you can just have plants and animals, but it won't mention us. It should say plants, animals, and the African. What is artificial selection? Y'all know about the wolf, right? Y'all know about the wolf, and y'all know about, I say Doug because I'm from Baltimore, or dog. Okay? Canines. They all come from the wolf. Okay? And it didn't occur through natural selection. It was artificial selection because it was certain wolves in ancient times that hung around the humans. And those particular wolves that was more temperate would get more food from the humans. And so the humans snatched them up. And they bred them. They bred the more milder wolves with the wolves that get certain breeds. That's what they did to y'all. Ain't nobody tell y'all that though. They took the bigger African who, you know, we nice people. We ain't trying to hurt. I know I can hurt you, I ain't gonna do it. And they bred them together. And the ones that was breaking out, busting them in the head, they killed them. So they bred us to be who we are to this day. Meaning they took away nature. And they put their hand in the process. And I'm not even saying that white people is that much intelligent to really know what they was doing. But I mean, you know, that our problem is in our DNA. And so what I'm going to tell y'all is, you need the women and the men, you need to start finding men and women with like minds. Right? And raise families with that. Change that DNA.
All right.
Black African power.
Yes, indeed, Brother Uncle Cat. Dropping a little science for him, you know what I'm saying? Definitely appreciate that, man. We about to bring Minister Enki up, you know what I'm saying? Just to touch on, he hit on a very vital point as far as how the dog was bred from the wolf. And I just want to show y'all from a totemic or a scientific perspective how that really relates to us in this day and age. How many of y'all heard of Atomic Dog, a song called Atomic Dog by George Clinton? How many of y'all heard of Snoop Dogg? How many of y'all heard of Nate Dogg? How many of y'all heard of DMX? What about Lil Bow Wow? So something's going on. You know what I'm saying? They have literally bred us and transformed us into dogs and bitches. But you know what the king of the jungle is? Lions and lionesses. You see what I'm saying? So that's just to speak on, you know, hit on something that resonated with what he was saying. But we want to go ahead, without further ado, and bring up Minister Enki to go ahead and bring forth this first part of this lecture. Minister Enki, folks.
All right. No?
I already tried.
You want to say something? Just nobody can see you. Come on, they want to see your suit. Mommy's in the back. All right, so that was my effort. Twice in a row, again, Doc paid again. I paid Christopher to come introduce me, all right? But we're gonna get to the subject, all right? Me and Brother Nazi, we've been on tour, we've been on the road, Cincinnati, Philadelphia, we've been everywhere. And it's a beautiful tour, unification tour, every city we've been bringing the family together, letting people come out, get some love and talk. Jay Electronica and Jay-Z released this song, We Made It, a remix to Drake. So I took some of our clips, threw it up, and it just created the life of the song. So I had a request to spend some time on a specific, just to touch on some things. A lot of people see me in a debate with Brother Natural Tahuti, so they wanted to touch on some things. A lot of people want to know, is Yaqub, is Yaqub the white man? For me that meant that it was time to do a lecture and touch on some of these things, because when I was a teenager, like, we couldn't not know any of this. Like, you couldn't even come outside in my neighborhood, 5% or not, unless you knew something. And that set a certain precedence where now the new generation, certain things that we don't speak about, that we expect you to automatically know, they don't know that. They don't know that. They killing each other, risking their life to get the money to do what? To throw it on the floor. We making it rain. See, my father's generation didn't communicate that to me. If you was gonna go out there and risk your life to get some money, you was gonna come back and open up a laundromat. You was gonna feed the children. You was gonna do some cookouts. There was a different dynamic in place. There was a different template, all right? So, Yaqub is not the white man. Yaqub is a story, a myth, a history, a tale about the creation of the white man. And that is debatable. What is not debatable is the hell that he has inflicted on us. All right, so I don't get into those debates about who he is, where he came from, and none of that. It's just a matter of where we are, what we need to do. So I have some sentiments that I'm going to convey later on about what I think about the alien symposium as well. People can't pay their damn rent. you're going to see aliens.
Right, come on.
Last time you hugged your mother or your daughter, you're talking about aliens. All right, so Risperdal. All right, see, this is what we need to know about Europeans, because sometimes we talk about them and people think that we're not under attack anymore, and that's what puts us in a vulnerable situation. Every 6 months, there's a new medication being released for something. And almost a guarantee after that, 6 months later, you see the TV commercial. Right?
Have you or your loved ones taken Risperdal? If you know anyone who's taken Risperdal, you may be liable to win damages due to XYZ.
Well, the newest thing in Philadelphia, and this is nationwide, Philadelphia, the people just have their eyes open. Class action lawsuit. Risperdal is turning all the boys into girls. Risperdal is turning all the boys into girls. Now, this is what they was giving Risperdal out for. ADD, ADHD, autism, schizophrenia, bipolarity, etc., etc. All of these things are based on diet. All of these things are based on diet, number one. Number two, all of these are quote-unquote mental illnesses, which means that there is no biological markers for them. Meaning that anybody that challenges a psychiatrist to prove that somebody that they have diagnosed has what they have, what they said they have, can shut down that psychiatrist's office, can shut down their business because they have no biological markers, which means that if there's no biological markers, there's no way to mark your improvement from where you are today after you take my treatment, my course, whatever the case, and then tomorrow. See, even a fat person that's trying to lose weight can say, I'm 200 pounds today, let me try your program, I'm 195 pounds next week, it worked, I lost 5 pounds. There are no biological markers. That means that there's no starting point or ending point, period, for a person with ADD, ADHD, etc. But there's a certain financial demographic that have a higher chance of being prescribed these medications. You see? So this is how they're taking care of you without you noticing. While you dancing and partying, while they made sure that black folks got $100,000, $200,000 a year jobs, so you go back to sleep at the wheel, you forget you in the goddamn ring having a fight, right? You forget you have an enemy, you forget you under attack. They're just going to change all your boys into women overnight, that's all. And then they'll offer you a financial reward after it, right? Let's take a look at it. This is what it looks like up close and personal. You see nitrogen, you see fluorine, you see oxygen. All right? For those of you that have been following me, you will notice I keep exposing this little secret in biology. All right? This does not belong in a healthy black body. Nitrogen is a killer for black folks. All right? Nitrogen is a killer for black folks. But here's where the problem comes in. First of all, our holistic healers are a mess. They ratchet. All right? Most of them don't do any studying on their own. They're just watching YouTube, listening to somebody else. Like, all you gotta do is get, for most of them, get you some old Savy or old Africa book that'll knock out almost all of the new generation. It's just recycled information. There's nothing new there. All right? And if there's nothing new there, then you are causing just as much of a problem as a European. Okay? Because that's the one thing to help is that this environment that we live in is constantly changing. So the things that you do to stay on top of your health in this environment have to always change. You can't even do the same workout and expect to get results. Because if you do 50 push-ups every day for 2 weeks, you might get some growth, but after a while, your muscles are going to have that memory, and 50 push-ups is no longer enough to push you past the threshold for growth. Same thing for other areas in your life. Now, we're going to talk about blood types, because that's important here. But we need to recognize nitrogen is a poison, and anytime you add nitrogen with hydrogen or water, you get ammonia. All right? This is not natural to your body. However, this is natural in yeast and rhesus monkeys. This is natural in yeast and rhesus monkeys. So yeast and rhesus monkeys have an ammonia transport system. Yeast and rhesus monkeys have an ammonia transport system. See, this is important because people will be asking me all the time, like, I've been places that were quote unquote vegetarian, and I'm speaking there, and people there ask me questions like, well, Minister Inky, what about nutritional yeast? And I'm like, there's no such thing as a nutritional yeast. That's like asking me about nutritional crack or organic cocaine. Like, there is no healthy poison. It doesn't work. There's no nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is nutritional to other yeast. There's no yeast or fungus that's nutritional to humans. Okay? But yeast is everywhere. There's a reason. All right? Because there is a different phenotype that is creating the templates for your health. And that phenotype organically shares genetic past with yeast and rhesus monkeys. All right? This is now why people have rhesus monkeys in their genetics. All right? Anybody that has B positive, A positive, or O positive, you now have rhesus monkey genes in your body right now. Okay? So in your body, you have an underdeveloped ammonia transport system because the rhesus monkey genes are not new to you, so that means that it came from somewhere. Somebody in your family somewhere back along the lines had sex with somebody that had those genes, and now you have them. All right? But we live in the time of smartphones, so we don't have to look crazy to see if Minister Inky knows what we're talking about. Just take your smartphone out and look out what the rhesus factor is. All right? So that's what your blood type is. When you have A type, A positive, that positive means you're positive for the rhesus monkey proteins. All right? Those proteins have become a part of your natural blood cell. All right? So now you have monkey proteins in your blood cell because we have mixed with monkeys out here. All right? The obvious is true. So these are some unpopular things that people don't like to talk about because most black folks, if you're not O, we are B positive. All right? So we got a lot of B positive in us. All right, but it's not natural. It's only natural. This is important. The ammonia transport system is only natural to rhesus monkeys and yeast. This is why black folks lead in dialysis machines. We lead in kidney failure. We lead in liver failure because we are trying to consume the diet like white folks, and white folks have an ammonia transport system. Their body can handle abnormally high nitrogen levels from eating all that meat. See, it's natural for them to eat meat, not natural for you to eat meat. They have a shorter intestine than you do. This blackness is a gift. That's why nobody, there's nobody online to debate Minister Inky. Everybody has people itching. Oh, I want to debate such and such. Let me start this. There's nobody in line to do that. Because I take my time, so by the time I say something, I can prove it. I can show you that blackness is a blessing biologically. Because when you have it, there's other things that goes on inside. You have more follicles. The darker your skin, the more hair follicles you have. Inside every one of those hair follicles is what they are now calling stem cells. So when they're doing stem cell research, that's black blood cell research because we got them and nobody else do. See? When you have a longer intestines, you have shorter lungs. That means you're going to have a shorter lifetime if your lungs are congested. This is why we have the asthma problems when we consume the meat. Our body's not built to digest those things. Their bodies have a much shorter intestine, similar to animals or what are naturally considered omnivores. Their intestine is about 5 times the length of their trunk, which is from the waist to their shoulder. All right? A straight carnivore, their intestine is about 3 times the length. An herbivore, anywhere from 7 to 9 times the length. That's black folks. All right? If we follow the natural program, we'll have a lifespan at least 5 times as long as theirs. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can say. They can't complain. And you know what? They can't even say I'm racist because I could just line up all the white scientists who discovered all this information. That's what I like to do, because when I say it, as Minister Inky is, oh, what school you went to, what white folks okayed you to say that? No, let me line them up for you. All right? What is HGT and how are Risperdal Rh positive, BA blood types, yeast and ammonia transporter system related. This is not a question for you to answer right now. This is something that we're going to talk about a little bit later. But I want to start positing this question in your mind because we need to know what horizontal gene transfer is. All right? Strictly platonic. All right? Strictly platonic. This is what my man has said. This is an Australian guy who just married his dog. And when asked, he said, don't worry about it. Come on, guys, not that serious. It's strictly platonic. Okay? So this time we're not having, you know.
And why he married the dog?
Now, and see, I have to put this up here because some people is like, why are you putting that up there? Because there are a lot of people that keep trying to say that black folks and white folks is the same.
No, sir. No, sir.
You got to stop that. See, I could line up all the physical and the anatomy parts and there's no debate. That's why you get hair bumps on your face, because we're trying to keep up with white folks. You're not supposed to be cutting your hair off your face all the time.
Come on.
The follicles don't work with the clippers they got. The clipper's not designed for your follicles. Your hair is too long, it just stretches from one follicle to the next. It keeps bending back inside the follicle, you get a hair bump. Listen, we're not these people. We need to know this. We need to understand there's no part of our psyche that would even take part in this as a joke. I'm a minister. I'm an ordained minister. That's not like a conscious title. You know, like how you be like Tyrone and you leave the corner from drinking 40 ounces and now you like, nice suit, Amun, Darkness, Osiris, Kepere, El Bay. No, I'm really an ordained minister. And there's no way you're going to pay me any amount of money to marry a person and a dog. I'm just not getting ready to put my Johnny Hancock on that and co-sign that. Like, that's not even going down. Hey, Minister Inky marries niggas and dogs too, so. I'm not getting ready to do that. All right? It's all right. It's recorded in their subconscious. Now, real quick, because I spent a lot of time on this throughout the summer and the spring, I just wanted to bring this back to your attention because it's relative to our conversation. These are foods that are estrogen-rich foods. Now, a lot of these foods are healthy foods. However, if you are hormonally imbalanced, even these foods, most of which are considered healthy, most of which find themselves on your top vegan, holistic health healers list. Because that's the big thing now. Well, Mr. Inky, do you have a food list? Like, what should I eat? Stop with the list. Does it grow out the dirt or off a tree? Eat that. If it comes in a can or a box, put it out. If you gotta chase it down and kill it, don't do it. Real simple. You don't need a list for that. Because they're gonna keep coming up with new things and it's confusing. When me and my children is in the supermarket and my baby runs up to me and says, Daddy, look at this, it's a grapple. I'm sorry, what? It's a grapple. Look, Dad, it's the grape apple, it's a grape. Has anyone else seen that?
Yep.
Grapples now. Like they have hybridized grapes and apples and it's a grape tasting apple. Like, so we got to get a little specific with this, but this is important. These foods on the bottom are foods that inhibit estrogen. All right, you'll see citrus fruits #1. All right, so I always stick with that lemon. But it's a reason. All right. 80% of our communication is non-verbal. We hear that all the time, right? So what does that say without saying anything? That means that 80% of our learning is what? Non-verbal. Non-verbal. 80% of our learning is non-verbal. So what effect is that going to have on these little black children that are adopted by white parents? All right? Before we even get to the black children that are being adopted by gay parents. Gay white parents then. It goes in levels, right? So you got white parents, the straight white parents, but they're white parents.
It's like slavery.
Then you got the gay black parents, right? Then you got the gay white men, right? And then, I mean, I would probably just start shooting if I was there on person with this. Because this don't even look like they trying to even raise that child. That look like terror.
Right.
They look like they sitting in a prison cell right now for doing too much. Right? And look at this promotion right here on People Magazine. I don't care what nobody say. That baby right there look like he just said
salty.
or nah. Or nah. Yeah, Sandra Bullock is like, meet my baby, and the baby's like, or nah. Right? But this is something important though. I just want it to be stuck in your mind. Keep this in your mind. Effects of estrogen dominance. Strokes. Heart disease. Loss of muscle tone. Man gotta go out there with Harry, baby. Increased body fat. Decreased sex drive. Enlarged prostate cancer. All of these are things that we're dealing with primarily. You know why? Because 100% of our diet is estrogen based. So it's very simple. After they make sure they soften us up, right? Gay is the new black. They put the black folks on the front of the gay movement. They confuse the gay rights for civil rights, right? Or usurp the civil rights for the gay agenda, right? But who they got to put on it? They got to put us on it. See, we silly. We get a few dollars in our pocket. White folks can get us to do anything. You know, I got to do my thing, though. You know, I got to do my thing. I gotta do me, you know. So I gotta do me, so, you know. So they give us a few dollars. Gay is the new black, you know. I mean, what more can I say? These are things, though, that we don't quite pay attention to. As I noticed that when I'm reading these things, people are looking at me like I'm crazy, but these are your xenoestrogens. And your xenoestrogens pop up in all your snacks, your ice cream, your whipped cream, your sodas, your cookies, your cakes, your potato chips. Xenoestrogens are nasty. And this is why people can't get rid of this big belly, if you're wondering why that big belly is there. Because what xenoestrogens do is grow aromatase, an enzyme in your body that converts all the testosterone into more estrogen. So you begin to be an estrogen producing factory. All right? This is why all of the black women got fibroids. Lovely, beautiful thing, not fibroid cysts. So when I have a sister that's dealing with fibroids or cysts, immediately we pull all the estrogen-based foods out of the diet, etc., and we attack it that way. Also, some of these young men, okay, we got to put them on, I'm gonna come with questions soon, we got to put them on a specific diet because we need young men to be young men. All right? There's a gay Spanish guy that lives over us here in Georgia. Today, when we was getting ready, my son Caleb, the one that's making the noise in the back, he was running, he scraped his leg. The gay guy came out and he was like, oh my God, are you gonna pick him up? I said, hell no, get up, boy, and wipe your hands off. We ain't getting ready to introduce that. See, that's a psychology. Right. Mm-hmm. See, gay psychology, he want to run over like mommy and pick him up. No. Because that's not what's happening in the real world. Right. See, when you get to be a grown man, nobody's going to pick you up.
Come on.
When it's time to pay the rent, you got to do that. When it's time when them babies got to eat, you got to feed them. Like, there's nobody's going to pick you up. But the white man has put the benefit system there to pick you up. Right? He's put all these things in place to let you know. See, we don't have that old school instruction. Sometimes the street instruction is better than anything else. School of hard knocks. My dad taught me, if you ever go to jail, don't accept no gifts. See, once a person gives you a gift, put you in debt, then they want to manipulate you. That's the same thing going on in this system. That's why they changed from food stamps to a card that say benefits on it. Because the law states in the Constitution you give up your rights as an individual once you accept benefits. So now they put benefits on the card so you're not confused. Benefits. Do you accept benefits? I'm sorry. Do you have a benefits card? Yeah, all right, excuse me. I'm not talking to you. You're not a real person. Moving forward. You're not an adult. You're a ward of the state. Grand opening, grand closing. That's why a lot of people have P.O. boxes and not mail. All you gotta do is accept mail to be a ward of the state. It's crazy. So, a lot of people talk about sovereign, though you don't have a sovereign body. You can't have a sovereign mind without a sovereign body. You can't have sovereign possessions until you at least have control of yourself.
Come on, teach.
That's your first piece of real estate. I'm listening to niggas talk about real estate. I'm like, yo, what are we gonna do? How long are we gonna play this game? We're gonna chase the money down, we're gonna blow up, and before we get to enjoy any of the money we amass, we're gonna be Michael Jackson. We're gonna be Steve Jobs. The money don't fix you. It don't do nothing. And now that the money been thrown around so much, women's not even interested in you for throwing around money no more. So it really is defeating the purpose. I mean, that's what the score, I mean, now you got to be intelligent to get women, or decent ones anyway. It's important. We have to understand homosexuality, the estrogen stuff, white adoption, all this stuff in light of horizontal gene transfer though. This is very important, people. Horizontal gene transfer. And we don't really understand the gravity of all these things until we get this part. Alright, this is what the white man's advantage is. Alright? So I've been getting this question. Is the white man a light-skinned African? Alright, my answer is no. White man's his own species. And I'd be so frustrated with these people, but I take my time and address it because people need to know the information. Right? But there's nobody out there debating why there are different types of birds. Right? Nature makes different types of birds. Why is it that we have a big deal when it's different types of species of people? It's the same as everything else. Bumblebees is not mad that they're not flies. Lions are not mad that they're not whales. We got to be happy with who we are. Black folks, white folks.
Yes, sir.
They like to marry dogs and have sex with lambs and things like that. I don't.
Come on.
I'm cool with that. I like to lay on the couch and watch TV. You know? Read books. That's what I do. Alright? So now here's the flip side though. Because if we go into this white man being a light-skinned albino thing, I mean a light-skinned African thing, we also have to take the next step and then say, then Africans must be dark-skinned monkeys. Well, white folks have already identified themselves with the monkeys. See, white folks already know this. See, but because we don't read, we don't know this. I put this in my book already. This is in the Melanin Mind State. This is the chimpanzee 2A chromosome and the 2B chromosome that fusion together to create what is known as the second chromosome in the European. This can't be, they can't play games with this thing. Y'all go right in your body. It's undebatable. White folks knows it, all right? They already then traced themselves back to the chimpanzee. They already then chased themselves back to the rhesus monkey. In fact, from them, us mixing with them by force or by whatever, we now have rhesus monkey in our genetics. Why? This is what we have to understand. So we have to understand this. How does this blood thing work? This is the interactive part of the class. How does blood work? How does traits work? We get one from mom, one from dad?
23 days.
Isn't it that you eat what you eat cleans out your blood?
Yes, but how do we get our blood types?
23 chromosomes from the father, 23 chromosomes from the mother.
Genetic traits, yes. And then whichever one is dominant shows up and the recessive one kind of hangs out but it doesn't really do anything. Not so with blood. With blood you get both blood types and they compete inside your body for your entire life. So if your mom's has O negative and your dad has B positive, they're going to tell you you have B positive, but you actually have O negative and B positive there. But because O negative represents a blood cell without any fungus, when they count your fungus types, the only thing they'll show is a B type fungus. But you actually have O and B positive. All right? Everybody has O negative. Or you don't have a blood cell. Everything else is just a fungus count. So everyone has O negative blood. It's just whether you have fungus on it or not. So if you have B, that means you have O negative blood with B fungus on it. If you have AB, you have O negative blood with A and B funguses on it. If you have A blood, you have O negative blood with A fungus attached to it. All right? If you have O type blood, or O positive, then you have an O blood cell with rhesus monkey genes and proteins and chromosomes attached to it, etc., etc. All right? So we have to understand that. All right? You don't get away from your blood types. They go on forever. You pass them both down to the children. Now, here's some more evidence, because a lot of people get deep into this whole thing, and I have to really sever myself from white folks. When you come here, We at the first table. I got a bunch of children, and they're not even all here. So half the children here is mine, they're not even all here. I got more children that's missing. Okay? So this work is important for me. I got a lot of girls. I can't have them growing up feeling like they're less than if they don't straighten their hair or put on a hair that's straight on top of their curly hair, like if they're not faking it somehow. I can't have that. You know, I can't have my little boys thinking that they got to fake. No, you strong already. You already at the cream of the crop. Everything that we do is going backwards on this planet. We come out at perfection. Perfection. Less than 5% of black people on this planet, I'm talking about even in the most worst conditions you can imagine, are born sick. I'm talking about crackheads and heroin addicts. Black folks have healthy babies. And you can line up white folks. They taking every new drug. They out jogging right now. They out jogging right now. It's raining outside. They ain't got no clothes on. They out running right now. And their mortality rate still less than 0. With all the money in the world, the most ideal conditions, on the best supplements, with the best service and medical, all that shit. They're barely able to make a baby. We ain't doing nothing. We on KFC. They can't even call that shit chicken no more. Crack, malt liquor, right? Even those of you that don't think you drink malt liquor, you drink malt liquor if you eat meat. All right, because all of the meat is the number one preservative on meat is malt liquor. So you still getting St. Ides in, all right? So you're going to buy expensive beer, looking down on everybody with $1.50 beer, and you still drinking it, all right? Because they got it smothered in your buffalo wings, smothered on your steak, smothered on your chicken. That's how they package the food, in malt liquor, in pig enzymes. All right, but let me go through this real quick. This will wrap them up real quick. It's on video. So anybody telling you that all the white folks come from the black folks, grand opening, grand closing. This right here is called the single nucleotide polymorphism. This is a code, a stretch of code in your DNA that is not matched by other ethnic groups. Other ethnic groups. Now, if you have any codes in your DNA, as you create more generations, as you continue to reproduce, those later generations may have new S&Ps, but the original ones from their parents will always be present. All right? So, and there's more, but the M91, P97, M31, P82, M23, M114, P262, etc., because the list goes on. There are no other races that have these single nucleotide polymorphisms. Period. All right? This goes deeper than going up into a cold climate and losing melanin. This is DNA changing. This is the codes that's written.
Slide over, man. Slide over. I'm going to get this.
Get it.
So we know
prepare the Armor Ra Squad for me.
Deal with that on that.
That's right. Prepare them. Because they're going to need a few months on it. It's all right.
Sure about that?
Yeah, they're going to have to rewrite 9 billion people's DNA to get past that.
I ain't saying that's wrong right there.
So, the fact that no other group, not even all black folks, have these, lets you know that there's at least 2 separate species on this planet. Period. Because the DNA has separate origins. So now we're going beyond blood. We're going beyond melanin, which is the catchphrase for black folks. Melanin, whoo! Get excited. Melanin, pineal gland. Like we could just start shouting things out. Melanin, pineal gland, melatonin. Stop. All that melanin talking, we still leading in high blood pressure and diabetes. We're still dropping off from cancer. Black folks still can't, black men can't even 30 years old. You want to know how, you know how many people I get, men, not even 30. Anything don't work right. See? And in our mind, we don't even think that's important. That thing don't work right. We're an endangered species. You thinking money, you thinking you getting some real estate for who? We won't even be here in 100 years. Because all the dark-skinned people now is having light-skinned children, if you don't notice.
Can we get a question in there real quick?
Hold on. I got a lot to go through, so I'm gonna go through this before we get to the questions. All right. So again, horizontal gene transfer. Okay. Why does it cause us to love Europeans so much that we want to make them our play cousins? Okay. This is a question I have to ask Natural Tahuti and Amara Squad. All right. Who is the institutionalized savage? Isn't this what they tell us? We institutionalize, right? Who is the institutionalized savage? That's the question I'm gonna ask, right? This is what we need to get into this, all right? Because there was a very, 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 very interesting test done in all of the prisons in America. They found that by taking magnesium, zinc, and selenium out of the diet, you can make a nice, peaceful person into a killer. 72 hours. Period. All right? There's specific parts of the brain that are active during violent rage. All right? Specific parts of the brain, they know this. All right? This is why your body is broken down into the way that it's broken down into. This is why people are spending billions of dollars a year to understand who you are. See, I write a book and I sell it for $40. They're like, Hanky, it's $40 for the book? I'm like, yeah, but I probably bought like 3 books that was $500 a piece. While studying this material and took like 2 or 3 courses, I went through the whole entire, the microbiology course at Harvard. Like, do you know how much money it cost me to give you the info? And you might be telling me that while wearing $200 sneakers. How can you win when you don't know as much about your body as your enemy do? How can you win? Every single action that you create has a gene that it's responsible for. What is this? Is this 100,000?
No.
100? Is that 100 million?
1 billion.
Oh, that's 100 billion?
1 trillion.
A trillion a year. A trillion a year. This is what they make off of your back, just in institutions. This is not the money you guarantee. I mean, you voluntarily turn over. It's not the money you spend. This is the money they make selling your children drugs, by keeping you in prison every day, by allowing you to think that you're getting furniture on discount at IKEA when your uncle and your brother built it because they locked up in jail. And they're using prison labor. That's why they're giving you the furniture cheap.
Whoa.
See, we're not paying attention. You think you're getting a discount. You're not getting a discount, you're getting slavery. 1798, Napoleon invades Egypt. This is very important, very important. 1859, Charles Darwin, Origin of Species. 1869, Francis Galton, Hereditary Genius. 1880, William Flinders Petrie. Everybody should know this guy. William Flinders Petrie. If you're taking down any notes, take down that guy's name. Study of Egyptian sacred sciences and geometry, funded by the English royalty. All right? Napoleon went down there and he found some scary things. Now, they were really dumb. So the only thing they could do down in Egypt was eat the mummies. That was the smartest thing they came up with. But eating the mummies, listen, they understand horizontal gene transfer, which is something that we don't. We don't understand the part of the story that's missing. See, scientifically now, I can back up the information now. Because when we go back through history, when Europeans, let me say that, when Europeans go back through history, they know there was a time when they were incapable of articulating because they didn't have what's called ASPM genes in their brain. They only developed them 10,000 years ago. See, so that's another thing. People tell you all these debate stuff, that's cool, but without ASPM genes, you can't articulate. So that's where the cavemen did the grunt, and point, because they didn't have ASPM genes. So before 10,000 years ago, that's what they was doing, pointing and grunting. All right? White folk will tell you that. All right? However, the way they got more intelligent, more advanced was by consuming your genes. They got to do is eat you. That's why they're still doing it. All right? We'll revisit that.
Yeah, recipes too.
So Napoleon goes down into Egypt. He finds some stuff, but they they take a while. They're warring, they fighting, they going through their stuff, England, France, whatever. When they get their stuff together, they all put their money together and fund this guy, Pigtree, to go down there and take a look at some things. 20 years later, Max Planck is doing black body radiation studies based on this line of study here. Carl Landsteiner is discovering, he's written down as the guy who discovered blood types, all right? Max Planck is the guy written down as the guy who discovered black body radiation, all right? Both gentlemen were also studying each other, all right? Antigens were originally called heterogenetic antigens, meaning hybrid, or one species that was born from another. Let me run that back. Let me run that back real good for you. Antigens. Carl Landsteiner was the man who discovered quote-unquote blood types. He named them heterogenetic antigens, meaning hybrid, or one species that was born from another. So he's saying that the A, the B, the AB, the RH, all of those are from a secondary hybrid species. All right? This is what Europeans know. They know who they are. They know who you are. They're just making sure you don't, scientifically. Because you can know it in a hypothetical, philosophical way, but it don't do nothing. See, until you can heal somebody or make some money with your knowledge, then it's useless. Period. That's what I'm talking about. We don't need to know about no spaceship shit no more. That's over. Till my rent's paid, my bank account look good, my relationship with my woman is straight, my children is in school, they happy. What am I worried about who lives on Jupiter for? Your next door neighbor might come in your house and kill you. You worried about who's on Jupiter. You know how many people's walking around that are violently ill that can't afford medication? Okay. Somebody just killed this dude just killed this lady in Philadelphia and got away with it. He ain't have no medication. I'm like, oh wow, is that the new thing now? So they let the killers out with no medication, then they have no medication to kill you, it's alright. Sorry, we're out of medication. What you gonna do? So, all of the natural healing practices at this point, once they find this black body radiation thing out, once they understand this blood type thing, immediately the Rockefeller Foundation gets rid of all natural practices and makes them illegal. All natural holistic healthcare practices. In 1910, the Rockefeller Institute hired Abraham Flexner to write a report to shut down all U.S. medical schools. The idea was to restaff the schools with Rockefeller staff only. Only. All right? There's a reason. All right? There's a reason. The Rockefeller Foundation with I.G. Farben and DuPont are partners. All right? They funded two movements, the Nazi Party and the Molecular Biology Party. All right? They created molecular biology. There was no study of molecular biology before this time. All right? And there's a reason. Because they found the molecular biology information in Egypt. And I didn't have enough time to put all the information together to show you, because that's how I study. And that's where my problem comes in, where all these people studying all this ancient Egyptian crap. It's crap. Because the white boys go in there and they look at the hieroglyphs, and you know what they do? They come out and make laptops, Apple computers, cell phones, and TVs. We go in there and we look at the hieroglyphs, and niggas come out and tell us a story about who made the pyramids. That's a problem for me. We talk about ancient societies and us having the technology and crystal this and crystal that, and we take crystals and we put them on ropes and hang them off our neck. White folks take crystals and they can talk to somebody in Russia with quartz. That's the only thing that's inside your radio. Is a quartz crystal. We playing too much. We lying to ourselves too much. We spending too much time trying to feel good about ourselves. We gotta stop that. Get comfortable with being uncomfortable. You got to do that. Otherwise, we're not making no real progress. This stuff is crazy they talk about. Yeah, we deep with the crystals and the crystal technology. You rub the salt on it and put it outside overnight. Yo, white folks is rolling. They like, yeah, you put the salt on it off overnight. We're gonna grab that crystal and make a cell phone. $500 and pay me every month $50. I'm getting ready to get this unlimited wealth running off these crystals and communications and everything. You guys can hang it on your neck. You know how crazy we look. We think we're gonna get respected internationally like that. No way. Who are these guys? If you don't know who these guys are, this is why we're in trouble as black folks. These are the guys that mapped out the DNA. Fritz and Watt, or Crick and Watt. Alright? Who's the DuPont family? That's the family that brought out guns and explosives and all that stuff. Alright? They were immigrants from Europe. They ate the whole crew on the boat while they were over here, so they're definitely cannibals, at least their parents were. On my Instagram page, the heir to the DuPont whole thing right now, he's on the run for raping his daughter.
I think they locked down, you know what, they got him, and they let him off because they said they ain't want to, you know, they ain't want to.
So look, his family came here on a boat as immigrants from Europe, criminals, rapists like most of them started. They ran out of food and stuff on the way over, so they ate the crew. Here it is, now they're gonna amass these big fortunes, and they still savages. So the money don't change your DNA. See, we got to get into the DNA. Your money don't change who you are. And this is not something the white man did to a black person. This is just a savage. He's raping his daughter. His daughter just as white as he is. These are just savages. So sometimes it's not even white, black. It's just a savage. And the savage will do what a savage has the opportunity to. All right? But you got to see what some of these things, this is Bayer. All right? We got to see that when we spend money every time in the subway system, we're funding this oppression. When we buy Bayer, right? University of Wisconsin, Columbia. These are the schools that started the microbiology. Microbiology is eugenics. All right? We got to know that. All right? Because our people go to study microbiology and then they enforce the colonial ideas that they have taught them while studying microbiology, and they come out and do more damage to us than white folks, because we're starting to build a distrust for them. It's the puppets now that's getting us. And now the puppets in the conscious community really getting us. You have to watch the parrots. All right? If you see your health teacher quoting some Dr. Oz stuff, just call Minister Inky. I'll get him. All right? $50 million a piece, those schools that I just showed, all got $50 million a piece from the Rockefeller Foundation to start their microbiology / eugenics programs. All right? So from the cradle to the grave, and I mean from the cradle to the grave. Let me show you, from the cradle to the grave. How many women here have seen this before? All right? All the women here that have had babies, that's right. They tell you that you gotta put your baby on this, right? Right? Or else your baby could get cold and die because the machine gonna keep the baby warm, right? Now see, this is how easy it is to find how foolishness. How long this machine been invented? 100 years maybe? So what was we doing before this machine? The babies was all dying? The fact that we're here evidence we don't need this machine.
Right.
But we foolish, so we listen. What does the machine really do? The machine converts bilirubin, which is the hormone the liquid that's produced in your liver to keep it bacteria and fat-free, into ammonia. That ammonia creates low calcium levels and inhibits the ability of the pineal to secrete melatonin at night. You don't notice that they also keep the lights on for the children? Your brain don't secrete melatonin with light on. So not only are they pumping ammonia into the child's brain, they're going to keep them in light. See, but again, your biology is different than white folks. You see? You're born with brown adipose tissue at birth. That's brown fat cells. Brown fat cells, they're brown because they have iron in them. They have iron in them because they are energy storage. That's how your body heats itself. White folks are born with white adipose tissue. There is no iron. They don't have the ability to heat themselves like you do. So you can take your infant, put it under your breast, and you're good. They might take their infant, put it under their breast, and wake up, and they might have had a problem. They have an ammonia transport system. Creating ammonia in their body is not going to be a problem. You don't. Creating ammonia in your body is going to shut down your neurons from growing. shut down your pineal gland from secreting melatonin. Melatonin is what allows your cells to repair at night. So now your child's going to grow up open to all kinds of infections. See, sometimes people come to me and they ask me to fix something. What I tell them to do is so simple and so basic, they think I'm ripping them off and I don't even charge them. I'm like, look, you just need to go to sleep at night. They're like, no, but I need to get the herbs. I'm like, no, I said, just listen to what I'm saying. Turn off all the lights and turn off the TV. Don't leave the TV on when you go to sleep anymore. Stop doing that and go to bed. 3-4 days, you'll be fine. Yeah, but you didn't sell me. All right. Call me back in a few days. Because you're looking for something. You've been ripped off for so long, you don't know what I'm doing. It's simple sometimes, this stuff. You don't know that your body's electromagnetic. So when you become physically addicted to the electromagnetic signals coming out of the TV to the point where you can't sleep at night unless you leave the TV on, you have no context for that. Because you don't see yourself as electromagnetic. All right. Somebody do. See? Somebody know who you are. See? So when we started back with the Rockefellers, they had their sister with them, Margaret Sanger. All right? And what did Margaret Sanger do? Margaret Sanger went into the black community with that Rockefeller and Rothschild money. And she said, listen, we're going to pay these black women to lead these black men. All right? So all the welfare systems was originally set up for you to be single. All right? And they created those ideologies of, I don't need no man. Right? I can take care of my own business. I don't need no man for this, that, and the other. Now, mind you, see, I wouldn't be on your ass if the white women wasn't slapping you right in the face.
Right.
Because see, they're going to tell you, you don't need no man. Then as soon as you leave your man, they're going to grab him and say, right, you don't need no black girl. Come on. So they're going to tell the black girl you don't need no man so she can leave the black man, and then they're going to come tell him, now you come right with me. She didn't know what to do with you, baby. Come on, sit down. Let me cut your nails for you. Let me cut
car, house, and everything.
everything. All we need you to do is come over here with them top of the line genetics.
Right. Agree with it.
Come on.
Look, J Electronica.
Had Erica.
J Electronica.
Man.
Had Erykah Badu. Right? Erykah Badu. She don't need no man.
Right.
She can't keep one.
Nope.
See, all y'all sisters want to unite behind her, but our morals, our principles are not there. Unite behind a woman that show you she know how to be with her man for 40 years. I don't know what's going on, but I know she went with Common, Ice Cube, Ice this, Ice Cool. I mean, she needs some ice. She needs to cool down.
Right.
Whatever she's doing, she takes regular people, because they start out looking like, dressing like me. Then before you know it, the niggas is walking around with fur on their pants and shoulder pads coming to dinner. Then she leaves them. And she's doing that every time.
She said she want them all, too.
She's leaving her mark on these men. So we have to check these women. Because the philosophy is coming from here. Margaret Sanger. They still playing games with us. You are not the father.
Right.
You are not the father.
They be lying about that.
Oh, of course.
Half the time they be the father and they be lying about that.
They do that for the show. They do that for the show. So whether they're the father or not the father, they just say whatever they want to say on the show for ratings.
And he push up on the women.
I mean, that's what the whole G is. Listen, when Jerry Springer started it, they realized they had something. Jerry started it. Now Steve got a show, Maury got a show, Ricky Lake had a show. People done got rich off of saying black folks don't know who the father of their children is and retired already. It's so much money in that. You don't know who your daddy is, And there's so much of us, they can just point in the crowd and almost get it right every time. You don't know who your daddy is. Matter of fact, let's gamble. Line up. Everybody get online. Let's test everybody. Come on, say, you are not the father. You are not the father. Right. And we don't get it. You know why? Because we don't understand horizontal gene transfer. This is bigger than just your father that's at home. This is the father of your race. This is bigger. You don't know what your DNA looks like. You don't know the interplay of the DNA. You don't know who's in control of the DNA. We're just getting to the point where we're getting savvy enough to throw around the word DNA a lot and make us look sharp. DNA is not the head of the show. RNA is not the head of the show. Plasma is the head of the show, which is where you create that. So plasma only creates DNA as a template to reproduce the information it has. And your chromosomal DNA is not even the main backup of that information. It's what's called a plasmid. That's like your hard drive. All right? And we'll get into that a little bit more when we get into horizontal gene transfer. No questions, especially from people I live with.
Just touch on the fact that J Electronica left with the Rothschild lady.
Right.
That she left her whole everything, all the riches for him.
Right. Well, she got that last name, so she can't never leave all the riches. She's Rothschild.
Right.
Clean, straight out. They don't even use money, I don't think. They own the money, they don't even use money. You know what my name is, they just pop up. I'm gonna take one of everything here. You know what we give. All right, go ahead. Put that on the, we own the bank. Like, I don't even know what they would carry around.
Yeah.
So they can't lose the money. But she did walk out on her family and everything for J Electronica. Yeah. I mean, listen, that money can't take them so far.
That's right.
And that's an illusion. That's a game they play for people that's outside. She ain't gonna never be anything but a Rothschild. So if she got to play the outside game for the outside folks that don't know, like her family's really upset that she's with J Electronica.
He's the richest.
He's the wealth.
Right.
And they all are very happy that she duped a good one in to quite possibly sharing some genetics to keep them healthy for the next 7 generations. Otherwise, they'd be in trouble. They know the science. They got to have black genes every 7 generations or they in trouble. They degenerate too fast.
Fade out, don't they?
That's right. That's right. They know it. They know it. See, this right here is your cell right here. This basics, I want to spend more time on this, but it's ticking down. But your cell is flooded with plasma. That's where the intelligence is. All right? I really can't stress that enough. When we deal with law and grace in the Bible, all right? I could do like a whole day on this. When we deal with law and grace in the Bible, there's a reason why I have to put this here. The law is for savages, all right? Grace. I have a lot of people come to me with this New Testament baloney. When Jesus said we under grace, we can eat pork, turkey, and kill our neighbor and have sex with my brother's wife. Stop. That's not what grace is. Grace means that you have been under law so long that you now embody it and nobody has to tell you what to do. You're walking grace. You are the law.
Right.
You are the law. You exude that as a radiation now and that becomes your swagger. That's your frequency. That's the vibration you're on. That's how we communicate. People leave here, they're going to talk about the vibe they felt here. Oh, you know, it's a little community thing. Okay, that's the vibe we feel. This is because this is an electromagnetic apparatus that we see. Your cell is a radio. All right? That's why they call phones cell phones. The basic unit in the radio is also a cell. The basic unit in the battery is also a cell. Your cells are no less electromagnetic. All right? Now, I'm going to skip through. I got a lot of stuff I wanted to get into, but I'm going to give you this is the main thing that's important. Histones and methyl markers control DNA. Histones and methyl kind of are at war in your DNA. All right? Methyl is a sulfur. All right? That's a sulfur-based acid. Histones, we will see, and this is where I learned about histones at. Here, this is the Ogdo. All right? The Egyptian Ogdo. When they're talking about the Egyptian Ogdo throughout the pyramid text, the coffin text, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, etc., 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 this is what they're really talking about.
Don't make no mistake.
Oh, I won't. I won't. I've been doing this for 6 years, waiting. Not for the time to introduce it, to bring the class up to where they can receive it. So first I had to establish white blood cells not being natural. I spent last year doing that. I spent the latter half of this year talking about blood plasma so we would get that. So now we can go to the next level and go past DNA to what makes DNA function and see where our ancestors already knew this. See, if we don't do this, then we can't really touch white supremacy's power structure because their power structure is built on information. Silicon Valley is the richest, most powerful city in the world. It's not the Vatican, it's not Italy, it's Silicon Valley. All right? Silicon Valley. They control all the weapons and all the technology. All right? Hebrew, all right, means crossing over. All right? This science was intact. This was crossing over from this body onto the next with your conscience intact. It was about the afterlife. All right? Egyptians believed in immortality. That's where this name originally came from. They became the custodians of this special science of DNA. All right? This is why when you open up the Bible, the main thing they're trying to communicate to you in it is genetics and biology. All right? Because this special science can only be practiced by a group of people that possess that DNA, that genetics. So all through the Bible, they're telling you, such and such begat, such and such begat, such and such begat, such and such begat. So if you get lost on anything else, you will know, trace the blood. Trace the blood. How is money transferred on this planet? Through the blood. How is wealth transferred on this planet? Through the blood. Everything, property, through the blood. We the only people that don't track our blood no more. We don't even have family trees no more. How we developing power? If we build anything right now, we won't even know how to secure it to leave it to our children for the next 5 generations. All right? So, there's a few examples. The 3 ayats from the Papyrus of Nu. All right? Ayat number 6, number 8, and number 13. All right? These ayats are demonstrating the magnetosphere. All right? And I'm giving you these so you can look them up and look at them and see how these demonstrate the magnetosphere. If I have more time, I'll show you. All right? My mansion is within the limit of the horizon, for I am Atum. This is Coffin Text 709. I have entered into the horizon. Coffin Text 790. The fire is blue at the first portal, and the gods say it means blackness. Coffin Text 336. All right? This Coffin Text specifically, where it says the fire is blue at its first portal, is very, very defining for people that have studied black holes. All right? This is where the Coffin texts are talking about black holes. See, this is where your science is at. When we're studying hieroglyphs, this is what white folks do. They're decoding it into something that they can build with. We're decoding it into something that makes us feel good that at some point on this planet we were in control. Who cares about that? We're not in control today. And we won't be in control with it tomorrow because it's not useful information. So we have to understand, this is where Minister Inky started studying black holes. In the Coffin Text.
Good book on that too.
Yeah. Now this right here is a hieroglyph from the tomb of Ramses. All right. And the reason I put that there is because this hieroglyph is a viral shape. This is the viral shape that they use as the number one context of how they study all viruses in the world. This is on the tomb of Ramses. All right. All the microbiology, all virology, all of that genetics came out of Egypt. All right, and it's bad that you can't even find. I couldn't even find a real picture of the glyph. I had to settle for a sketch. All right, but it's on the tomb of Ramses, gate G, door H, or door H, gate G. That's how the pictures run.
You should ask for help sometime. You might have it free.
Okay, well, it's on video. So once I do it on video, I'm asking the whole world, everybody go find it. All right, prokaryotes. All right, red blood cells. This is important. This is important. All right? Because they link red blood cells with eukaryotes. All right? But red blood cells have no nucleus, which means that going by the scientific definition, they would actually be prokaryotes, which means that they fall under the line of what's called bacteria. Your red blood cell means it follows the behavior of a bacteria. That's very important when understanding some of these things. We got to put this in context. All right? We got to put this in context. Why do we still have pictures like this floating around? They breed fear. They instill white superiority. All right? These are important. These are epigenetics. What they're doing is passing down the fear of white people into our DNA. The fear of white people is passed down in your DNA. Epigenetics. All right? Epigenetics means that anything that affects your life in a drastic way is written into your DNA, again, by the histones or the ogdo, all right? The histones are eight proteins that control the synthesis of every other protein in your body. 8 proteins that control the synthesis of DNA. These 8 proteins tell the DNA which proteins to write. All right, these are the masters of creation. This is your ogdo. So anyway, they're writing things into your genetic code lifetime. All right, so when we see these things, all that stuff is doing is writing in the white fear into your genetic code. This is very important. All right, inbred white fear and self-hate. All right, now again, I got to show you this because you got to know this is where I get my information. When I'm looking at the hieroglyphs, right, I'm not looking at the hieroglyphs for baloney. All right, when you see this in the hieroglyphs, this is what white folks went down. I wrote this in my book, The Sunday School. Sunday School documents all this information. The white folks went down and they seen this hieroglyph and they came up with the cathode ray tube. All right, this is how they have used electrons to tap into the red, green, and the blue spectrums of the electromagnetic spectrum and create cameras, TVs, computers, etc. based on this hieroglyph right here. And we go down there and I tell you what we came out with. We seen this hieroglyph and we said, oh my goodness, look at that. It's a lotus flower blooming. And then the alien people came down and they said, no, this is not a lotus flower. This is an ancient light bulb. So what they had was 10 people that holds up the light bulb, and that's why the guy's arm is in the light bulb, because he's holding up the light bulb. We gotta put this stuff in perspective sometime. We can't build pyramids, but people that had the intellect to build pyramids made light bulbs where 10 niggas had to hold it up. We can't build pyramids, but we got light bulb holders. Guys that built pyramids made the light bulbs where they had to hold it themselves. See, that just don't even make sense. But that's what they feed you. So while they developing laptops and computers and projectors and all that off your walls, you don't have no PC. You don't have no attachment to this. Because we have all our scholars going up there arguing about foolishness. Well, no, on the Seti the fourth, the Seti the... Dude, where'd you convert that into money or not?
Right.
Where the dollars at? How do you convert that into money? That's what white folks doing. They not playing with it.
Right.
They go right in there, they like, oh man, what was they doing with, oh wow, they get, oh, light bulbs everywhere. Light bulbs, TVs, computers, phones, radios, everything. One hieroglyph. Why we got scholars breaking down hundreds of hieroglyphs and we still don't got nothing? We don't even have healthy people yet. That's ground zero. We on a revolution. Okay. Outer nourished versus inner nourished. I love this. I love this. See, this is why we don't have no respect internationally. We die malnutrition, right? We die malnutrition because we're wearing all the minerals around our body. See, we look stupid. We don't even know how stupid we look when we look like this. Because in the neighborhood, this fly, he got thousands of dollars. One man said Chris Tucker, thousands of dollars. Right? So he looked good. Meanwhile, I know Busta Rhymes skinny. I know his face. I seen him when he was younger. I know he's in trouble. I can see the high blood pressure, the diabetes. I see it all on him.
Man, about one sandwich away from CeeLo.
So my man is malnutrition with maybe over $1 million worth of minerals around his neck. Y'all don't know how stupid we look. The gold is supposed to be in your body. The silver is supposed to be in your body. Yes, ma'am. And you know how I found that out? Looking at the tomb. The Egyptians, they told us. The silver goes here. The gold goes here. I said, whoa, they said the gold is for your brain and your, whoa. Then I did the science. Biology says that gold binds with DNA and increases the free. Oh, well, how does that work? Because now you got a whole bunch of niggas trying to sell gold supplements. Well, gold doesn't work by itself, so you can't just buy a gold supplement, think you're getting results. Gold has to be there with the rest of the platinum group metals, iridium, ruthenium, rhodium, etc., in order to perform its job, right? So, it's just things we have to know, right? But while we have cosmologists, right? Don't we got plenty of cosmologists in the conscious community?
Uh-huh.
Why are they not telling us this information? Because cosmologists are supposed to know this. See, Minerals come from stars.
Right, stardust.
So while people telling us they masters of the cosmos and they master cosmologists, why are you not telling me about minerals? You're a master cosmologist. You can't tell me nothing besides don't apply for a job on Thursday? Might break up with your girlfriend on Tuesday? Alright? So, real star knowledge. Minerals are composed of stars. Alright? Your exotic minerals, gold, platinum, etc., is composed from gamma rays. See, we have to talk about that more. The more exotic minerals, the minerals that are more crucial to your health, come from when two stars crash. That crash is powerful enough to create gamma rays. Gamma rays is high energy that gets condensed down into your gold, your platinum, etc. Because stars don't produce after iron. Alright? After a star starts to fuse iron at its core, it becomes a black hole. Because iron is magnetic, so it begins to pull the light back into itself, right? See, this is simple. It pulls the light back into itself, it becomes a black hole. So all of the heavier metals past iron are produced from gamma rays. So all of the things that we need to take our body to the next level, okay, all right. Let her go. Let her go. All right. Malcolm X, Tupac, Martin Luther King. All right, we're going to talk about these people. We're also going to talk about why Hitler and Mussolini are missing. All right? In fact, let's do it now. Human horizontal gene transfer. Let me talk about this with you real quick. Horizontal gene transfer, then we done. Then we done. All right, then we done. Horizontal gene transfer is when a plasmid leaves a cell of one organism or one species and hops into another one. This happens all the time, every day. All right? It's a very basic action in nature that gets confused for what's called evolution. It's not, just a basic action in nature. Now, what that means is that as our bodies are being softened, we're creating genes for the behaviors that we wish to remove, that we're passing on to our children. Our children have a genetic affinity for crack, heroin, sugar, alcohol, to kill one another. They have a genetic affinity to hate themselves. They are born wanting to change the color of their eyes and their hair and their skin. This is horizontal gene transfer. This is science. It's not something that we could play, that we could afford to not read books and be lazy people and figure out. See, we can't afford to do this. Let me show you something. We can't afford to do this. Let's skip right down to it. Right? We can't afford to do this. Right? People are like, oh man, it's inky, you gotta stop it. People was going to cities to do conscious lectures on how to watch movies. And people was coming out, 150 people. $10, $20 a piece to come sit down to listen to somebody in front of the room tell you how to watch a movie. So you gotta break it down, because when you see The Matrix, it was deep. And they had the blue pill and the red pill, and so when you watch the new movies, just check out the Will Smith John. What? How to watch movies? See, this conscious thing that became the new drug. Niggas going back to sleep. You collected 100 people in the room and then finance from them 100 people, and the best thing you can give them is, listen, look out for the next Matrix 4. Look out for Matrix 5, I'm going to show you how to watch the movie. That's not another way of saying that I'm illiterate? No? You show me how to read a book? You show me how to watch a movie?
Right.
We gotta watch what we're doing. See, let me show you something. This right here is a part of the horizontal gene transfer. We no longer want to be who we are. Problem, somebody wants your body though. See, I'm gonna speed up. Somebody wants your body. Right? These are people that, this guy right here, he survived. He went to sleep in the hospital and woke up missing 2 of his organs. This guy right here, his body got to his family like that. All right, they found him, but his body, all his organs gone. Black boy in Atlanta, right here in Georgia. they found my man rolled up in the gym mats, all his organs missing. So while you looking stupid, somebody wants your body. Now, let's put a name to the face. In 745 AD, these people under King Bulan went to take your culture. In 1950, they went over there to take your land with the UN. Now today, they want your ass. They coming for the organs in the body, all of the flesh, everything we got left. Give up the flesh. Right? This is our alien symposium. Right? We spent enough time on that, right? No alien symposium stuff here. Alright? Alright, so that's it. That's it. Actually, you know what? That's not it. Alright, there's one more last thing. Alright, because some of y'all might still not believe the white man is trying to turn you into a fungus. So I just want to show this last thing. Alright? MMTV, life cycle. Alright, you can't really see it. I'm trying to get a good big one, but I can't show you. It stands for mouse mammary tumor virus life cycle. Alright, they already have the life cycle of mammary tumors for mice. Okay, mice are the animal that they use to test stuff for mammals, meaning humans. So they have the complete life cycle for breast cancers and breast tumors mapped for these mice. Alright, this is what it looks like up close and personal. Alright, now let's take it a step further. Alright, this is important. Well, that's your boy. I had to show you what they look like. Because they always show you the mice looking nice and cute, right? No, this is what it looks like. Alright? Now, guess what? It is okay to have 5 or 6 of my boys' droppings in every one of these packages. So if you're eating meat, you're also eating rat shit. Yes, Minister Nikki said shit. Eating meat, eating rat shit. Okay? Packaging companies are allowed to have no more than 5 or 6 doo-doos from rats inside your package as a part of your meat. It's fine, it's perfectly in line with the law. Alright? Now, when they make your meat, the packaging and processing, they're allowed to have up to 1% meat slip into the vats. Because they can't stop the rats from getting into the machine, so the rats get blended up with the rest of the meat. So as long as it's not more than 1% rat in your meat, they don't have to label it either. So when you get 100% beef, that 100% beef includes rat. That 100% chicken includes rats. That 100% turkey includes rats. Okay? So now, the point is this. Because they've already discovered that this is the origin of human mammary tumor virus. Alright? So write that down. That is the scientific word for breast cancer in women. Alright? So this is why women have breast cancer, because they have rat genes floating around in them. Right? So go ahead and eat your meat today. I know some of y'all got it soaking and marinating at home. And get your little serving of rat duty. Get your little rat genes. Alright? And if I got time, can I do a volunteer for diagnostic or no?
Oh, we gotta keep moving.
Alright, so I'm going to do the diagnostics. The diagnostics is normally $50. With the diagnostics, I can check every cell, tissue, fluid, hormone in your body. It's half price for everybody that came today. $25. I'll be out in the hallway. Alright? Break.
Yes, indeed, man. Whew. Powerful stuff there, this man. Mic on fire here. Got the next man about to even blaze it up more so, you know what I'm saying? The big King Malachi. About to set it off with the performance and whatnot, so man. There's just some heavy things, man, that brother dropped there. Unbelievable, man. Like, it all ties in, even with the whole aspect of us worrying about little green men and aliens from outer space, man. We got alien invasions right here in our body.
That's right.
To worry about, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's in us that doesn't really belong there? Correct. You know? Another thing too, man, it's like, what about the alien in our community? Like, an alien is just another word for a foreigner, right? So the alien amongst us is what we need to worry about, not the one on Pluto or Mars or Jupiter or what have you. So we just queuing it on up. You know, y'all like that? Y'all digest that information pretty well? Yes. It's good stuff, man. It's highly enlightening stuff. Now, again, I just go back to the whole language of how the ancients communicated and whatnot, with the hieroglyphics and the totems and so on and so forth. And that made me think about just seeing that rat, man. Why some of our people turn into hood rats. That's another thing you got. It ain't just brothers running around calling themselves dogs. Wasn't that another popular term? We're talking about the rats. Rats running around in the hood. We gotta step our totemic representation level up, people. So we get my man queued up. The big Ak Malachi. You know what I'm saying? It's been a long time. About to have to get on up in there with him in a minute, man. Dust the prints off. Get him back out here on the mic and whatnot. Check. Down on the mic. We're gonna get this mic together. Okay, here we go. Because I was about to say, the Ak roar. He really don't need no mic. If any of y'all been to any Malachi's performances, y'all know that man do just well with the natural microphone, also known as his voice box. Yes, indeed. Mr. Inky dropping jewels on him, boy. You never looking at food the same again. They say you are what you eat, so you know somebody end up being a hood rat. Might be because they got a couple of them mouses blended up in there unnecessarily, but we know it's a biological holocaust. You ready up? All right, let's do it. Bring it to the stage without further ado. King Malachi, yeah. Give it up for the big eye. Islam. There it is.
Peace to the gods. How y'all doing? Y'all alright?
Yes.
Peace to the queens. Y'all alright? How y'all feel? The goddess is in the building. Y'all alright? Man, wake up in here. What's up? Y'all in here? What's up? Huh? Hallelujah. Before I do anything, man, always pray before I do my thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to pray in front of y'all. I already did my thing. But you know what I'm saying? I want to say hallelujah. I just, you know what I'm saying, all praise due to the mighty one. Everybody know that the all made us all. So, you know what I'm saying, much respect to the all. Clap it up for the all right now. I have a new mixtape out right now called The Book of Malachi. It's not the Book of Malachi from the Bible. My name is Malachi, so this is about my spiritual journey and what I'm about. You feel what I'm saying? And how I came to a level of enlightenment. Y'all can dig that?
Yeah.
I know they like, well, what the Dre gonna do with a bow tie and all that? I mean, I was he got. Drop that for me, dog. This real production. You know what I mean? This is how I'm feeling right now. This is my first time ever performing this. Listen. I break bread with the gods, arm nigga, arm head. Eternal flow, still alive with my flesh dead. My silhouette angelic, I'm a modern day relic. Lay in presence of a queen to help my pretty feet fed. Street credit, 850, Big Willie. Got the flow of a titan, not the free Willie. From a nigga, my friend, to a king, to a god. Playing any other role could only be a facade. Purple on my body, gold on my neck. I've been dressing this way since the days of the Met. Hip-hop in the pyramids, graffiti on the wall. I'm from Israel, praise the true and living God. Hallelujah, Rastaman say Jah. Bloodline of King David got a handful of aces. Bow your head before greatness. King Malachi the God, write my life on the pages. Listen, I bring to you how I see truth, how I see the truth. My roots are deep, my history. Listen, this Carolina slave was a ruler in the east, Mediterranean Sea, Jerusalem in my speech. Peace, God, Tefillah, when the sun first rise. Tefillah, that's prayer, I'm the Hebrew guy. Dead Sea took a bath in some holy water. Now this is just a fraction of my ancient order. Make love to a virgin, she's the high priest's daughter. I married that Queen Yan, but in reverse order. Pure white linen, virtue prosperous women attended my presence when the God taught lessons. Heavenly guarded warriors in my presence. Queen of Ethiopia came and visited, brought presents. What? I'm at the top of the pyramid. Illuminate body of God, I originate. What? My third eye help me orchestrate. See ahead of my enemies who contemplate. Yeah. I bring to you, I bring to you how I see true. What? Yeah. My roots are deep. Yeah. My roots are deep. My history. Listen. I'm a bold black man with a natural suntan. Belong in the promised land before it was Iran. Asiatic 100% fabric. Fringes at the bottom of my robe. Ark of the Dead Sea Scroll before the Bible was made. Rod Wave wrote this large stone. I built 360 degrees. More complete than 33 degrees. I've been God, shining eternally. One of the Elohim made from the dust of the earth. We exist on other planets similar to the earth. More than a man must die like one. But 81, they have to read that one. My grandfather Israel was the chosen one. Y'all, but I'm number one, whatever. Born August 1. Yeah, I got a soul full of power because I'm firstborn son. Listen. I bring to you, yeah, how I see true. This is brand new. You know what it is? What? My roots are deep, yeah. What? My history. Cut the music, cut the music, cut the music. Listen. I bring to you, clear, what? How I see true. What? Listen, hey, my roots are deep, my roots are deep, my history. I love y'all. That was my first time performing that, you know what I'm saying? So I pray through the Most High, He got me through it. You feel me? It's one thing to write something down from your heart and then to get out here in front of the people, you know what I'm saying, and spit that thing and make that thing reality in front of the people, you feel me? Without the paper, you know what I'm saying? So, with anything we do, we gotta keep doing it, you know what I'm saying? We gotta put our hours in, right? Ain't that right? Alright. That song right there, baby. Listen, y'all ready for some more?
Yeah. Ready for some.
Man, check this out. Tell y'all a story about how I got to my point. Anybody who know me for real, ain't no telling how you might have seen me right here. You might have seen me with the garb on, with the staff, with my crown on my head. You might have seen me, you know what I'm saying, jeans, sneakers, fitted cap. I come from all these different spectrums, these different portals. You feel what I'm talking about? Because Most High made me the type of guy that I build with a lot of different type of beings, you understand what I'm saying? A lot of times y'all get caught up in the imagery, just because you see somebody all white, fringes, whatever, you know what I'm talking about? That don't mean they righteous. Just because you see somebody with their hat capped to the back, that don't mean that they not right. That don't mean they might be the one with the gift. They might have it, you know what I'm talking about? So stop being caught up in the images and all that, and hear what's coming from the person's chest, you feel me? Check this out, Acapulco like this. Tell y'all how I got here. Roses bloom in due season. In my 25th year, a strange change came over me. Light was shed on my reality. I read through Psalms 82. Then I realized what I must do. Take a stand and be the son I am. Not to take my father's place, but to educate the human race. Before I die, I have a lot to say. I was born a Hebrew slave. Through your freedom reign, see my life has been for me a perfect lesson. You ask the question, who is Yah? Now I know. Pray for my direction makes me strong. Took a look inside and changed my life. Listen, prophecy was revealed to me through Deuteronomy 28. and my destiny. The chosen ones whom my people be. Y'all, if you disagree, you need to read for yourself and see. Yo, eagle fly, but I'm a lion king. What? Blessed with the gift to sing. Through your freedom reign, see my life has been for me a perfect lesson. You used to ask the question, who is Yah? Now I know. Praying for my direction makes me strong. Took a look inside and changed my life. Woo. Whoa. Took a look inside my life. Whoa. Took a look inside my life. Praise Yah. I want to say one thing before I get out of here, right? I know it's different beings of different understanding, right? We might not necessarily share the same understanding, but I'm going to tell you the foundation of all of this is love, you heard? I love you, you know what I'm saying? That's real, that's true, that's who I am. My being, that's who I am. That's my heart, soul, my whole being. I'm love, you feel me? So I don't care what you are. Muslim, Christian, whatever you want to call yourself, whatever. The foundation is love. So I salute y'all out of love, man. Salute. Y'all be blessed.
Bless.
Always.
Told y'all that man ain't need no mic, man. That's a lion right there.
Yeah.
Give it up for the big King Malachi one more time, y'all. Pour his heart and soul out like that for the folks. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Alright? Man, powerful experience. Listen to that brother. Now, I don't see my brother Kalanji out here, but that's the next speaker.
Yes, sir.
Y'all can go in and summon his presence so he can break down the essence. Here you go, Kalanji. Give it up for Kalanji, you know what I'm saying? Orchestrator of the FTP movement. Without further ado, man, appreciate you. I'll show us how to get that movement moving.
Peace, how y'all feeling?
All right.
Is everybody all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My brother's going to bring the podium up a little bit so I can kind of get ready. Give it up for the brother King Malachi. Good brother Nasi putting this together. Give it up for the brother Nasi. Minister Inky did his thing today. Give it up for Minister Inky. I know no doubt. Definitely, what I'm gonna do out of respect for time, I'm gonna try to do what I gotta do, and then after I finish, the brother Nasi will be dropping as well. So I definitely hope that everybody sticks around or whatever. And I'm gonna just tell you out the gate, if you're offended by words, then it's a good time to go ahead and walk on out the door. Because, and I'm saying that not out of any disrespect or anything like that, but I'm absolutely tired of what's going on in this quote-unquote movement. You know what I'm saying? I'm really sick with it because of the fact that our people have gone through a lot, and for people to pimp our culture it's ancestral treason. So I want to definitely deal with some things. I'm gonna hit it and quit it. I might insult some people, whatever. It's all good. If I really insult you, just go outside and get some air or whatever, because of the fact that I don't know if you're prepared to deal with what get put up on you if you approach too close. All right? That's with love. Anyway, my name is Brother Kalanji. I represent the FTP movement, as the good brother said. First and foremost, for over 500 years, we've been disproportionately violated. We've been destroyed We've been brutalized, we've been mutilated, molested, and just done away with, right? We all know that. We know the history. We know how the white man came over, snatched us up, took us out of our paradise and brought us over here to this hell. We're clear on that. We understand that the Asians had a lot to do with it as well, pale Arabs, so on and so forth. You know, we clear with that. We understand that the Chinese, you know what I'm saying, and many other different folks was part and parcel in this particular piece. A lot of times we just hear about Europeans and we think it's just that cracker that's exploited us, right? You know, we was forced into labor over in places like St. John's and St. Thomas and St. Croix, you know, over in the Virgin Islands, all in the Caribbean, in Haiti and Jamaica, different places or whatever, and of course here. We was forced to pick tobacco, pick cotton, and so many other things, right? And to this day, 500 years later, over 500 years later, we're still being oppressed, right? We're still being done any type of way, right? We know that that there's been, in our communities more or less, we have been totally disrespected and totally disregarded. We don't have to go to a Chinese restaurant, they'll talk to you any type of way, they'll feed you all the MSGs you need, they'll go ahead and give you all the old grease you need, you know what I'm saying, talk to you any kind of way, sell you some drugs, sell 40s, whatever, you know. I'm from the hood, I grew up in Bridgeport, Connecticut, you know what I mean, I grew up in the projects, and a lot of times when folks here in Connecticut, they get it confused and they think we're talking about Oprah or somebody like that. I'm from the projects, I'm from Pissy Project hallways, dope needles, crackheads, you know what I'm saying, all that, that's where I come from, that's my reality. You know what I mean? I grew up in the movement, but at the same time, you know, I was what we call the white sheep of the family. You know what I'm saying? My father said go left, I was going right. You know what I'm saying? He said, do the right thing, I said, I'm gonna do what my folks over here doing. So, for the record, before, you know, when I drop what I drop and folks try to start digging shit up, let me tell y'all before they do that. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I sold drugs, I sold crack, I sold dope, I sold all that. You know what I'm saying? I used to stick cats up, I used to rob drug dealers. That was my favorite thing. Running up on drug dealers, shaking them down, boom. There were some other things I used to do that I'm not gonna put out there because I don't know the statute of limitation. However, I ended up going to prison at age 17. I was facing 36 years, right? So during that particular time, I got locked up in the South. I did time in the South. During that particular time is when all the clarity in the world came to me. You know what I'm saying? All the things that my parents taught me, all the things that my grandparents talked about, you know what I'm saying? It was there, it was front and center. You had crackers telling me what to do, you know what I'm saying? When it's time to go to bed, what time to wake up. You know what I'm saying? My number, 151765, I still remember my number from being locked up in 1988. You know what I'm saying? It's etched inside my brain. You know what I mean? So 6 times a day, I had to say that number. You know, so that's became a part of it. I was a wild dude. You know what I'm saying? I had a chip on my shoulder the size of Brooklyn, right? And to this day, I still have, I suppose, a little bit of fire because of the fact that that's just how I moved, right? Now, I'm telling you all of this stuff not for any type of props, not for any type of certification, gratification. I don't care how you feel about it, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to brag or none of that type of stuff. I'm just saying that that's my reality. Your reality is your reality. Some folks get involved in movement and struggle from different ways. Some people read some books or whatever. Some people saw groups or scoop sat by the door or whatever, and it inspired them, right? Some people saw 12 Years a Slave, whatever, and it inspired them, right? But this is my reality. Now, growing up the way I grew up, it's kind of shaped and molded my thinking and my actions. So much so that my emotions sometimes get in the way. You know what I mean? Because of the fact that I know not only what I've been through, but what those who came before me have been through, right? We look at today's society and we say that, okay, boom, you know, we went through slavery, we went through the whole Jim Crow era more or less, and now, as Michelle Alexander said, we got the whole new Jim Crow situation, right? So we say, okay, boom, where are we now? A lot of people talk about the Black Panther Party. They say, yo, in the 60s or whatever, if I was around, I'd been down with the Black Panther Party, right? A lot of people say I'd have been down with RAM, Revolutionary Action Movement, or SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, right? Or some people say, you know, I'd have been rolling with Dr. King, I'd have been in civil rights or whatever. That's cool. One thing that has existed and continues to exist from slavery is that house Negro mentality. Okay? That house nigger mentality, right? There's always been certain gatekeepers. There's been gatekeepers on the plantation. There's been gatekeepers in civil rights. There's been gatekeepers in human rights. And there's gatekeepers right now. Right? We started off, I'm not gonna get too far into the civil rights era because of the fact that I kind of want to deal with what's going on present day. But I'm trying to bounce so that we can get some clarity as we move along, right? We look at the civil rights era, or the human rights era, the Black Power era, etc. And we know that there were different agent provocateurs who were sprinkled amongst these movements to cause dissension, to throw people off. There were certain folks who wanted to talk about nonviolence when folks was busting us upside our head, when they was water hosing our grandmothers and beating our sisters and raping our women, so on and so forth. A lot of folks overlooked that. They told you to just go to church and let Jesus handle it, right? Right? Yeah. Y'all know it, it's not disrespecting the church, it's what it is. We fast forward, after King was assassinated, we had folks that rose up like Jesse Jackson, hijacking Jesse Jackson, who snatched up an organization called the Rainbow Coalition, which was started by Chairman Fred Hampton of the Black Panther Party, right? Took everything about it. They went from I am a revolutionary to I am somebody, right? Then from there, you had other state operatives. You got folks like Al Sharpton, who I often talk about, and so many people get pissed off because of the fact that they think Reverend Al is the truth, right? They say, well, Reverend Al has this radio show and he talks about keeping it real. That nigga ain't never kept it real. Only thing he kept it real was wearing real wires.
Right.
Setting real people up.
Yeah, real permed out.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly, having a real perm. Going from real fat to real skinny.
Right.
With Botox or whatever. This Negro right here was caught on wire, on video, trying to buy a key of Coke. This is a fact. Anybody know about that?
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, Real Sports did a piece on it. He got mad, he sued them. The state made them take it down so it won't be aired anymore. You can't find it on YouTube or none of that type of stuff because of the fact that because he works for the state, and yeah, I'm going on record saying he works for the state. Because he works for the state, he was able to pull some numbers. You can find videos of anything nowadays, especially on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But you'd be hard pressed to find that particular piece because of the fact that he's a pawn for the establishment. How many people you know, how many black folks you know, can get caught trying to buy a kid Coke? And it disappears like nothing happened.
Might be in my Facebook history,
Huh?
might be in my Facebook history.
Right. So he went from that. Then he wore a wire to set Don King up. Then he wore a wire to try to set up Assata Shakur. Now, some of y'all looking like, well, you know, y'all just, you know, where's the proof on that? Check his book out. Go Tell Pharaoh. Page 138 and 139. He said he wore a wire. Don't take my word for it. Check out what he talking about. Okay? Now, how can you go from getting caught on camera buying a kid Coke or trying to buy a kid Coke, which he said, you know, he wasn't trying, he knew they was trying to set him up, to trying to set folks up in the black community. Admitting you wore a wire, to being the #1 voice on television and radio in the so-called activism circle. How do you do that? I couldn't do that. You can't do that. You can get caught with a vial of crack. You get about 25 years back in the 80s, right?
You done.
Well, he trying to buy a key. Okay, cool. He ran for president, right? Got down with the Democratic Party. You got to do your research. You got to research. You got to study. You got to see what's going on here, right? course, he was Jesse Jackson's godson. I mean, not Jesse Jackson. James Brown's godson. All this other crazy stuff. My point is this right here. You got a cat like that who ends up with an MSNBC TV show, okay, with a syndicated radio show. For doing what? What has he ever done? What's he ever done? Besides exploit black folks, right? I'm gonna leave Al alone because it's unfair. Most of you saw me before. Y'all heard me talk about Jesse and Al, right? Cool. So we're gonna leave them alone. You have other Negroes like Ben Jealous from the NAACP.
Is he even black?
I don't know what he is.
No, he, Jew.
But Ben Jealous is supposed to be black. This particular Negro right here, you have the NAACP that's been around since how long?
Too long.
1914, 1913, somewhere around there. And to this day, they've done absolutely nothing for our community. Now we know that they didn't start, it wasn't started by black people, it was started by 2 Jews and a black person. We know that, right? But we expect that if you still colored in 2014, then if you're gonna give an image award out, you're not gonna give it to a cracker. You got the NAACP giving image awards to white boys like Robin Thicke. Now Robin Thicke, maybe he's honorarily black because of the fact that he was screwing a black woman and he stole Marvin Gaye's music.
Right, right.
But he has a good image. This is the organizations that are supposed to be representing us. Okay? Even with them, I feel like I'm picking on them because of the fact that we already know their lanes. Right? But they're not too much of my problem because we already know they're gatekeepers. The problem I have right now in this so-called age of the internet is these opportunists and these culture hustlers. Right? In 2014, in order for you to qualify as black leadership, all you have to do is have some dope YouTube videos. Right? You ain't gotta study shit. Just get on YouTube, talk junk, hold a couple debates, and you the man. Right?
Yeah.
Get 5,000 Facebook followers, a few Twitter's tweeting what you're talking about, and it's all good.
You say Twitties.
That's I'm gonna give Professor Griffin credit on that.
They call them Twitties.
We have these folks right now, man, who get online and they've made names for themselves. Blog Talk is the new radio station right now. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is get a few good followers or whatever, and it's all good. You know? There's no action in the community. That's how you gotta judge leadership, right? You judge leadership not based on what they say, what they talk about, who they say they know, how many pictures they're in. You base them on what it is they actually do in the community, right? Not what their followers do, because anybody can get a whole bunch of fruitcakes, basket cases, and have them follow. There's a lot of sick motherfuckers out here that call themselves leaders. You got folks like Malik Zulu Shabazz, class clown, all day long. All day long.
Wow.
Able to carry all of these followers because his leadership is shit, number one. Number two, the people he doesn't research, he don't research. He don't encourage his people to research.
Okay.
And number three, the new Black Panther Party was hijacked. This isn't a sanctioned organization. Nobody said, look, let me ask you for permission to utilize this name. They decided to take it and do what they wanted to with it. Now you say, okay, well, what's wrong with that? What's your name out?
Yakanaya.
Yakanaya. Yakanaya is here right in front of us, right? If I decide to be the new Yakanaya, is he cool with that? I mean, he's still here, you just look at that. I just throw on my robe like him, put my locks down like him, wear the same uniform, and I just become Yakanaya. That's cool?
No.
Is it cool for me to be you? The Panther Party is still here. The Panther Party still exists.
Right.
We have a number of folks right here in Atlanta, right here, that put in that soldier work,
Yep. What's the
that
joke?
did what they were supposed to do, and folks overlook them. Let me tell y'all something, right? A telltale sign of leadership, black leadership in America, is when they're working not only on behalf of their people, but they're out there doing the same work that they're asking their people to do. Now, let me tell y'all something, man. I could be wrong, but I don't understand, nor do I respect anyone that says they are for our people and they don't respect political prisoners. You say, well, that's not my fight, brother. I'm fighting for, you know, how much oxygen or how much this is going on. I'm fighting for environmental rights. I'm fighting for who came first, the African or the egg. The reality is this right here, man. At any given moment, any one of us can become political prisoners.
Yeah.
Right? So it is your duty, it's your responsibility. When you talk about war, and you're saying that you're raising an army, or you got a crew, or you building a nation, so on and so forth, and the people that run with you get captured, and you ignore them, then you a traitor. You a slave. If you run with me and you doing security, and something goes down, and I forget about you, how would you feel?
Take it out.
That's what went on with a number of these different functions and formations. You have Black Panthers and BLA members and folks from the Republic of New Africa that have been locked up over 50 years. Many of them before, most of us in this room were born, right? But a lot of these organizations ignore that. They don't want to talk about that particular type of history because it requires study. And when it requires study is required, action comes after that, right? It's not just you listen to Tupac, or you listen to Dead Friends, you listen to Public Enemy, and now you're a revolutionary. It's not just I got a fly Facebook page with red, black, and green on it, and a red, black, and green bandana, and I'm the man. It's about what do you do in the streets? Who knows you in your community? If the people in your own community don't know you, then you ain't doing shit. Who the fuck, how many YouTube followers or YouTube hits you got? If the people don't know you for the work you do, then obviously that's not the work you're doing. Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
You know crackheads on your block. You know they're a crackhead.
That's right.
You recognize them for their work. That nigga smoke crack.
That's right.
You know prostitutes that sell their tail on your block because you see what they're doing.
That's right.
The lowest of us, we recognize the lowest of us. You know who rap, you do all that, you know all that. Now, the only way a person know you is when they turn you on YouTube, and that's how they can recognize you, then we have a problem. We have a problem. If a person only recognizes you because of your dusty-ass uniform, then we got a problem. If a person only recognizes you from begging and shit, then we have a problem. Now, there's, you know, we family here, right? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Anybody not family with me, so I know who to look out for? We all family, that's good. If you're not family, it's cool, you family still, you just don't know no better. If you're from Atlanta, there are folks here in Atlanta, right down the street, Imam Jamil Alameen, formerly H-Rap Brown, who helped to clean up the west end of Atlanta, right? To make it easier, to make it a little safer. There was folks who would get raped in the west end, women getting raped, there was folks getting robbed and stuck up and beat down and all that. Kidnapped. Ma'am Jamil came through, said, look, man, there's a motorcycle gang over there. He said, look, man, all these actions are going to cease and desist. They used to cut pigs open and the blood would run up and down the street. On the weekend, they was doing their thing. On the corner of Lucille and Holderness was their location, where the motorcycle gang was. Imam Jamil went to him and told him this, and they told him, whatever. Basically like, I hear you nigga, you tripping. These are black motorcycle folks. Now I'm not gonna tell y'all the rest of the story. All I'm gonna say, if you go to Lucille and Holderness.
He's clean right now.
If you go to Lucille and Holderness on Friday between 1 and 3, the Muslims are praying there. So that means apparently the motorcycle gang didn't do too well. Now, why am I saying that? Am I saying that because, you know, Muslim? I'm saying that because, you know, I want y'all to think that I know a couple people that's tough. No, I'm saying that there's responsibilities and accountability, and I'm saying if you're really doing something, then the fruits of your labor will be ripe. It will produce. You will produce other folks. I exist because of the fact that my parents and my grandparents and my uncles and their comrades, they laid out a foundation for me. They laid a platform, even when I didn't want it. Even when I didn't want it. Even when I wanted to be a nigga. Even when I just wanted to be wild, you know, I was cool, everything was hardcore, it's the 80s. I just want to smoke a Philly. Even then, I just wanted to drink some liquor and be cool. But they laid down a foundation so that when I fell on my ass, I was able to get back up and become a man, right? Now, we look at today's activists. Activists, they act like they're activists. You know what I'm saying? We look at today's revolutionaries. First of all, I ain't never met a cat that bang on the internet more than he does in the street. Always talking about kill whitey, fuck the police, all that good stuff, but you ain't getting nothing done. You ain't getting nothing done. There has to come a time when I'm talking about us in this room, and whoever's watching, there has to come a time when we say that we're not going to just sit back and allow these people to pimp us. Okay? We have folks all around the country, this whole new debate thing that's going on. Everybody's debating. It's like WrestleMania nowadays. Right? Nobody debating no real shit. Debate how we gonna get some work done and why we debating.
Yeah, that'd be a good debate.
Let's debate that. We can go back and forth on who was the original man and all that type shit, but at the end of the day, whether you say you're the original man, you came from a slave ship or a spaceship, we all fucked up. Every last one of us. You ain't no better than me. I ain't no better than you. My man can say, well, I'm an Israelite. This one can say, well, I'm a Christian. I'm a Jehovah's Witness. I'm a Muslim. I'm a Panther. You can say whatever you want to say because all of those titles sound good. You can say I'm not black, I'm olive, I'm beige, I'm tan, I'm French coffee. Whatever the hell you choose to call yourself. You're still in the same situation, the same predicament out there. So when we got to do with that, it say stop it, nigga. You tripping. Are people still hungry? Are people still being locked up? With supposed to be 13% of the population, 14% of the population here in the U.S. according to their numbers, right? Yet, we're 64, 65% of the prison population. Where they do that math at? We're being exploited. Folks are coming up missing. There's over 900,000 people missing last year. Half of those was black folks. Damn near 1 million people, and we still walking around talking about we shall overcome and all this other frivolous bullshit. We have folks who come into our communities. We have Indians that open up gas stations, and corner stores, and all this type of stuff. Clubs, right here in Atlanta. Y'all know about that, right?
Yeah.
Now you even got some that's trying to start Pan-Africanist organizations. Can you imagine a little Indian trying to tell you how to get liberated? Can y'all imagine that? Huh?
Nah, man.
You couldn't imagine it? Shit. One of them told him what told y'all what he's about out the gate. He said, yo man, my first book is called How to Hustle and Win. You get hustled, and he win. He win, and you keep hustling. You gotta pay for a manual to hustle and win. Then starts an organization for you to build, and he take credits for it. These little motherfuckers crazy, man. Huh? Did I go too far? I see some faces looking turned up or whatever. I don't get, hey, can't fuck with me. Can't fuck with me. Yeah. We gotta, yo look man, don't let nobody take your lineage. Don't let nobody do you like that, man. Don't let nobody come along and pimp you. We already fucked up. And we're gonna allow others to dictate our reality? What kind of cowards are. Huh? I'm talking to us. I'm talking to us. Let me tell y'all something, man. There are a number of different organizations and formations out there. There are a number of different individuals that are part of these organizations, that are good people, that are true people, that are serious about their plight, serious about us. So I'm not mad at them. I got a problem with bullshit leadership. I got a problem with that. I got a serious problem. And it don't matter who you are, what color you are, whatever. When you trying to pimp my people, we got an issue. Some of y'all, you know, I talked to in the past, and some of y'all been like, you know, well, you shouldn't be so angry. Look, man, you should be madder than me. You should be highly upset. But to do that, it would mean that you would have to be responsible. Right? We got to start checking these clowns, man. See, we got a drop squad that we started. Professor Griff, Psych Science, our man Ty here, RBG. We got a drop squad. So what we're going to do, we're going to start not only just snatching some of these rappers, like these Russell Simmons and these Nicki Minaj's and all these little fuckers. We're going to start snatching some of these fake ass leaders as well. As soon as we catch your ass on stage, drop kick your ass off the stage. I'm good with a drop kick. That's my shit. We're going to start slamming you on your shit. Because we got to show the people what's for real and what's not. You can't walk around talking about you know goddamn revolutionary and have no damn motto that you see at the same time. That shit don't work. You modeling for revolution? How the fuck you a model for revolution? Huh? That's what some of these cats is doing. Don't take my word for it. Do you want to have a whole house, or do you want to have revolution? When you say you're a revolutionary, it means more than just I'm passing out some flyers. It means more than I'm just talking shit on Facebook. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. It has to be some action. It has to be community change. Malcolm X would have been twittering no goddamn body. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Is everybody all right? Y'all with me or y'all mad at me?
Bring that heat.
You mad with you? You know if you mad at me, I'm glad you mad with me, black. Word. Look here, man. Let me tell y'all something, man. The fact that our ancestors had the heart and the gall and the audacity to fight helped to sustain us, helped to keep us coming. If they was as cowardice as some of us, we wouldn't be here today. We'd have been like the natives of this land. Decimated. We got to think about that. The fact that we looking at this country that was a majority of a number of different natives, including us, scattered across this land, and all of a sudden, it's a bunch of white folks. And Asians and all kinds of other folks. Can you imagine if this was Japan and the Europeans came in and took over and you could hardly find a Japanese person? This is the type of shit we deal with here. I mean, we don't think about this. Do we realize that some of our ancestors never, ever tasted or felt what freedom was? See, when we think of slavery, we look at it and we say, okay, well, we were slaves then. But we're talking about 500 years. So some of our ancestors were born and they never knew that they ever came from Africa. They never knew that they were free. Never knew what free was. They thought that this just how it was. You just get up, work all day, this white man whoop your ass, do what you gotta do, go to sleep, wake up, do it again tomorrow. And we're in the same situation right now. Only thing, we get some funky ass breadcrumbs right now.
Scraps from the master's table.
We have to make a decision, we have to make a concrete decision, we got to make a commitment to each other. I'm looking around the room and I'm seeing young folks, I see babies, you know what I mean? And it scares me. It scares me that our generation just might stop one of these days, man. Excuse me, not our generation, our lineage may stop. Everything is out of order nowadays, from the music to the food. We don't even know what it is to be who we supposed to be. We keep walking around talking about we was royalty and we was kings and we was queens. First and foremost, everybody wasn't no damn king and queen. Let's keep it funky.
That's right.
Somebody had to be a servant. Somebody served. I mean, shit, we all just royal? Oh no, we served in the royal way. Well, I'm a king today, you the king tomorrow? We talk about how many pyramids we built. And most of us ain't made a goddamn sandwich, let alone built your pyramids. We talking about all this, the pyramids we built, we talking about how sovereign we are, but yet we homeless. Huh? It sounds good, it's a cool, feel-good speech for us. I know being oppressed is an embarrassing thing, ain't it? We don't want to be oppressed. We want to be any and everything but oppressed. If you say you're an Israelite, and you say you're a Muslim, and you say that, well, you know, we were the original people, then I ain't even got to argue with you because of the fact that we already agree we was the original people. The problem comes with the labels and what you decide to read or study. What you eat don't make me shit. Excuse my language. What you eat don't make me use the bathroom. If you like to eat pork chops and I eat wheatgrass, then hey man, let it do what it do. The problem is us eating the wrong mental food and the wrong spiritual food. When we take on the lifestyle of those who oppress us. When we look at somebody who we give a pass and we think that that's what qualifies them as being a leader. I'm going to tell y'all like this right here. Some of y'all ain't going to like it because some of y'all are not used to leading yourselves. Some of y'all are too lazy to be the gods and goddesses that you're supposed to be. The rulers that you're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? The righteous people that you're supposed to be. So you deify other men. Anybody that stands up and has some gall and conviction and the ability to attract folks, we automatically make them God. Automatically. Because we need a crutch. We need a base. We need something to keep us upright. Because we're too damn scared to stand on our own feet. The Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey said, fear is meant for children. He said, fear is meant for children. We talk about the red, black, and green. But we don't want to do what it takes to make that red, black, and green. To be sufficient. Marcus Garvey didn't just give us a flag. He gave us a concept, a model to roll with. But we don't want that because that's too hard. Grow your own food, you tripping, Kroger right there. Make your own clothes, why? Ralph Lauren. We satisfied with hand-me-downs, man. We got to take our position back, man. Stop letting these people act like they're your leadership. Why is Al Sharpton a black leader in America? Because they put him up and told you that he's a leader. Why is Jesse Jackson a leader in America? Because they put him up and told you he's a leader. Why is some of these other cats are bottom feeders, so I ain't even saying their names. They bottom feeders, they still hustling, trying to do what they do to pimp you. So I'm not even gonna give them no credibility. There's a clown up north that sister went out on a date with him and it didn't work out. This nigga sends her a bill for $4,000. Saying for my time or whatever, since the relationship didn't work out, I usually charge more, but this is $4,000. This is for real. He's so lame, I don't even want to say his name. But this is the type of shit we're dealing with in our community right now. What should have happened is the sister's brother, comrade, friend, should have called him and just whooped his ass.
Right.
And said, you know what? I'm going to give you a doctor bill.
They match that bill.
Yeah, so maybe, you know, if you get that, it can work it out. The problem is, folks think they're immune to ass whoopings. When I was coming up, ass whoopings was essential. Ain't that right, Bob? You can get your ass whooped. Nowadays, whatever, say what you want, do what you want, it's all good. It's all good. I'm still from the old school, so we do things a little differently. I don't understand all that shit. I ain't no internet thug. There's some clowns that got my name and organization online right now. They've been slandering us since 2005. Websites in our name and everything. But guess what? They're supposed to live in Atlanta, but they don't come outside. You can be super thug on the internet. I don't give a damn. What Tupac say? Call the cops when you see Tupac. Pull the Glock when you see Tupac. That's how I feel. Because we're going to have a misunderstanding. We got to start checking these bastards. Right? And y'all got to stop giving them your money, man. You're actually paying to go see some clowns argue. But then again, that's your money. I can't tell you how to spend your money. Anyway. With this whole internet situation, you know, we talk about how it's the gift and the curse, right? It's a wonderful thing. I don't want to just diss the internet as a whole and just say that, you know, well, the internet's bad or whatever, we shouldn't use it. There's some powerful tools out there. Some folks get some very good messages across, right? Many of you are in this room today because of the fact you might have saw an email, a Facebook post or whatever. So I'm not dissing that. What I am saying is we, as men and women, we have to be more responsible. You know what I'm saying? We can't expect these rappers to respect us when we as a people don't respect us. You understand what I'm saying? True. Where do we go from here? What are the solutions? You know, because I'm barking and everything, and I'm talking or whatever. I'm talking tough and I'm pissing some people off and they trying to hold their face and they're still looking like, yeah, I'm smiling like, fuck you, nigga, I can't stand you. Get ran over when you leave and all that. That's cool. But what are the solutions? How do we hold these people accountable? Right? First and foremost, we ignore them. You totally ignore them. Now some of them are going to try to get in your face because, you know, they're vying for attention. But the first thing you do is you ignore them. The second thing is you send them a message like, look, listen, man, please don't approach us with this nonsense, with that bullshit, because of the fact that, you know, I have children, we have grandchildren, so on and so forth. And we don't want to poison them like that, right? The third thing you do is you catch them when they're out in public, you catch them at Kroger, you catch them at Walmart, and you take a Louisville bat and beat the shit out of them. And that sends a message. That sends a message that's understanding. They understand it, because people understand violence, right?
Yeah. I've been saying that for the longest. You gotta bring the whoopings back.
Look, I am not anti-violence. It's just where it's applied to. When you catch some of these cats on the podium and they run in their mouth and they talking that nonsense, what you do is you take the microphone, right? And you ram that shit all up in their mouth. Right there on stage. Shove that shit all up in their damn mouth.
Oh, we getting this.
There's blood in your mouth. Anybody ever taste blood in their mouth?
Yes, sir.
It's a distinct taste, right?
Yes. Yes.
If it's backed by this right here, they gonna stop after a while. If every city they go to, because we got some folks in Durham, North Carolina. We got some folks in Tubman City, in Baltimore. We got some folks in Philly, and in Oakland, and in LA, and in DC, and in New York, and New Jersey, in Chicago. And what's gonna happen is, it's gonna come a day when all that shit is out of order. It's gonna come a day that you think that you can come to Atlanta and not get approached, then it's gonna be a problem. Then you're gonna take your monkey ass to Chicago because nobody didn't get the memo up there, but we already knew you was coming, and it's gonna be a problem. You gotta ask some of these artists. See, a lot of these artists that y'all know about, they experience the rap. There's a few conscious artists that cause some ass whoopings too. And that helped them to get conscious. If you check some of their earlier music, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, the ass whooping changed the game, man. The ass whooping is an international language. Everybody understand.
That's right.
Right or wrong? Even a dog, the toughest dog you'll find, he knows when another dog is a little bit tougher than him, right? You can get a Siamese cat on the street, a lion rolled up on him, the game changed. But see, with us, like I said, we let these artificial activists come along and they get their heads gassed up because they have these movies, these movement movies. And because of the fact that they get 500 likes or all this other nonsense or whatever, that ego takes control of it. But like I said, an ass whooping is a good cure for ego. It brings you back to earth. It brings you back to earth. Anyway, there's another brother, my brother Yashimu is going to be speaking up next. So I'm going to leave y'all if you have any questions. We're going to do a Q&A later on, Minister Enki?
Yes, sir. We're going to try to.
Okay, cool. We're going to allow the brother Yashimu to speak, and we'll take from there. We appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Man, can y'all say sincerity? Woo, wow. That brother lit it up right here, man. I mean, do that for brothers and minds, man. Yeah, so I mean, that's definitely some serious things to think about, man. You know, leadership is it's more than just a title, it's reality. Alright, the big prince of the congregation gonna do his thing in about 15 minutes or so. So what we're gonna do is see if we can go on and bring King Malachi back to the stage, give us a little bit more of that good soul music, you know what I mean? Hallelujah. Once again. Alright.
Peace and blessings once again. Peace and blessings. It's always a pleasure to come before the people and share our gifts, you know what I mean? Make noise for all the brothers who put in their work to study and come up here and present to you all. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of research. For real. Right now, I wasn't gonna do this song, but a few people was like, man, you gotta do my song. I don't care, y'all understand all that, but you gotta do my song. So I was like, all right, cool. So, you know, as a brother who, you know, love to please my people when it comes to entertainment. You know what I'm talking about? And it's on my road, so it's not nothing compromising me, it's me. You feel me? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this right here. Bow. Woo. Bow. All right, clap. Somebody clap. Bam, bang on down. Clap. What? Bang down. Yeah. Bang down. All right. What? Bang down on down. Bam, bang on down. Hey. Woo. Bang down. All right. Yeah. Let's go. Bam, bang on down. Right. Bang down. What? Bang down. Listen. Yeah. Yeah. Bang it on down. Bam, bang on down. Hey. On the west side. Bam. Woo. Where the hustlers play. Bang on down. Hey. Young and stacking G's about every day. Woo. Bang it on down. Bam, bang on down. Hey. For a short time. Woo. Hey. Off my face. Of assignment bound. Hey. I go get work and I pay a day. See, I was a hustling boy, hey, living in a city street, living in a city street, yeah. I used to hang outside, woo, smoking on a gang of trees, smoking on a gang of trees. I used to pray on my knees, cause the police watching me, the police watching me, yeah. When I survive on the seas, hey, living in the city street. Wow, I've been hustling almost my life. Yeah, can you understand how real my life? Oh, can you feel the pain I feel inside? Look in my I just wanna live a normal life. I'm paying on there. Hey, I used to write rhymes when the time was slow. I'm paying on there. Hey, trying to get money out in the cold. Hey, bang on there. I'm paying on there. Hey, used to fight sometime. Cause the fiends would lie. Bam. Missing of my money, don't smoke mine. You see, I was a hustling boy, living in a city street, living in a city street. Yeah, I used to hang outside, smoking on a gang of trees, smoking on a gang of trees. I used to pray on my knees, cause the police watching me, the police watching me. Yeah, well I survived living in the city streets. Well, I've been hustling my most my life. Yeah, can you understand how real my life? Oh, can you feel the pain I feel inside? Look in my eyes. I just wanna live a normal life. Hey, school could not hold me. My mama couldn't control me. Just a young scrub growing up. Ooh, the music came and changed me. Expand myself through melody, feel the real me inside of me. I've been hustling most of my life. Understand how real my life. Oh, can you feel the pain I feel what? Look in my eyes. I just wanna live. Hey. Live. Woo. Live. 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 Somebody said Santa. Y'all scared. Y'all scared. Y'all scared. Y'all done did too much research. Loosen up a little bit. Somebody said Santa. That ain't good enough. That was okay, but I said somebody said Santa. That's all we got in here. If James Brown was alive, somebody said Santa. 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 Finally. Peace and blessings. My name is King Malachi. Love each and every one of y'all. Black.
Yes, indeed. Give it up for Brother Malachi one more time. You know what I'm saying? And all the brothers coming forth with the sincerity, with the enlightenment on various levels. So we got one more speaker gonna come and do his thing. You know what I mean? Nasi Yashaville. About to come forward. That's right. Well, that's your Abba, huh? You know you're gonna clap it up for him. Y'all ready for the big op? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell y'all a little bit about this brother, man. This man, 3 generations deep. Hebrew Israelite, like from way back in the day, like when they set it off up in this bad boy. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful family. It was actually his facility, so you know, I want to encourage y'all to drop through whenever you get a chance to. Got the Shabbat classes jumping off on Saturday, of course, 12 noon to 8 o'clock. Now they do it. You know what I'm saying? So we about to get this last piece of spiritual knowledge, wisdom, and understanding from Nasi Yashavel El Zebulon. Praise God. Give it up for the big up.
Hallelujah. Gotta get the projector right. I thank everybody for coming out. We definitely had some powerful information, and we got some powerful people here, some brothers that we're going to allow to give word to. I love what my brother Art brought, my brother Kalanji, and definitely Minister Inky. You know, we're trying to unify our people, and that's a powerful thing, you know. Not everybody's trying to do that. Sometimes when you speak unity, people walk away from it. They always come up with a reason why we shouldn't be unified, why we can't do this. But we can start with the brothers, we can start with all our brothers coming out and just feeding our brothers and sisters. Let's start with that. Let's start doing positive things in the community, because everything that we do up here is just rhetoric. It's just a rhetorical sayings time after time, and we don't look to do something that's prosperous in our community. So now it's what are we doing for our community, and what are we doing trying to build? You know, I took information, I took the time to leave a debate and to come back and use that momentum to join my brothers. I've been with Kalanji we've been together about 2 years now, you know. I was a blessing to be with It's almost going on a year, you know. A blessing to meet my brother King Noble. Me and Prince go back, we go far back, you know. So it's about unifying our people, and we're going to bring some information today because our youth have the hardest struggle now. You think it was bad when it was your time? You don't know what they go up against now. Imagine your son getting in a fight with somebody, or your daughter getting in a fight with somebody and they lose. Imagine you living that for the rest of your life. Imagine that be on YouTube and 10 million people seeing somebody get their behind whipped. Do you see the destruction that they're putting in our community? How they're trying to destroy our brothers and sisters? Today we're going to talk about a few things, and I got a few questions because I like an interactive audience. But one of the things I want to ask is, what do we call our ancient scientists? Anybody know the answer? Alchemists.
Huh?
Kim.
Alchemists, one. What else? Kim, what else?
Scientist.
Yeah, they were our what? Priests.
Alright.
Your ancient scientists were your priests. So when they deliver you and give you a religion now, and the religion has no dealing with science, or is not based on a fundamental aspect of science, then you don't know what? Self. You always had a saying, how long you been in knowledge of self? You be like, man, I've been in knowledge of self. Do you know yourself really? Well, all our books and all our writings and all our doctrines told us is how to know how we operate and how we behave. And we're going to touch on a few things that is going to be powerful information. It says Moses, our master, physiologized, right? This word right here, physiology, is dealing with what? How the body works. So when I go in today, don't think that it's some pseudoscience that's applied to an ancient knowledge, because our forefathers were wise and intelligent back then. So all the information that you get from Kimmy, all the information that you get from Suma was a message that was sent down from our people. And no, I'm not showing you information to show information. I'm showing information so we know who we are as a people and what we can do. This is from Josephus, so his understanding was the same. Here you see 4 Egyptian deities besides 4 what? Hebrew words. You have Noon. What is Noon? The primordial what?
Waters.
Waters. You got Keku and Koshek is the what? Darkness. Then you got Hihu, which is what? Utter chaos.
Tohu Wavohu, the other chaos, and Amun, which is Ruach Elohim, is the spirit of the Creator, and Amun in its original state was known as the wind, known as a wind god. But these are things that you have to understand, because ancient cosmology, science does not belong to one individual group. Science belongs to what? Everyone. Everybody who has information, all our people that went in the struggle, who went throughout the pyramids, who went throughout all of these ziggurats, went through all of these places, traveled from here to here, had information that we needed for one another. Now, I just showed you this picture. You say it's a Greek depiction, and I want you to see this Greek depiction. Because one of the things I want you to understand is that pre-Homeric Greek is not Greek. It's Hebrew. It's a form of Hebrew. If you understand anything about a man called Charles Thomas used to work for the government and work for the president. When he retired, he walked around with a Septuagint, a Greek Septuagint, and looked for somebody to translate it for him, because nobody can translate it for him. You know who translated it? The Native American Indians. How was that possible? Because they knew that the man was coming, and they asked him, how you coming with my book? Look up Charles Thompson. Charles Thompson. You can Google him. But I show you this because the Greeks understood when they were taught the history or the Hebrew and the Egyptian. They was a mix. They was getting information from all places. That they knew that everything was dealing with a science. Most of your Latin words in science are actually Hebrew words that have Hebrew origin. So when you read the scriptures now, you see the correlation between the two words. But this is supposed to be a depiction of God, right? Then he has angels behind it. We know that. Let's not look at the image. But let's think what Michelangelo was thinking about, right? In it, this finger, I don't know if anybody knows this picture. What is the finger touching?
Man's hand.
Man's hand, and that man is supposed to be who? Adam. What is this?
Brain.
The right hemisphere of the brain. And this was dealing with the Garden of Eden. So when you're talking about the Garden of Eden, the right hemisphere of the brain, you're talking about what? Our minds. So when you talk about the east, the garden was in the east, it's talking about the right, where we was separated from our intuitive side. So it says man only used 10% of his brain because the other 90% is locked down on the intuitive side. So don't think that we as people, we can't see that these people took science and think that they created something awesome when all they did was rewrite books and change name, and they gave you a religion and sold it to you as a myth. But didn't take the ancient visions and the ancient allegories as to be what? Science. So now you don't know that when you're cast out of this garden, you're cast out of somewhere of a spiritual essence to connect with the Creator. I was reading, what's the brother name? Ra Amun, I think Netta. He's write books. Never, can. I was reading his book. It was dealing with the black family. Right? And I seen this. When I seen this, my mind jumped. Where did my mind go? It went back to what? The scriptures. Because now you have the garden or the history, because in Bereshit means what? In the beginning, but the Rosh, the Hebrew word for Rosh means head.
Yes.
So we're talking about in the mind now. You're talking about in the brain. So when I see that we have a reptilian part of our brain, then that Nakash and that serpent in the Bible starts to make sense now. Think about it. What does the reptilian part of the brain deal with? Sexual desires. Survival. Huh? Well, in rebellion in some aspect, but it's about survival. And it's about reproduction. What is the hardest thing to conquer? Sexual desires. When you see a woman trying to entice a man, she sway her hips. She bat her eyes. She lick her tongue. That's reptilian. That's what? For reproduction. Think about it. It says the serpent was the most cunning of the field. You have primates, the mammals, and the reptilian part of the brain. The field it was talking about was the mind. That is the hardest thing to overcome. And men can tell you that, right, brothers?
Amen.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing. That's the hardest challenge in life. Now, I'm reading a book called Melanin by Brother Baba, right? And in the book, he starts talking about the locus coeruleus, which is at the tip of the brainstem where the most concentrated area of melanin is. Melanin is supposed to be known as what? The God serum, right? The liquid that connects you into what? The cosmos. And it's supposed to connect you to the Creator. That's how we're more connected than any other species. But what was the serpent always telling Eve? That she can become what? Like the Creator. So now you're starting to see the science and what's being presented to our brothers and sisters. So now that we cast out of the garden, the Creator casts us out of the garden, and He places what there? A cherubim, right? With a flaming rotating sword. Just don't take it like, oh, it's a big angel over there protecting it. We can't get back in it. Because that cherubim is what? What does it translate into your Latin? Cerebrum. So you cast out of a certain area of your brain, and the only thing that can get you back there is what? The energy of a rotating light. And what would that be? The sun. So now we can unlock these things, and we have to understand that these are the same things that can block us out, because if you're not a spiritual man, the sun possesses also negative energies. Positive and negative energy. You ever had a zodiac sign? You got a zodiac sign, right? Your zodiac sign, you got positive traits, and you have what? Negative traits. If you're not spiritual and don't cling to the higher source which created you, then you're influenced by the negative traits. So if you say, well, I'm a Cancer and I'm moody and I'm crabby, then you're more influenced by the moon than you are the divine source itself. So you have to overcome that. And this is what you see when you talk about the path of Asar, or you talk about Yisrael. He who striveth with God and striveth with man and prevails. Meaning he strives with the celestial energies, and he strives with what? The terrestrial energies and prevail. You're supposed to be over all these influences, and they should not have no negative effects upon you. So now you look and say, what is this? This is Hinduism, this is Buddhism. Brother, there's no science in the world that didn't come from us. So when we look at it, you see, well, brother, there's no 7 chakras in the body. In the Bible. The temple is your what? Your body. What was the name of the candle that was in the temple? A menorah. How many stems it had? 7 stems. At the end of the menorah, it had budding flowers. So it's dealing with a science that when they gave it to you as religion, you couldn't take it. You thought it was good for a while, then you say, you know what, I'm not getting nowhere. Because they took everything out the Bible. They took what the Bible took. They took everything out Egypt. They took everything out of Sumer. Everything was supposed to be people bowing to animals, people doing this and that. They didn't tell us the truth, what science was talking about. So that's why we developed a hatred for something that can get you back where you need to be. The angel wrestled Jacob. What can I do with an angel wrestling Jacob? I can't do nothing with it. It has to be something to it, right? Where did the angel hit him? In the hip. What does the hip deal with? It deals with the sensual, sexual, reproduction, the lower levels, and lower than that, the materialistic things in life. But this angel was an oppressor angel that challenged us to afflict us. Think about it. Only how they can keep you down is when they attack you with sexuality and the materialistic world. That's why all your music has something to do with what? Sex and money. The angel, no oppressor can stop you unless they keep you here. But what happened with Jacob? He prevailed and the sun came up, right? Which gave him that energy, because when you sleeping, that serotonin is being released and it's transferred into melatonin, and we can go on and on. But you need this to survive and become who you are. So it's directions inside of it that keep you closer to who you're supposed to be, but we didn't read it like that. We only read it how the pastor told you to read it. Gave you a little bit of feel-good information. Greeks would have spent all of that money, and they would have tore down all of these things to try to find out what that book was talking about. You don't know how valuable you were. They show you about the Roman Colosseum, but they don't tell you what sponsored the Roman Colosseum. You know what paid for the Roman Colosseum? All the spoils from the Second Temple. Look up the history. They took 3/4 of the spoils of the Second Temple and they built the Roman Colosseum. All right. So when I talk the scriptures, you say, well, brother, there's a lot of stuff in the scriptures that I don't agree with, and I'm not here to convert anybody. But what I'm showing you is the point that we stand on and things that we can use and apply in our life to become a better people. Just think about it. Circumceptor rhythms. Anybody ever heard of that? All right. The key word in here is septum, dealing with 7, right? Now, here goes a 4. And here goes a 3, which equals a 7. And this is the sign and the pattern they continue because they were showing you something with these circumceptor rhythms. You know that every 7 days your body has to rest, right? Science proves that. You ever did an extreme workout, the P90X, Insanity? They always give you that 1 day. But scientists discovered through epigenetics that every 7 years, because you got the 7-year Sabbath too. Remember that. Think about it. Every 7 years, your body can reprogram itself and reprogram its genes. And that's why they say after 7 years, your credit is, don't worry about that. We kind of cleared up for you. Because you could be what? A new person. So we have to start utilizing this transformation. But this is inside the scriptures. It's telling you about the sabbatical stuff. But then it tells you, and you look at it, it looks like it's in the image of a DNA strand. And this is what they always showed us. Exodus 31:13, be careful to keep my Shabbat day, for the Shabbat is a sign of the covenant between me and you from generation to generation. That's your sign. That's your covenant. These laws are genetic. So if you decided to go off and do whatever you wanted to do, it's still going to affect you if you don't follow a certain way of life. If you don't understand how your body works. We've seen this, and you've probably seen this in the debate, but most people who didn't see it or didn't go that far in the debate, and I watch a lot of people. A lot of people go online, and you know this, they watch the first 15 minutes or something, and they say, I seen it. I did, yeah, you the melanin, I'll tell you all about it. You only seen the first 15 minutes, what about the rest of the 45 minutes? Don't let that ADHD kick in, read it. So I came across a sphenoid bone, which is the foundation bone in your body. I mean, in your brain, right? And in your skull. Now, it has 4 wings, right? Now, when you're talking about building a temple, there's a place inside the temple that hosts the what? Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant has 4 wings. Inside the Ark of the Covenant is the what? The 2 tablets. Think about it now. Inside the sphenoid bone is 2 pituitary lobes. There's 10 commandments inside these 2 tablets. Inside your pituitary gland, it has 10 secretions. Inside this Ark of the Covenant that you connect to, because they said the voice of God comes from what? The Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant, when we talk about 2 cherubims covering it, cerebrum, cerebrum. God speaks to you through where? Your mind. We have just been destroyed and we cannot connect with the divine anymore. We don't know what our ancestors left us because we've been torn apart. So now, what else is in the Ark of the Covenant? You got a rod, Aaron's rod. Aaron's rod is in there. If you look at any Hinduism or Buddhism, Aaron's rod represents Kundalini energy. In fact, Aaron itself comes from the word oher in Hebrew, which means tangle, which means the same thing Kundalini means. This is why Aaron's rod keeps turning into a serpent. Does it start to make sense now? You have to unlock that energy in order to connect with the divine because you are a powerful people. Anybody know this man? Yes. B.F. Skinner. He's called the modern day Willie Lynch. He had pigeons in the box. And in these pigeons he had in the box, you would think the pigeons could read. But he'll train them to move a certain way or do what they want to do, and then they reward them with what? Food. But they always kept them malnourished because they know that when they're malnourished, they are controlled by whoever is what? Feeding them. You're malnourished. You're controlled by whoever is feeding you. So they did this to only train what? Humans. He comes out and says, the men and women in the earth think they have free will, but they don't have free will. If they knew what the cause of free will or the cause of what they're doing, they wouldn't believe in free will. We are only a product of our environment. We're a product of our environment. Our sisters go get with no good men. How is that possible? You've been to college for 7 years. You've been to college 7 years and he's playing video games. They didn't teach you in college that he's not the one for you. No, they didn't. They didn't tell you about relationships. Now, I don't get to do this on the Sabbath, but I want you to see this. And don't cover your eyes because your kids are seeing this. They seeing this. This is what's out there for your children. You see a little boy see this, he go happy. He don't know what he feeling. Hey, that's something wrong with me. Yeah, he happy. You wonder why he's so happy. Because this is what he sees. Even if he doesn't know what it means, it makes him feel a certain way. So from a young age, they're being programmed. This is how you get likes. When you see a young daughter take a picture like this, beat her.
Right.
Beat her. Because that's what's coming up. What's going to happen next? Yeah, babies and all that other stuff. Then you're going to get little. Then you're going to get low, and then you're going to be like, I didn't even know my girl could do the splits. I'm going to beat her behind when I get home.
Upside down the wall.
And be careful, because it's different now. You say my child can have this page or that page. Man, you just let 10 million people inside your house. So you was worried about one pervert. You was worried about one man snatching up your daughter. She got everybody on the internet coming for her. And your son. Because it's what? Today's society. Mom, you don't understand. I'll be good. You can check their posts. Check everything. Pretend you them sometime. Get their access code. I ain't playing. Don't allow them to go in their room and close the door.
Right.
Where they do that at?
Open that damn door.
What you in? You got personal life? Oh, let me sit down. Tell me about your personal life.
Right.
All right. Here you go. Yeah, y'all know these words. Y'all already know the words. Y'all got the tune in your head. Drunk in love. If your child is humming this, beat your child.
Beat her ass.
I don't care if the cops come and get me. I'm telling you, you're saving your child. We woke up in the kitchen saying, how the hell this whatever. I'm not good with that. Happened, oh baby, drunk in love, we be all night. Last thing I remember is our beautiful bodies grinding off that in the club. So it starts in the club, right? She's telling you she's drunk, she's in the club. This is where we go all the time, right? Girl, we're going to the club this weekend, right? I'm just going to hang out with my girls. For what? Oh, you want to listen to some music? I got music. Come on. I got music right here. You got music on your phone. Yeah, we can dance. I can learn. Yeah. Then I fill the tub halfway and ride it with my surfboard. So they telling her a new sexual position. This is what the kids are singing this song, I promise you. Little kids are singing this song. It's so catchy. I almost know the words. I had to see the video. I was like, let me see this video. I went and got a bottle. So surfboard, grinding on that wood. Grinding on that wood. I've been drinking watermelon. You know what you do when you drink out watermelon? You spit out the seeds.
Whoa. Oh, okay.
My daughter had to tell me that.
That went right over.
Yeah. I was like, watermelon, what that means? She was like, I was like, just tell me. You know what it means, you're doing that. I said, what? I said, how? She said, you spit out the seed with watermelon. I said, oh, I'm showing them this today. And I had to get up early, we wait to the last minute, so I was like, but this is the stuff that we talking about. Now we have to think about it. Let's start cutting off them radios, start cutting off them TVs. Let them hear some powerful stuff. Let them hear some of the brothers in here that come with the powerful words. Change their stuff, man. You just can't take it from them and say, no TV for you. Give them some TV that's inspirational, educational. Let them understand why, baby. I don't want you to be with a man who can't take care of you. I don't want you to be with a man who can't love you. Teach your children. Because the most important decision your child is going to make in their life is a mate. That's the most important. If no school teaches you how to pick a mate, why is that? My mother taught me, she said, baby, I want you to go to school, get an education. Then you get a good job. Then you get a career. I said, yes, mama, thank you. So I went to school and I was looking to get this education, but my mama forgot one thing. What did she forget to tell me? To be a good man.
Right.
To be a good husband. To be a good father. See, sometimes we're chasing that materialistic thing even if we think it's the right thing to do. You tell your child to go to school, they go to school and they're in debt. They come out in debt, you just put them into slavery. You just put your child in slavery, so now they got to pay back an education what you could have got just like John Henry Clark got on his own. Yeah. These images. Nicki Minaj, all of this stuff. Nicki Minaj got a new song with Malcolm on it. You see that? What they got to do with the song?
Nothing.
But you think nobody corrected her? You think nobody told her it was wrong? You think she don't feel wrong? She feel wrong, but she worked for the system.
Right.
People sell their souls. Do you remember that boy Houston? What was the song that he had? One song, it was a hit. Yeah, I like that. Hey man, he said when he got in there, they tried to turn him out. He took his own eye out. He took his own eye out. He said, what happened? He said, I lost my mind. At least he was fighting. At least he went out fighting. Now, I want y'all to pay attention. And don't yell it out yet, because I know a lot of y'all know what this is. But look closely. This is a strip club, right? Look like a strip club to me, right? This is your house. This is your son's bedroom. He's playing Grand Theft Auto 5. This is a video game. In the game Grand Theft Auto 5, when you take a break from robbing and stealing cars and robbing banks, you go to the strip club and you get points for sneaking fields when the bouncer is looking the other way. Extra point. He'll kick you out the club. He kick you out the club. Look at the white girl, right? That's white girl, right? Yeah. Black hands. Their hands are black, right? They already trained in your mind.
You know we love that white girl.
Yeah. For real. So when you talking about who's raising your child? Y'all didn't know this was going on in your bedroom, your children's bedroom. This is what they doing. You go in the club, they go in the club too.
Right.
Okay, Mom, I'll talk to you later. Same thing, they ain't got no drinks. But they just in the club. They like, ooh, you come home late, they go to bed late. They doing the same thing you did, but they brought it and put it in your house. And you don't care. And that's what I'm talking about. When Kalanchi coming up here talking about drop kicking them and stuff, we can't let them put this stuff out. Where we at? You can march for Troy Davis. That's a beautiful thing. But damn, march for your children. March for your children. Because that's the same thing that can happen to your child when you sitting there. You can take this. They brainwashing our own children. This what they doing? They're teaching their baby how to twerk.
Like they ain't drinking, but they drinking that purple drink.
That purple drink, huh? She said, I can't read this, I need help. It said, teaching my daughter how to twerk and take that D-I-C-K over that lunch. L-O something. B-I-T-C-H will be a boy killer one day. This is your life. This is what's going on in our community. This is what we're breeding. And you think it's, oh, that's not me. It's you too.
Right.
It's called epigenetics. Anything that's around you is going to affect you. It's going to affect you. You ever seen American Idol and somebody hit that note and it feel like you hitting that note? When that brother was singing earlier, Malachi was singing, I was feeling it. It was tingling in my brain. Roses bloom. I was singing that. You couldn't tell me I wasn't singing that. It's called empathetic neurons. You're connected to a person in here. You're connected to everyone. Your body is built to love. You got a headache? You know what you can do to cure that headache? They teach you to go get aspirins, right?
Right.
Won't you have sex with your mate? That's better than popping that nasty pill. Won't you cuddle? How about go outside and sit in the sun? Simple stuff that they can teach you, but your body is built for love. Every time you do something good, your brain rewards itself with dopamine. It's like you get a natural high. When you go feed the homeless, you like, you get away, you like, man, I feel good.
Yeah.
You feel like you the Messiah. What this brother did? I gave out sandwiches today. Now, this is a problem. Because he sucks. Gay don't make you better. I don't care what community you think you in, this should not make you a better player. The gay athlete. He's not athletic.
Right.
Just because he's 7 foot don't make him a good athlete. He was averaging 2 points a game. Yeah, he's 7 feet tall.
And Jay-Z put him in the game.
Man, please. I ain't gonna say it. But Obama calls him and congratulates him. Obama's a faggot. Let me tell you that. And I say that, and I thought, everybody like, I think he's going to change it the last day. He's going to let every black person go. Watch. But he called this man and congratulated him, and so his wife, his militant wife that we thought was militant, they sent him an email too, congratulations. But the problem was, this man is married with kids. Yeah, he's married with kids. So now he come out and the Nets put him on the team, and he set a pick. And at halftime, he got to stand and know. I can set a pick. And I'm not playing. This is not right. But it's the poison that's in there. So we got to start speaking out against stuff like this. This is standard statistics about what? Men who have sex with men still represent the largest group of people living with AIDS in Atlanta at 51%. You can tell me ain't nothing wrong with homosexuality all you want. I just want to share some information with you. 16% of AIDS cases result from injection, drug use, and proportion of AIDS in women has grown from 4% to 19% since 1987. While African Americans make up 29% of Georgia's population, they represent 77% of new AIDS cases in Georgia, and 63% of all existing AIDS cases in Atlanta were among this group. That don't hurt you? African American women account for 87% of all women with AIDS in Atlanta. 87% is almost 90%. That's almost all of us.
Right.
We should be scared. You should be scared now. Think about this. When that man come and rub your thigh, you should knock his hands off your leg. Get away from me.
Get your ass away.
Get away from me. Your life is in jeopardy. You don't see that? So you think, oh, I want to make him happy, so I'm just going to sleep with him. I don't want to lose him. You about to lose yourself.
Right.
Y'all need to all go. Hey, let's go. Where we going? Yeah, we went out to P. Diddy restaurant last week. I said, where we going this week? To the doctors. Yeah, go check Inky out before you get in a relationship. See if we can find out if anything wrong with these people. Because we gotta what? Protect ourselves. 50% of new HIV infections are occurring in youth 16 and 24 years old. Now, I want you, anybody, and I ask, maybe I want King Noble's very active in the community. Let's go start asking these young people, how many sex partners they have. Watch what they tell you. You're going to be blown away. And somewhere in your mind you think, not my child. When your child deals off empathetic neurons, they will, even if they're not like that, they will do that just to fit in and survive. Yes, they will try to survive. It's just natural for them to adapt to their environment. I was 16 years old. My brothers be like, they call you a virgin. I ain't no virgin. I had sex with all type of girls. They're like, you're lying. I'm like, nah, you just don't know them. They always moving. But I was serious.
Hey, some people nowadays don't give a fuck about getting an STD, man.
They don't care. And they spread it. And they spread it.
And they spreading it.
Yeah.
Confident.
But let me tell you how you try to fit in so bad. You know, I go walk down the supermarket. I'm young, 16 years old. I go down the fish department and wipe my hand across the fish. Yeah, brothers, I ain't no bird. Smell this. Smell this. You know what I mean? We would do anything to try to fit in. We do anything to try to fit in. Young people do anything. You ever seen the kids? They start drawing on a little mustache, you know, shading a little extra because they want to make themselves seem like an adult. Everybody on Instagram and Facebook aren't who they say they are. I used to have an online class, and I had to learn that these people online are the most dangerous people. So the last lecture I did before I went off was called The Man Behind the Online Mask. Everybody on here is somebody spectacular. They are Amun resurrected in the flesh, mixed with Horus. They are the Messiah. They are everything you want them to be. But in real life, they people hurting and struggling inside and waiting for somebody to share their pain with. Here goes some pictures. This is what they got now. My daughter tried to tell me that I got this stuff on, but look at Diddy and Rick Ross.
Are those Photoshop?
Huh?
Are those Photoshop?
I don't care if it's Photoshop, it's real anyway.
Hey, I'm real.
Yeah, they ain't make it that far. That ain't Photoshop. I know that ain't. I seen that live. Now this is what our brothers and stuff are wearing now. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's no different, but if it's based on culture, then that's different. This is not based on culture because the purpose behind this is somebody is showing them to wear this, and they're doing it for a reason. They're doing it for a reason. All right. I'm not going to keep you too long. I want to go into intersexual mate selection. My first question to y'all is, who choose better mates, men or women? Men. Men choose better mates. You say men sleep with anybody. Yes, they do, but their main woman is like their mother. Their main woman is like their mother. They know what they're doing. Men are so they don't even introduce you to the ugly girl. Or the girl that's not cool, they don't introduce you to them. They don't even bring them around the homies. You ain't never met the homies, something wrong. But because men are they think in their mind, they want to fit in, so they're not going to do anything to embarrass themselves. Where sisters, they don't have that father figure in the house. So that leaves an open door. Who controls who they have? The media. The media. You sisters ever wonder why I keep on getting in bad relationships? The media is getting you in bad relationships. Because guess what? Who was the first male image we started to see on TV? Shaft and Goldie, right?
I can turn it too.
Yeah, they were pimps.
Right.
So naturally, you're being programmed because remember what Inky said, people are trained not by what you're saying, but what you're doing. Yes. They're seeing this. So now in your mind, the pimp is the man. He is the man. And he even resurrected himself in the late 90s, in the early 2000s. But then after that, we got what? They said the pimp is running out. We got to find a new male image to give them. What came out? Boys in the Hood.
Right.
Boys in the Hood. Boys in the Hood came out. I went to the store and bought me a pacifier.
Right.
Yeah. I had a pacifier in my mouth. Because it influenced me. And I look back and I say, boy, you was stupid. You was stupid. The guy with the pacifier wasn't even the coolest one.
Right.
You know what I mean? So now, you look at it, and it says, in intersexual mate selection, you would say, I would never get with none of these men. You're a liar. You know why? Because the song tell you, I love me some Mr. Wrong.
Right.
Every good girl wants a bad guy.
What's wrong with Steve Harvey?
I'm going to get to Steve Harvey. All right? Because he hate Al Sharpton, I hate Steve Harvey. All right? Yeah. But, yeah. Now, you say, I can't believe it. I keep on picking these bad guys over and over again. I don't understand. It's only what you're listening to and what you're watching. Because guess what? These are dominant males. You know, in the animal kingdom, you see the male, they fight him out. The women sit back and the men just fight it out. And the other male be like, he go off about his way. The women go with the dominant male. Whoever the dominant male is, that's where the women go. So these are the dominant males in our society. Yes, they portray them to be the dominant males. So they're created like they have swagger, which is not even a word. It doesn't mean anything. It was something that was made up. But then you got Steve Harvey. And I want to show you something, women, to help you. Because he wrote a book, and I want to tell you the truth. Think like a man. No, a man doesn't even think like a man.
Right.
So why are you telling him to think like a man and he ain't even thinking like he's supposed to be thinking?
Right.
One thing you need to understand, a man does not understand himself. He doesn't understand what he's supposed to be doing. He's in a European society trying to practice monogamy when he knows he's polygamous.
Right. Right.
Y'all all black African power, y'all gonna hide under the chair now? Y'all so black power, but when it comes to polygamy, you be like, man, I'm not down with that part. Yeah. It's 11 women to 1 man. Go to your job tomorrow and ask how many of your friends got boyfriends. Everybody gonna raise their hand. Y'all need to shut the doors down and wherever you work, and we need to have a meeting, because how is this possible? How is everybody at your job got a man when the ratio is 11 to 1?
Right.
Because some of y'all sharing and don't even know it. But a man has to lie now. He starts to lie because society tells him that that's not supposed to happen. So he does it anyway, and he lies to our women, and now our women feel that there's something wrong with them. You know, I want to tell you something, sisters. Don't ever think something is wrong with you. Because, oh, he left me. He went with another woman. Why does he have a woman on the side? What's wrong with me? No, it's a nature of the man. The man just needs to step up and be the man and give you the option to know what you're facing. That's all they need to do. Yeah. Be real, you don't worry. I went to man after man and they just can't be happy. What am I doing? You're not doing nothing wrong. We ain't learned who we are. We don't know who we are. And I know it's hard for some of you to say, I don't want to share, but if we are going back into an African or a cultural society, this is going to have to be practiced.
Right.
It has to be practiced, or they're going to have lesbianism.
Right.
That's just what's going to happen. That's just what's going to happen. It's going to be a bunch of lesbians.
Right.
Because guess what? Everybody's built to be loved. Everybody's main goal, they want love, then riches. Sometimes as young men, we chase the riches, but we really want to be loved.
You just got to pay for women.
Now, yeah.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
Yeah.
But you got to take care of them. That's it. But let's look. Steve Harvey, right? Let me tell you how this works. Okay? And this is in my book, Ancient Science of Love. All this information is in this book. Steve Harvey has an outfit on, and I'm pretty sure this outfit cost about $5,000, right? Now let's keep that in mind. Let's remember Steve Harvey. When you go to the club and the man buys out the bar, do you think he bought out the bar because he's worried about everybody in there being thirsty? No. He is not concerned with you being thirsty. He's urinating on his area. He's showing you that he's the what? Alpha male. What satisfies an alpha male? Sisters. They satisfy their egos. He is wearing a $4,000 outfit because he is baiting women. Think about it. If Steve Harvey puts out a book about Think Like a Man, then all the women come to who? Yeah. Steve Harvey. Y'all fell for that? Y'all fell for that?
Steve Harvey, I talked to a man, Steve Harvey. How else do I talk to a man, Steve Harvey?
Yeah, that's all they keep on calling. My husband, they came home in 18 days. Is he cheating on me? Steve Harvey like, well, if you don't know by now. And he's telling them, yes, the guy is wrong, but let's correct the problems. My brother, if you're real with a woman, she'll love you more.
Yes. Exactly.
She will love you more.
I know from the gate.
I started out on my wife, one of my wives, the senior one, I think she's on the other side right now. I started out with her, and my first year I learned it doesn't even pay to lie. Like my mother tried to set me up. I was coming one day, my mother had 2 girls coming in the same house. She invited both of them to dinner. I'm like, mother, you traitor. I called Wayne and I had to cancel it out. Oh no, I'm sick. I'm not even coming. Oh, my stomach hurt. But what happened is, I said, yo, stop lying. But when I lied, I thought because nobody else was going to like me, or nobody else was going to love me if I lied, or nobody else would want to be with me if I lied. That's low self-esteem. Believe in yourself. Guess what happens now? I started telling the truth, right? I was like, I'm in the mall, I'm like, hey, and she's like, oh, you're so, yeah, I like you. What? You're tall and all of this. I'm like, okay, all right. Here go my number, and I have a wife. What? You have a wife? Oh my goodness, that's crazy. And you're talking to me like this isn't norm in the society, but why are you telling me this? I would never call you. Hey, this is the girl at the mall. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. You know what? I like the fact that you're real. And that's what they like. They like that you're real. Lying is hard. It is. You be like, where you been? Hold on, let me check. Oh, I told her this day, so I was supposed to, this gotta connect with this. All right, I'm ready. Yeah. You gotta call your friend, hey, I was at your house last night. Oh, no, you were. I was at your house last night. That's hard work, man, just be real. Because all the women, she gonna say, you know what, and you know what, women, and you're gonna believe me. Why are women attracted to men with women? Because that man is walking with his resume. When you struggled your whole life and that man was walking around and you was looking for somebody to take care of your kids and be a part of your life and be a father, and then you see him with his wife and he's taking care of his kids and being the father, that woman is drawn to him. Because he's doing the job. She's thinking about what? Survival. She's thinking about survival. So you're like, yeah, girl, my man, you know, when he in the bed, he do all of this and that. You stupid. You are doing a commercial for your man. You're doing a commercial. Try my man. Side effects, happiness. You know, I mean, you got all of these things. So you got to be mindful. When you bragging, these are the things that you got to realize. So our sisters, take time. There's two things you can be. If the man sleep with you on the first day, right? You're a dollar store woman. You want to value yourself? Let him wait. Well, on your way up, now you Walmart. Then you J.C. Penney's. You know, then you become Neiman Marcus. You all of these things and you start moving up. That's what you got to think about. Value yourself. Because guess what? A man going to tell you who he is. A man can't lie too long. He ain't going to lie too long because he can't keep it up. His mind is not, he just get tired. Oh, I just want to play video games, leave me alone. You know, a man like video games, it's just nothing. I mean, they just sit there playing, it's action-packed. Men are simple creatures. They're not complex. There's sometimes our sisters are like, the men are like a PlayStation 4. They good for games. They stick to the topic. Sisters are like computers with too much stuff in it. They start to overload because of stuff they don't even use. You know, so these are the things that we got to consider. But let's start being real and building our relationships. The do's and don'ts in a relationship. This is just some of the stuff in the book. But the book is really, it has stories. And one of the stories I shared, some of them are true stories, some of them are made up. But one of the stories I shared, I was at an elder house. And the elder, he had a younger woman. He was like 55 and the woman was like either early 40s. She was beautiful, right? He said, you know, I said beautiful. You got a beautiful, you know what I'm saying? So every time she walked by, the elder would touch her. I'm like, this is some freaky stuff. But every time he walked by, the elder would touch her. He said, you think I'm a freak, huh? I said, no, I don't think you're a freak, no, son. He said, women love when you touch them. He said, every time that woman passed you, let her know that you recognize her, you know that she's there, that you recognize her presence. Let your queen know that you're aware that she's there. And she came out the kitchen like, that's why I'm with him. I went home, I was like, things started to change around the house, you know what I mean? All right, don't be judgmental. We have to be mindful of that because a lot of times we can be judgmental in our relationships, but when we're judging other people, we're not judging them like we would judge ourselves. You know, somebody make a mistake, like, oh, dang! What the hell you do that? You can't be that stupid. Ain't nobody in the world that dumb. Man, somebody did that to you. You wouldn't like that. So be cautious and remember that you too have flaws. Don't make the same mistake twice. Because it ain't a mistake if you make it twice. That means that's what you want to do. And what you're trying to do. Don't undermine your spouse's authority. Now, sisters, I want to tell you this. A wise woman knows how to run her house without saying she runs her house.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? No. I make more than you. Please. No man with another man. You started, is that a mustache? Like, no. Guess what? He gonna run to the first thing that's tender to him.
That's right.
He gonna be like, welcome to Walmart. She gonna be like, hey, ooh, did you say that? Say that again? Hey, ooh. You soft, yeah. You don't want to go back with that kickbox at the house.
Thank you.
Like, man. Where you going? You like, going home? You don't want that. That's dangerous. Let the man feel at home. The man is not complex. You just need a certain thing. Make it a glass of wine. Kick his foot. Make sure his television is on. But you have to learn how to be what he likes. Let's say a man likes football. You don't have to like football. But you better learn how to read a book and lay on his lap while he's watching football.
Right.
Like, I don't do what he does. I'm going over here. No. Because guess what? He's going to spend all the time asking some questions. He may not seem like he's feeling bothered. Just cuddle under him. You know what I'm saying? A man is simple. He's simple. But a woman is complex. But guess what? You said, my wife is too emotional. She's too emotional. Well, what you want, a guy?
Right.
She's going to be emotional. What do you want, a man? You better tend to that. You better tend to that. Tell her you love her. A man be like, you know I love you. I'm here, right? No, you got to tell her. You be like, I love you. She's like, you just playing with me, right? You ain't say that in 2 hours. It's true. Keep telling these women, tell them you love them. You want to build them up because they're your queens, man. Imagine that woman you with, and tomorrow she's not here no more.
Right.
Imagine that all that stuff y'all was making up and y'all was fighting about, that stuff don't mean nothing no more. See that woman in the coffin. See your husband in the coffin. You gonna want your baby back, huh? You gonna want your lover back. You wish you could do anything to bring her back. Do everything to keep her here. Do everything to keep her safe. Protect her. The lion is a lion, but when he's with his wife, he ain't no lion no more. They all cuddling. You see that? All you got to do is cuddle. He laid up. That's what you need to be laid up. You don't always have to have the big people stuff. Sometimes just enjoy each other's presence. Because guess what? Sometimes in sex you can become an addict. And it's too much for you. And I say this, and I don't mind the children in here because guess what? They're teaching them about sex in school. I want to give them a real sex education. Don't tell them, oh, I don't want them, because they don't know. And that's another problem. We don't teach our kids about none of this stuff, so they go out and figure it out themselves.
Right.
There ain't nothing wrong with sex. There's something wrong with sex when you're doing it with somebody you ain't supposed to be doing. That's the problem.
That's right.
And our sisters, you know, you got to start removing. There's a saying in Ezekiel, it said, I gave you material and you made male images out of them and started to lay with them. When you have material things and you're making sex with an object, you are out of control. You are out of control. Think about it. My Thunderstick 2012. Throw it away. Because what's happening is you're desensitizing your clitoris.
No, for real.
So when you really get it, you don't know what it's about.
They can't even come.
Yeah, you went through, you done made the breakers go out in the house, ran all the batteries out.
That's a lot of power.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they cause cancer, yes. Don't hold grudges. Now, this is one thing that I'm really strong about. Let me tell you, brothers and sisters, if you don't want to be in a violent relationship, don't hold a grudge. Brothers, if you don't want to be in a violent relationship, don't hold a grudge. You know what happens when you're in the house and y'all just walk past each other like, that's friction. You know how you totally don't look in their direction like, what do you want?
that stuff builds up, and guess what it does? It explodes.
Right.
It explodes. It explodes. Go back. You know what? You argue with her. Sometimes you don't even have to apologize. Just go behind her, kiss on her neck, hug her. You know, baby, I love you. That's all you might have to say sometimes. Sometimes you just got to tell her and speak to her. Our sisters need that loving. Let me tell you, our sisters, when you have sex with a male, you release a certain hormone that's called the bonding hormone, meaning you're attached to this man. You're not built to go from man to man to man to man to man to, you're going to explode.
Right.
You walking around the house, oh. What happened? Too much. You were built to be with that person, and you know what the man releases? He releases a territorial hormone. So that's why when you read in the scriptures, it said, and he shall have dominion over his wife, and she shall what? Desire him. It's not a command, it's the way of science. Because he's territorial, because that's his domain. When he loves you more, he wants to protect you. So allow him to feel that protection. Don't be like, oh, where you at? Well, I'm at with the co-workers at the job. And, you know, who's it? Who's the co-worker? John. John? Ah, he's just a co-worker. He doesn't think like that. Women, y'all gotta be silly. Y'all gotta be silly. Man, y'all gotta be silly. Every man doesn't think like you. Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. If you don't believe me, go on your Facebook page or your Instagram page and say, I'm stressed, my man has hurt me.
Well, here, baby, I can talk to you. I come over and bring you.
Oh my goodness, everybody gonna like, what's the matter, Empress Queen of the Galaxy? And they're gonna be like, someone do cares. No, someone had game just like he gamed you before. He just ran out of game. Somebody ready to upgrade. I got this. That's how men be waiting for the women to fall out the relationship. They like, woo! I got you. I got you. Yeah. Them dykes be waiting. And you know what? A dyke is a dyke because they like the power of a man. They like the control. Only thing they do is be more man than a man. I used to watch the dykes. They used to have their wife, and they be like this. Get them Cheerios on the bottom shelf. Yeah. They would point the girl, go get it, and you know what? She was doing her job only because the dyke was taking care of her. So it's a void in our community because we can't take care of our women, or we're not trying to take care of our women because we're too busy trying to be thugs. Don't let your mind wander during conversations. Now you know, a lot of us in our mind, our ego is being challenged. We have to understand this, that our brain releases a neuropinephrine, right? It releases a neuropinephrine when someone challenges your view. You know when the other time your body releases that neuropinephrine? When someone is about to kill you. So when somebody challenges your view, your body is acting like what? Somebody trying to murder you. Until you develop a higher self, a spiritual self, then that neuropinephrine will not be released in your brain. But when you're in the foolish area or foolish level in your life, anybody that tells you something can't tell you nothing because they're trying to kill you in your mind. So it's time for us to develop it where we can listen and hear what needs to be said and set the condition and the tone for what could be said. Perfect example, woman, you want to take a man about himself? Don't just go up to him and just bark on him. Rub his back. Want that beer, baby? You want that cold one you had in the refrigerator? Like, yo, extra sweet. Put your lingerie on. You're like, oh, baby, you the best today. He said, oh, baby, I just wanted to talk to you about a few things. You set that atmosphere. Don't come in there with the hoodie on. Right. We know it's warm. We can talk? I don't want to talk. You got them grandma drawers on. I don't want to talk. You got to come with the love. Make sure you love your woman. This is beautiful because we have black love. We've just been tainted for so long. We try to live life like the Europeans. We try to chase after materialistic things. And the purest thing in the world is just to be loved by one another. Said, love thy neighbor as thyself. The problem is we don't know how to love ourselves. When I look at Inky stuff sometimes and I be like, dang, man, can I eat anything?
But at the same time, I'm like, yo, I'm not suicidal. And I said, how many people here are suicidal? What's the definition of suicidal? Someone who kills himself or tries to kill himself. If you know you're killing yourself with the stuff you eating, then you're suicidal.
Right.
You're suicidal. I ain't suicidal. You got coke all dripping up the side of your nose. No, I'm good. I love myself. All right. Women, you have a real big problem with this. Don't let your spouse try to read your mind. When a man asks you what's wrong, tell him what's wrong. Nothing. What's wrong? Nothing. You just move like that for what? See, men to pick up, guess what? We know things. Just like women know things. Women, you know when your man cheating, you feel it. Yeah, nobody even got to show you it. Don't show me nothing, girl. I already know. Well, I feel it. You connected. I feel it. You got to feel that. You know when he's somewhere else. And you know how, you know when your man is going, when your man starts fussing over little things and start pushing you away.
Right.
That means he's trying to set you up and push you out of his life.
Right.
Because he's making room for a new woman. That's what you have to stop. We have to stop as men. We have to recreate ourselves because your relationship needs to be rekindled. You know, we have accepted the fact that, oh, we're going to love crazy for the first year, but then when we get into our 10th year, it's just going to be business. We think that's natural. No, it ain't. She's still the same woman you fell in love with.
Right.
She may have a couple of added tires or something around like that, but guess what? Work it out. And I'm not telling you let yourself go, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you, you should always be competing. As a man, you coming in and you 400 pounds, and you sitting on the couch and you got goat stains on your tank top, and your wife sitting there watch Tyrese and all of these brothers walk across the screen like this. You know what she like. So you say, baby, you watch this movie all the time. Yeah, like he's my favorite actor. I'm going to LA Fitness. That's what you got to do. Compete for your wife. Love her. Shoot. Say, you like a six-pack? No, not really, baby. Be real. Do you like a six-pack? Yes. All right, well, I'm going to get it. Yeah, I've been doing the sit-ups, man. I'm going to give me a body wrap. You know, whatever you can do, man, just live up and compete. Compete for the love of your spouse. And they're going to love you. You come back and that stuff fitting right, and your man, you looking right. You know what I mean? Nobody want to lay on no ribs. But that man come back and you put on your chest, you know you've been working at the gym for like 3 months, you put on that chest like. You know the pictures that be on Instagram? You don't look nothing like that. No women like, woo! A man walking with a sister over her shoulder, all muscle cut up. She want that. She want that. She don't care about what you look all in the face. She just show her some security.
Right.
Show her some security. Throw her her shoulder. Even if you're struggling, you get better. We almost did, bro. No. Next time, I'm only going to drink 4 beers, but I can't do this for 5. We're going to get there, and I drink the other 2 when we get to the bed.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes you got to work it out, but get there. And she's always going to love you. And that could go on about polygyny, but we already touched polygyny. And I want you to understand, be real with your man and talk to him. Ask him, do you like other women? If he say no, he's lying. You might want to leave him.
Right.
It's true. You say, yeah, I like other women. They're very attractive. Be real. Have this conversation. Because you know what happens? When you're in a polygamous relationship, most of you have best friends, right?
Right.
Your best friend should be your sister wife.
Right.
You know why? You tell all your business anyway.
Right.
So, this is what happens. If your best friend is not your sister wife, then what happens? You tell her your business. She goes into bed with her man. She tells him your business. He go tells the homies. You see how that works?
Right.
When your sister wives, you talk about your man, dog him out all you want. It didn't leave the house.
Right.
This is the stuff that works. Yeah, it didn't leave the house. Y'all just said that to each other, right? Right, children? I'm good. I'll work on me. Yeah, this is the thing you have to consider. Because it's not natural. A woman wants somebody to be around her. We are not natural. We're not naturally. Men don't walk up, hey, I think I got cancer, man. Feel my left testicle. We don't do that. Sisters be like, girl, feel society tell you, I ain't telling you about y'all do get down. I'm not saying all that. But what I'm saying is build a strong family. The stuff that you're rejecting is actually something you need or something you want.
That's
right.
It's something you want. Don't let this society tell you what you can be. Let's start taking out these all of these channels and TVs. Man, these cartoons, I can't even watch Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network, oh my goodness, they were cursing on Cartoon Network.
Don't forget Family Guy.
Family Guy, they tell you all of this stuff, and they're telling your children what's about to happen into the world in the next episode.
Right.
Your kids know, Mama, I knew that. What's the dog name? Brian told me. Brian told me they were going to blow up in Boston.
Right.
You know, everything's on there.
Brian said it was going to be a man and a dog getting married.
Yep, he already know. And that's the thing. But if anything you took from this tonight is to do what Kalanji said, is let's fight against all that negative stuff that's polluting our community. Let's don't stand for it. Let's go home and love our spouse. If we don't have no spouse, hold off a little bit. Calm down. Love is going to come. Be very, very cautious and watch yourself, because men can carry diseases and they don't have it themselves. They just like Santa Claus with the disease. They just dropping off the gifts. These are some of the things we have to realize. Hey, here you go. You've been naughty. And change your diet. And with that, all praise is due to the supreme intellect. And I know time is short and y'all ready to go. But I want my brother King Noble to give us a few words before we get out of here. King Noble, appreciate you, big brother.
Thank you all. It's been a pleasure. I really don't come to speak. I come to just show my support. The brothers have made some powerful statements. I've been very enlightened from what I heard. I think it was a good variation. It was a very well-rounded dissertation. I think the brothers hit all levels. So I want to thank them for being vigilant, because I see the conscious community is growing here in ATL, and we need it. And we need a real conscious community, not the stuff that we just seeing up north, where it's just about making money and debating and waiting on UFOs. We need a real communal, family conscious community, and that's why I come here. I come here to show my support. One thing I want to add, though, is that let's not forget who our enemy is. And before we start to want to attack each other for any reason physically, let's get our enemy first. I know we got some black devils among us, and there's some people within our communities that need to be dealt with for many different reasons. But I think we are not justified in any attacks on one another until we first have the courage to attack our enemy. That's a fact. So, I don't support any violence against each other. We've seen enough violence. We got guns for each other.
Right.
We're already ready to kill each other. That's nothing new. If we go out here and handle niggas, it's not new. That's old. Let's handle this cracker.
Right.
That's my position. So I'm organizing an army, not for us,
That's right.
but for our real enemy. And once we deal with him, a lot of these issues that we have among us, a lot of them will be neutralized automatically, because they just hide behind white supremacy. The devil is the #1 protector of evils within our own community.
Right.
Once you deal with him, then a lot of those evils are going to drop out. So I want us among us to realize too that when we deal with each other, for whatever our negatives are within our own community, when that's all over with, the white man gonna deal with us
Right.
for dealing with our own. So we end up in jail, we end up locked up, we end up going up against the white man, as we can see with Brother Jamil Al-Amin. He was just trying to bring justice in the West End. He was just a stand-up person. But the white man, the enemy of both, the one that he was taking care of and handling, and himself, the white man is the enemy of our enemy. You follow? So sometimes we even have to put our differences aside and even organize with that enemy to deal with the real enemy. Do y'all hear what I'm saying?
Right.
A lot of times we want to take out the drug dealers and gangbangers in our community because we don't agree with that. We tired of seeing that. But we got the same enemy that the drug dealer has. Do y'all hear me?
Black supremacy.
We got the same enemy that the gangbanger has. And to show you when we go deal with that enemy, that our mutual enemy gonna deal with us. Is that correct? So let's keep that in mind. And a lot of times, I have to admit, I'm an internet gangster. I don't apologize. I do keyboard karate. But many are lucky that that's all that I do. Because that's non-violence. For me to get on the internet and just say, you know, you talking some bullshit, you on some bullshit, that's peaceful. That's giving you an opportunity to say, well, let me look at myself.
Right.
We need more internet gangsters among ourselves. We need more people to do keyboard karate, because that will keep non-violence within our own community. And when we need to be gangster, we need to become gangster against our enemies.
Right.
I'm not just an internet gangster because I can't come and see people in real life and show up and deal with them. That's a method of non-violence. That's a peaceful approach to differences. You follow? That's a peaceful approach to addressing the problems, because we don't need to be killing each other over ideology,
Over nothing.
over philosophy. We don't need to be killing each other over that. So I think that we need to effectively use internet gangsterism among one another. I think that more people need to do that. I think it'll be less shootouts in our community if they just got on Facebook and said, you know what, nigga, I get you. Huh? Put down their guns and it'd be peaceful. Our children could go out and play, because the thugs would just run in the house and get on Facebook. Right? So be an internet gangster amongst your own, and be a real gangster when it comes to the white man.
Right.
That's a fact. The violence among each other has to stop. I did not become conscious to become violent and negative against my own people. I could just stay in the community. If I wanted to whoop somebody's ass and beat somebody down, I didn't have to become. What's the point of becoming conscious?
Right.
You follow? We became conscious to address larger social political situations that cause the type of repression that leads to the violence and negativity that exists within our community. Am I correct?
Right.
Yes. We want to become conscious of the bigger picture. If it's just over some territory of us just now we used to be this type of gangbanger, now we're a conscious gangbanger. Now we gangbanging for Kemet. Now we gangbanging for Israel. It's just a different type of gangsterism that's going to add to the gangsterism that's already going out. Now we're not even dealing with the enemy. We're fighting against one another.
Right. Like the white man want us to.
We're fighting against one another. I can take criticism. Everybody has a right to their own opinion. I don't feel like I have to whoop nobody down or go kill nobody or go murder somebody for their opinion. That's worse than a white man.
Right.
At least the white man, you're supposed to have freedom of speech, right? You get them unconscious people, you don't even have freedom of speech.
Right.
Niggas are ready to kill you over your ideology. Am I right? Just because you disagree with them. They're ready to kill you. I could disagree with somebody in the hood, they say, well, brother, you just on that deep shit, man. I don't fuck with him. But let you disagree with a conscious person. Nigga, I'll kill you over killing. Huh? But won't kill a white man. Won't kill a cracker. But let me disagree about the true origin of Egypt, or whether it's Kemet, or whether we're Moors, or whether we're black, or whether we're ready to die over that with one another. So that mentality hasn't changed. Stop the violence among one another. And those that are violent, that are continuing violent, we need to quarantine them, man. Literally. We need to get them, kidnap them, not beat them down, and just light a whole bunch of incense or something, play some meditation music, like, man, just chill out, man. Can't you see the white man is our enemy? You follow? Relax. Can't you see that we're in the situation and the offenses that we have among one another is because the white man is our enemy? Just calm down, relax, breathe in this incense, teach them some breathing techniques, a little yoga, and say, look, go on out there, man. You good? You follow? We got to stop with the violence. Second, as far as being a revolutionary, I did not become a revolutionary over political science, over politics, because of the 70s. I became aware of that later. I've always been a rebel. I've always been a rebel against the society. It's always been inside of me. So it bothers me when we qualify our revolutionaries by political science. To me, a revolution is not a movement. It's a state of an individual.
Right.
Some of us, we are going to be against society. We got radical ideas. We got radical views. And we're not willing to compromise on an individual level. Follow me with this. It's not that we want to imitate the Black Panther Party and we want to imitate all these other organizations out here. We have to keep this going and fight for the people. No, there's some very unique people that live in this world that are very different from others.
Right.
They have a spirit in them
Right.
that just will not allow them to just go along with the madness. So by default, they become a revolutionary. I tried to join other organizations. I never tried to be no revolutionary. I tried to join the New Orleans. They said, brother, what, you some type of revolutionary or something? I said, no, I'm just coming to class. I just got questions. So some of us are revolutionaries by nature. We've evolved and grew into being revolutionary individuals. When we open our mouth, we're saying something revolutionary. We're saying something that is against the grain, against the masses of the people. And that turns into a movement. People listen to that. They agree with us on certain ideas. And then we come together and we try to secure our difference from a society that is attacking how we feel and how we think. You follow? We didn't start off trying to force our ideas on other people within our own community. We were the odd people in the community. Do y'all hear me?
Right.
Let's be honest. We were the oddballs. But we said after we got tired of getting picked on for being oddballs, we started to become fortified and articulate our uniqueness and our difference. And that's when we became revolution, and we got among like minds of people who agree, who have other views and ideas that want to organize, then we become a revolutionary movement. Do y'all see how that starts? So it's not just ideology about socialism, Marxism, communism, and politics. It's about unique individuals. Some that are before their time. Some that just are ancient souls that woke up and just don't know what the hell is going on when we see what's going on in our society. That's how we became revolutionaries. So that's not given a lot of credit to. Because if looked at it, you're not a part of this clique or this group or this society, then you couldn't be a real revolutionary. A lot of times, I don't come out and come to these events because I know some of the ideas that I have are so radical that I don't want to be offensive to what other people have going on. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's not that, oh, I don't want to be a part of the group, so I'm about this unity. No, I'm that much radical in my perspective and in my ideology. So with respect to others, I move in the way that I do. Do you follow what I'm saying? Not in a way to be violent or negative or be that, but just to be respectful. So within even our own community, some of us are revolutionary individuals that must stand up in our own unique revolutionary position. It's not for all of our community. A lot of people in our community want what they want. It's a liquor store over there, they want that liquor store over there. And you will become a different type of gang or have a different type of tyranny to take this from them. We talk about black unity, but when you talk about unity, you're talking about democracy. When you talk about democracy, that means that gives them a right to continue to want what they want. That's right. You can't come to the table with them and say, well, this is what you're going to do today. That's right. I'm going to close the liquor store because you don't want it there no more. They're going to be like, no, we're not feeling y'all. We're going to call the feds. Am I right? We're going to call whoever we can because you all are tyrannizing us with your so-called black consciousness and black power. Let's not pretend like that don't exist. That's right. So what have that led me to, because I've been in that situation, I'm talking about from experience, is that now I have created a regime now. I'm raising up an army and a militia to protect the unique. Not to impose on those who want liquor stores and all that, but to begin to set up our own community, to build our own reality for those who think differently so they will not be bullied by the masses of asses that keep making the same decisions. Right. Everything you see out there is not tyranny from white supremacy. It's the individual choices that they continue to make. They will fight with you over their pork chop sandwich. Am I right? They will fight with you over their beer, alcohol, drugs, cocaine. They will fight with you over that stuff. Am I right? So I let them have your pork and you have what you want within your own community. When the police whoop your ass, call me and I'll come out and help. When it's a nationalistic circumstance, what needs to be addressed from a nationalistic perspective, then I'm there. But all the culture gangbanging, we don't have time for that, man. That's right. I'm gonna teach you the truth, but you gotta do you. You gotta act the truth out on your own. Most of our organizations, which why we don't get the masses of power, is because we always trying to gangbang other people's culture and behavior. I don't have time for that, man. If you want that pork chop that bad, eat it. I'm not gonna fight you over your pork chop. I could be drinking me a cup of green tea or something. And I'm here arguing with you over a pork. Well, go get your goddamn pork chop, man. But that don't mean I don't love you, and then I'm not going to stand with you against the enemies that against all of us. You follow? So that's the position I make. So that's why people say, oh, you need to be in the streets. If we end up in these streets, it is going to be some street shit. Yep. Right now, we out in the country, the black supremacists. We don't come to the city. Because if we get out here in the city and, like y'all said, pave these streets, y'all hear about it on the news. It was warfare in the West End. Black supremacists came over there and these brothers did this. They shut that down. They ran the Arab up out of there and we saw them niggas run and they ran over there. Y'all don't want to see that. Y'all don't want to see that. So we respect the cultural paradigm of our community. We become so conscious, we act like that our people in America don't have their own culture. Everybody in America ain't trying to go back to Africa or becoming an African. Let's be honest, right? They're not trying to do it. So for you to impose that is warfare. So take those among us who do want to do it and who want to defend it being done, because if you can have your own gay community, I'm sure we can have a black supremacy community somewhere, right? So take those that want to do it and want to support it, get them together, and let's build our own and be an example for the rest of the race. And then organize and unify with them on issues where they will allow us to come into their community and provide service for them, security and defense. That's the best we can do. Otherwise, we're wasting resources and time fighting against our own people. That's what become of it. The resources we could spend banging on the enemy, we'll be spending banging on our own people. So that's our position. So I want to come out and support this. Minister Inky invited me out, and when people invite me out, I try to come out and show support and do whatever I can do. I don't have to agree with everything everybody say here. People don't have to agree with everything I say, but I know the spirit of what the brother's doing here is a good spirit. I'm wise enough to know that Brother Nasi has a very good spirit. I don't give out false, I don't false accreditation to people. But I know the first time I met that brother in person, he had a good spirit. And I support that. The rest, we'll work that out. Our different ideas. But let's stay focused on who our enemy is. You follow? I want us to do that. And Minister Inky is a science of black supremacy. He can break down black supremacy scientifically. I respect that, man. He could go open up that book, but a lot of them words is too big for a lot of us.
Right.
Some of us, in order to realize white supremacy, you ain't gonna know that till you standing in front of that crack and you feel that little feeling in you. That's black supremacy. Right. You don't need no dictionary. That's an old feeling. That's an old feeling. Before you little English, when you stood next to that crack and you felt that little feeling, that's black supremacy. It ain't that goddamn deep. You know what I'm saying? You know who you are within yourself. So I don't want people to be ostracized based on their level of intelligence or their level of articulateness to feel outside of the movement because they don't understand the words. They don't want to become a biologist or a scientist. That there's no place for them here. There's a place for you in black supremacy. If you're willing to stand for your people and stand up for who you are, even if you ain't read enough books to articulate it yet, there's a place for you to stand. Am I right? Right. You ain't got to be no goddamn genius to know who your enemy is and have love for your people. Right. You don't have to be no culinary scientist, biologist, none of that. You just got to have a real, sincere, burning love for your people where you're willing to die and give your life if necessary for the defense of your nation and your people. That's all you need. If you got that, come on online. The rest will work itself out. I want to thank you all for inviting me. That's all I have to say. Black supremacy.
All right, brothers and sisters, King Noble, Nasi Yashabel, Brother Kalanji. It's a beautiful thing, man, just seeing our people unified and try to come together to do the things that need to be done in our community, which is unification. It's definitely a time and place for everything. It's definitely a lot of different perspectives and ideologies. And, we get together and discuss these things. And that's pretty much how it needs to be.
So, look like the mic just went off, but is we going to deal with a question and answer session for the various brothers who came forth to bring forth the ideology?
Yeah, we can do a question and answer.
Okay, there we go. Now we good.
Somebody grab Inky or Kalanji? Anybody have questions?
I got a question.
All right.
Guys first.
All right.
I have a question for you about Genesis. And the reason why I'm asking this question is just because a week ago I denounced myself as a Hebrew Israelite.
All
right, but I want to ask you something. Because I know there is a contradiction in Genesis. It's in my opinion.
All right.
Where God tells Adam not to eat the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? And then here's the serpent come in and tell Eve that, did God, basically he's saying, well, God told you not to eat the tree. It's not that he doesn't want to eat, he don't want you to eat the tree, he don't want you to be like him, knowing the difference between good and evil. And then there's another line where God says, behold, man has become like one of us. Now, I mean, I'm just going to ask you this. I mean, clarify that to me, because to me that just sounds like a contradiction. It sounds like God was keeping a secret.
All right. No, it's a simple explanation. What we went over earlier, you're looking at it as some fictitious fable where we went into the concept of Bereshit dealing with what? The mind. It's dealing with physiology. So when I went into the concept of physiology, what it's talking about is giving a person free will. And sometimes when we have free will, we become like the Creator. But to get like the Creator, we have to travel back into what the Garden of Eden is, which is the right hemisphere of the brain, and connect into our intuitiveness. So that's not no contradiction in what you're saying.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So why would God?
Yes, ma'am.
So why would God say that? Behold, man has become like one of us, knowing the difference between good and evil. And the serpent told Eve exactly the same thing that God would say. Why would he say that?
Where is the contradiction in that?
It's in Genesis. It's in
Hold
Genesis
on. First, when you ask a question, you gotta calm down. You're a little excited.
I mean, no. You just asking me a question. I'm giving you a question.
You said it's a contradiction because Eve says that she said what the serpent told us, and God said you became like one of us. Where is the contradiction?
I mean, the contradiction is when he told Adam that you eat off this tree, on this day you shall surely die.
Yes, and man began to what? Fall. Man, the fall of man, he began to do what? Deteriorate. It's a process.
Okay,
on this day, he entered into death because he took in what? Iniquity. Once you take in any form of evil, you begin to what? Deteriorate.
Okay.
So that's what the question is. So I'm asking you, where's a contradiction is when it says one thing and then it says another thing. That's what I'm asking you, where's the contradiction?
Okay, you're telling them one thing that they shall surely die, but here's the serpent telling them that they're going to be like God. And then here you saying,
and the serpent wasn't lying. And the serpent wasn't lying. Yes, and it's free will to know between good and evil. What man had a choice. Man could have stayed in a certain realm. He could have stayed in a certain realm, but he chose. If everything was good in the garden, right? And I'm going to give you these answers. If everything was good in the garden, then what did man go to the tree of good and evil for?
Because of that serpent.
Because of evil. Once evil enters into the life of an individual, he begins to deteriorate. And he is what? He is going to die. So now you have taken the choice of free will to do what you want to do, which is what is the ability of to be like God. To have what? Free thought. So it's from a conscious mind. So I don't see where you're coming at with the contradiction.
I got another question to ask you. What about the book of Joshua where it's mentioned the book of Jasher? What is the book of Jasher at?
There's a book of Jasher that you can. There's a book of Jasher on. I think what's happening is you're talking. I think that. No. Okay. I think. Yeah, you can go on. You can go. No, it's good. Okay.
I think the sister just come to the point where she just want to know, right? She just want the science. And, you know, that's what I do. I force you out your religion into science, so you kind of explain stuff in the scientific method. That, I mean, I'm just saying that's important because we are scientists, right? I just want to chase you out of religion and get the science from it. Because at the end of the day, if you can't observe things around you and make a clear-cut decision, then you're in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I clearly showed. If you take everything literal, you're always going to find contradictions in every single thing. Because everything, some things are allegories. Sister, you got a lot of energy that is. No. Listen. I'm trying to listen. No, this is what I don't do. I don't tend to help people who don't want help. If you come to me, then that means you want an answer from me, and maybe my opinion can help you out with your question. But when you're full of energy, you're not being able to listen. And I want you.
Listening to
all right, so my question is: you asked me a question about Joshua. You asked me where the book of Jasher is. Everyone, I have a book of Jasher in here. I mean, so. I don't get where you're going. You have a lot of anger that you're talking. All right.
I ain't got no anger. I'm listening to what you guys
Listen.
I'm just listening to
No, sister, what I'm saying.
Let me say this. Because I came in on the tail end. To be dead is not always a physical death. So once you're looking for the literal, that's what you're trying to say. Once you're looking for the literal, you might miss that. But if you eat meat, you come here, you leave with something, and then you no longer eat meat, the person who came here was dead. When you leave here, that's a brand new person. So that information that you will receive would transform that person. Negative or positive is still a transformation. And we are scientifically, none of us is the same person moment to moment. Every time we breathe, our internal chemistry changes. So when we take in information, that's the root of that word. You're forming something new on the inside. So that information would change them and they would become different people. Negative or positive. You're always looking for that. It's no more to it than that.
And let me say this. One thing about being a Hebrew, you can say you're a Hebrew, that doesn't mean anything. It's what you practice and what you do. If you don't follow the word, then you never was about the word. And this is what we have to do. If you apply the history that you hear, all the laws of the ancients, and you apply it, and then you falter, then complain. But don't have not have the complete application of what you're hearing, and then denounce it because you're not practicing it. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, what is this a problem?
Nah, I'm listening to what you're saying, but go ahead.
No, I mean, but you're heckling, so I want to ask you, is a problem?
I'm kind of laughing it off, but
Okay,
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Go ahead, sister. What, express yourself. I'm here.
I'm just, because, you know.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead with your question. I'm here.
Yeah, and then also I want to know, okay, why is it that you got the Apocrypha and you have the scripture? Why the scripture and Apocrypha is not in the same book?
Because when the scripture and the Apocrypha were in the same book, they represented a power source for the people that had them. So for the people that conquered them, i.e. the Romans, they broke that book up. In 314, Council of Nice. That's could give you all that. That's easy stuff. Yeah, could give you all that stuff.
That's easy work.
So,
Hey, you know what? She didn't beat everybody else up, so don't y'all feel bad.
No.
The same way.
No. And we know this. You know that we know where she at in her journey. So that's a route. That's a school we all came through. That's a school we all came through. So you know we get that. Yeah, that's all. We just get that frustration.
No. Hold on. This is Tiffany. This is my sister. So I know how we are. That's my sister.
Hold on. That's cool. Go ahead, sis. Sis, and then the brother right there.
She tricked you.
Women tend to do that. We were just talking about Eve, right? Okay.
I feel as though a lot of people, men and women, go off what they see. They don't go off what they know. They don't go off if it's righteous or not. They go off, that person's that, so I'm gonna follow behind that. Versus what they actually know, the science behind that, why they're actually practicing that.
Correct. Yeah.
My real question was about the thyroid thing, because when I was in New York, the doctor diagnosed me with polycystic ovarian syndrome, and I want to know why.
Well, your hormones out of balance. So what you're saying, polycystic, poly just means many, cyst is just a growth. So, go ahead.
How do you get rid of that?
You're
I
gonna
know
have,
what it is. How do you get rid of it?
right. I would have to pinpoint exactly why your hormones are out of balance and just get the estrogen levels correct. Most women don't know that you're supposed to produce a small amount of testosterone that keeps your natural estrogen in check. But there's like 12, 13 different estrogens. So that's the first problem is, there's only one estrogen that's natural for women to have. All the rest of them are just toxic poisons. Then the hair chemicals and all that other fake stuff goes under the guise of what's called xenoestrogens. Because when they come into your body, they behave as estrogen, but they're not estrogen. So it also throws off your body chemistry. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to get that kind of stuff out of there, and you'll go back to normal.
Okay, one more question.
No, wait, one more answer. Also, you got to get the foreign DNA out. Because we're taking in foreign DNA, and that's giving our DNA the wrong instructions.
Okay, one more thing. How do you actually get people to actually know that before white man came into existence, we're actually spiritual people versus religious people? Okay.
Well, the religion, that's like the law and the swagger. Because I really had a lot to go in with that. But with the law and the swag, or the law and the grace, people that live a certain way don't need law. Law is for savages. It's for people that, like I teach my children, I tell them all the time, so they all know it. They hear it when they get in trouble. Only savages you have to threaten to do the right thing. A civilized person is going to do the right thing just because it's the right thing. So that's it. So getting people to see stuff, usually they'll run into it on their own when they bump into a wall. You know? It's just growth. Just growth.
And one thing about religious rituals, sometimes when they don't have substance or you don't know why you do it, then it becomes religious. But a lot of things we do ritualistically is to commemorate creation or commemorate the things that are in the stars in the heavens. First of all, in the scriptures you have a jubilee, which is a 50-year. You know about Sirius A, Sirius B. Everything is connecting us back into the stars and connecting us back into the history. So these are some of the things that we have to connect to.
Like Bethlehem is not a place on the earth, it's actually a
Star also, yes.
Star constellation.
But what is above is
It's
below,
so
you know, so definitely. Big brother? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I wanted to ask this question because it's something that I sensed from everybody speaking today, the question she just asked, and I want to get you guys to, you know, whatever you feel about it, is one thing that the brother addressed was that they bred us, you know what I mean? So that's going to affect us mentally, that's going to affect us physically, and how we choose our mates, how we communicate with each other, how we eat, you know, all of that stuff has now been bred into us. And then of course, you know, we can, it pumped into us all day with all the billboards, TV, radio, all that, you know, music, all that. So what I want to ask you guys is, how do we get back to nature or nature, or how do y'all suggest it? You know, because everybody got their meditation, but I just want to know, like, because I think that's the biggest problem that we have. And like you said, we using these laws, we arguing and debating, but if we get back to where we're supposed to be, we don't need all that. So what is your suggestion in relation to getting back to where we really need to be on and getting off of the breeding and the programming and all of that? You know what I mean?
Thirsty for that question. Give me the mic. First thing, we gotta just go into the science. Your question started out with the word bread. Problem right there. Bread. We never ate bread. Bread is something they gave animals. Fatten them up. Livestock. You know what I mean? So the first thing is physical sovereignty. Your mind gotta be free. We gotta understand this stuff, because if we don't understand genes, we don't understand behavior. Like, every time we have, for instance, it wasn't a white man that pulled the trigger on Malcolm X. It was a black man that pulled the trigger on Malcolm X. It wasn't a white man that set up Martin Luther King. But there's a biological, genetic reality that takes place in order for you to be that guy. Because it's one thing for me to be the guy outside that doesn't want to come in here for this. I don't have time. It's Sunday. I partied all night last night. Like, there's a whole nother thing for me to accept payment to shoot a Dr. York. Like, to go down in history as that guy.
Or not listen to him. You know what I mean?
It's still another thing to kill him, though, or participate in his death. That's a biological. This is why the Egyptians and these Sumerians, like, we just are too soft. Like, we have to stop lying. If anything else, lying to ourselves is killing us more than anything else. Lying to ourselves. When we stop that, we'll get this stuff in order. The Egyptians, the Sumerians, all these ancient civilizations we like to tie ourselves back into, none of them would recognize us right now. None of them would recognize us right now. That's my thing with the UFO thing. All that started with Dr. York. I don't care what nobody say. The Anunnaki is coming back to get us. Nigga, if the Anunnaki pulled up right now out front, they wouldn't recognize nobody's stomach filled with beer, blunt wraps, cheese doodles. We don't even study the ancient languages. I used to beat the Hebrew Israelites up all the time on 125th with that. You know, Sinetta. You know, no, Sinetta put the beat on anybody. Come on, Inky. Hebrew Israelite, get him. I'd be like, shalom. You're like, huh? Not a real Hebrew Israelite. Next question. I don't even have to debate with him. You said you was a Hebrew Israelite, you don't speak Hebrew. Hebrews pop up tomorrow, they're like, yeah, we're taking all the Hebrew Israelites back home to the motherland. And they say that in Hebrew. You won't know where to go. You don't speak the language. You're a Muslim. You can't say you read the Quran, the real Quran's in Arabic. These people playing. I go to churches, I ask the people in the church, why y'all got high blood pressure and diabetes? Macaroni and cheese not in the Bible. We playing with ourselves. All we gotta do is just be the people we say. And then we gravy. You know, but we mask, we lie, we learn how to mask and lie and create separate lives for ourselves the very first time we go to school. You pretending you somebody in school than you are at home. Your mother asks you what you did all day. Nothing. You know what you was doing. You was chasing girls. You was chasing niggas. You was going crazy in school. You get home, you behaving nice, right? Then you get outside to play with your friends. You got another personality. By the time you're 15, your personality is already subdivided into like 12 different units. When you're at home, you don't say no cuss words. You're a nice, good boy. Soon as you get at home, soon as you get to school, my dick bigger than this whole building. My dick bigger than your daddy dick. This is the type of conversations little boys is having. Penis conversations. Whose penis is bigger than, my penis bigger than the Empire State Building. No common sense kicking in because we all got on drawers and pants, right? Like how can it be that big really? But it grows. And before you know it, we smoking cigarettes not thinking we're going to get cancer. We drinking liquor thinking that our liver's not going to shrivel up. Right? We stepping out thinking that our wife ain't going to step out. We stepping out thinking our husband ain't going to step out. The lies just start adding up. Then we spending more money than we got because we want to look better than we really are. We want to pretend that somehow, even though he's my neighbor, I'm stunting on this nigga. He's a broke nigga. Crazy? See what my car look like? Just getting on the bus. Meanwhile, he's my neighbor. How much more money can I really have than my neighbor? See? So, stop lying to ourselves, we good.
I want to add on real quick on that piece right there. The first thing we got to recognize, and I agree with what Conrad's saying, man, the first thing we got to realize is that no matter how pro-African we are, how pro-black we are, how much melanin we have, we are all psychologically damaged, right? All of us. How do we know that? Because of the fact that we're speaking English, right? That's number one. Number two, we have, we look at life from a European mindset, regardless of where we are. Everything about us is, we still European, the way we dress, the way we walk, the way we judge other people, other cultures, so on and so forth. So we're trapped inside of that madness. Our minds don't belong to ourselves. Spiritually, the difference between spirituality and religion is we are already spiritual by nature. How do we get back? Really, we never left. It's just we got all so much bullshit piled on top of it that we missed the point. The reality is this right here, man. You know damn well when you close your eyes or whatever, you're spiritual. You know what I'm saying? When you sleep, you're still thinking, you're still dreaming, you're still moving, so on and so forth. Certain things are second nature. And it's not just from a mental perspective, from a spiritual thing. By nature, most of us who haven't gotten too deep, I honestly believe that the deeper you get into European thought and European science, the more fucked up you become. Correct. Right? So, the more indoctrinated you become, the more you begin to think that you are them, it's the more jammed up you are. But those of us who are further away from that situation, we're able to see a little clearer. The one thing Brother Noble said, man, about the whole, about us being able to move with love more or less. We are loved by nature. We're the most loving people in the world. And that's part of the reason why we're in the situation we're in right now. Because we love so much. As a people, We have to have checks and balances. I agree, laws are for savages. But unfortunately, we are savage people right now. Look at how we act. Look how we move. We don't even safeguard our families. We talk about going to fight in Africa, and shit is jacked up right down the block. In some cases, right in our household. So that's where honesty got to come. Honesty got to start. One thing Michael Jackson said, I'm starting with the man in the mirror.
That's right.
Until you true to yourself, you can't be true to nobody else. But we can come up there and we can be the toughest, the three amigos right here. We can be the baddest motherfuckers on the block. We can talk about how many cats we whooped, how many white boys we slapped up, all that. At the end of the day, we still fucked up because we all still suffering as a whole. So the knowledge and the information and the spirituality you have, if that's not moving you to advance your people as a whole, and you just talk some old spaced out, way out, what you talk? I don't want to name
Bullshit.
Right. And like, you know, one thing you touched on as far as like these healers.
Oh, boy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know a lot of them from Brooklyn to the Bay.
Right.
And a lot of these fucking
Regurgitated
healers,
information.
Right. So that's what you start with, man. You start with self, and that's how you move on from there. You ain't gonna get nowhere without yourself first.
And one thing, and we're gonna ask some more questions, and then, all right, one of the other things, man, that is, I really think is key to gaining yourself back and returning to nature is one of the things I practice, and when I don't practice, I'm off balance, man, and it's meditation. I think we go through life and everything we subconsciously is being branded inside of our mind. And a lot of times we are angry with ourselves, we're excited or we're depressed, or we're mad at the world, or we have a violent spirit, it's because we've been traumatized. And one of the things we have to do is you have to be able to go into your past and forgive who traumatized you. And not forgive them for them, but forgive them for you. They are actually controlling you and made you who you are today. So when you meditate, and we go into like, you know, the Hebrew word kai, which is life, and is 18, and 18 plus 60 minutes, 60 minutes, 24, 60 minutes in a day, 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? We have to correlate that. That corresponds to 25,920, which correlates with the Platonic era, that everything is together in harmony. So one of the things that we have to realize is when you meditate, you're resetting your mind. You know what happens? You know what depression means? Only thing depression means is you're thinking too much. So when you meditate, it's just like when your phone is not working, what you do? You shut it off and try to reboot it. It's the same thing with your mind. Give your mind a break from all the subliminal messages. Give your mind a break from all the electromagnetic field that's distracting you and throwing you off. Just take a time to relax and sit there and guess what? Meditate. What meditate? It don't mean think. It means don't think. And you just feel happy, and that's how you get back to nature. And like in the back, we got the gardens, and we work with the gardens over there. We growing crops. These are the things that we have to do if we want to be a civilized people, because they're destroying us with our food. So let us grow our own food. Question, my aunt.
Mr. Minister Inky, how do you account for the fact that different species can't mate? That's a scientific fact. Back up.
Oh.
So,
wait, that's a question.
That's a part of a question.
All right.
So why we got a problem with giving rise or giving birth to white people? Last time I checked, they represent the fucked up side of us. Like it would have to be, you know what I'm saying, a balance somewhere around us. And when you look at white people, they show you what you're not supposed to do. So biologically, we are connected to everything on this planet. Me personally, I don't have a problem with apes, cats, birds, bananas, fruits, vegetables. I don't have a problem with having rats. Just finish. I don't have a problem on that. So I'm trying to figure, what's our problem with giving birth to white people? Like, white people ain't even a problem. But how do you account for that, though?
There you go. Thank you for asking that question.
Thank you. Now, over time, animals their bodies can change and adapt. That's the big thing. So our bodies, our women, their bodies have degenerated to the point where they can accept lesser sperm. That's number one. Number two, your blood is no longer what it used to be. So if you take a pure African from the continent, with O negative blood, which is the original blood type of those people, our people, and you take a pure blood European that has RH positive blood, which is their pure blood type, you cannot mix them. You can go ask any doctor. They have to give the woman medication so that her uterus does not kill and destroy that baby because it clearly recognizes it as a foreigner. So there is no natural way that black folks and white folks can make a baby together healthy, period. A healthy black woman in her natural state will reject a healthy white man's sperm in his natural state.
So that's the answer to the question? Because
Yes.
Because different species can't mate. I'm gone on that.
Correct.
I'm gonna let
Different
you figure that one
species
out.
can't mate healthy, but you already have likers. What is a liker? Hold on. Ease out with a liker.
They're the same species.
No, they're not. You have a lion and a tiger.
They're the same species. I'm out of here.
So we are in the same species, in the same general species. We're all people.
Black African power people, that's one of them checkmate questions.
And I checked you. And you're done.
That's where you get those babies that they come out retarded and slow and just can't.
They can't even make babies. They got to give them medication before the woman can even hold that baby. He know better than that. Holy, no. Holy, it's the elder.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Rich foods and foods that inhibit estrogen. And I know like when you're younger, you need the estrogen to protect the heart. When you're older, you don't need it. It can cause cancer. So I'm confused about the whole estrogen thing.
I know. That's really too long. I did like a 3-hour just on estrogen. The thing is this. Look, no. There's one type of estrogen that is healthy for your body. I wouldn't say healthy to the point where it protects your heart. That's baloney. There's no hormone that protects your heart. But healthy levels of estrogen are necessary, especially for women. However, from the time that we put on our first deodorant, from the first time your mom smells a bad smell and sprays aerosol in the house,
It make it worse.
your hormones start being thrown out of whack because all those things are being received in your body as a xenoestrogen. When we buy sneakers or shoes and we smell that new smell in there that we like to smell, that's a toxin. You get in a new car, that new car smell, that is a toxin. What you're smelling is plastic that's so fine you can't see it, but you're inhaling it. And that plastic is lodging itself all throughout your body. Your body's water systems, liquid systems, look just like the oceans. We got tons of plastic in our body. That's killing our cells and raising the cancer rate because our cells can't oscillate with the natural frequencies from the stars around us like they're supposed to. Plastic is an insulator, so it's blocking radiation from coming into and going out of the cells. That's a problem. That's why you got black folks having light-skinned children because their bodies can't hold the electricity no more like it's supposed to be able to. So that xenoestrogen thing is bigger than what we think. No.
Yeah, I can see looking at you, Brother Inky, that you seem pretty healthy to me. But I've been studying this health thing myself. I've been into the natural herbs for a few years myself. I used to be an herbalist. But I've yet to see with the herbal information that come out, this superhuman that has been produced by these diets. I've been looking for it, I swear.
See?
I look at the old African.
That's why I love King Noble.
I look at the old African, I say, he doesn't impress me as being healthy. Then I look at Dr. Sabi and I'm not impressed. Maybe they got some superpower I'm not seeing. But I wonder because the emphasis we put on diet, you swear Superman should have came up out of this health country.
At least twice already. But that's why I don't posit the information that way, because it's not real. And in order for us to get to that level, it really takes years of cultivation of the body. And you have to want to be at that level. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could put somebody on a plan to be like what we consider the old Chinese monk and yada, yada, yada. But a lot of those things, to really get past potential, we got to be in the right environment for. You know what I'm saying? Like with the Qigong, the master that we got it handed down from, they live in an environment where they don't even need to eat as much as we do. because of their breathing rituals and how electric the air is. That's why a lot of times you see a lot of that stuff, like in the movies, they're up in mountains. Africa is very high above sea level. The higher you go above sea level, the air is more electrically dense. There are more negative ions. So the higher you go above sea level, the less food you actually need, because your body can get more electricity out of the air. In the cities, anybody that lives in the city after 5 years, even if they don't smoke, has black lungs because of air pollution. And that is the #1 thing we need. It's not food. That's where niggas gets confused. It's not food, it's not herbs, it's not anything. It's radiation. The only reason that we're looking for the fruits and the vegetables is because fruits and vegetables have readily accessible stored radiation with nothing else there. But that's what we're looking for. That's what a mineral is. A mineral is solid radiation, period. That's why we're looking for minerals. So if our bodies were really healthy, we wouldn't even need the plants, because those are still middlemen. The only reason the plants are a lot better than the animals is because there's no acid, there's no toxins, and there's no foreign DNA to get in the way of your natural DNA's instructions.
And also it's a 3-part thing, you know, we just think diet and you live an evil life, it's not going to balance itself out. You have to have the application of being righteous and someone who's doing something positive, that their body is producing that positive chemical to keep them alive. You know, people die of a broken heart, which is true. I mean, they actually die of a broken heart. So it's a mental thing, it's feeding yourself, and it's also exercise. So just because somebody eat right doesn't mean that they're going to live a long life. It's the application of all the things.
And let me put this last thing on there. I ain't going to put nobody on blast, but I'm going to say this. You have to live it. You know what I'm saying? As holistic healers, like I said, you're never going to see Minister Inky eating a cheeseburger anywhere. You know what I mean? But there's holistic healers that, you know, when the camera's on, we alkaline, we vegan, boom, 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 camera's off, we're at Lobster, we're at Wendy's, it's something else. Right. You know what I'm saying? So you'll see Minister Inky in the club. You'll see Minister Inky when other regular black folks is at. Like it. All right, I'm done with this. If you notice, before I start speaking a lot, everybody had on some different type of clothes. And I'm like, that's cool if you're a Hebrew Israelite, you got the garb on, but I'm like, everybody that speak don't need to have a jalabia or something else on. Like, what happened to the regular clothes? I noticed when I start wearing my regular clothes, Ali start putting on regular clothes, Polite start wearing regular clothes. Like, I'm like, yo, what's wrong with y'all niggas? You don't have to, like, float on air and talk to people. Like, a lot of people's not connecting with you because they don't see you in them. You know what I'm saying? So, I just try to keep it regular. Like, it's possible for us to ascend past potential, but for us to be extraordinary people, we got to be extraordinary disciplined. And most of us just ain't there.
Because if you take most of the people in the health conscious community, and you put them, and you say you pick 100 people that eat whatever they want, randomly, and you go in the health conscious community, and you randomly pick 100 people, and then you side them together.
Same health problems.
You put the whole audience, and you say, well, choose which one of them is a vegetarian. Choose which one of them is a raw foodist. It'll be different.
It'll be difficult.
The major determining factors probably would be like hairstyles, this one wearing an ankh.
You see dread, yeah, the baloney stuff. The baloney stuff. And part of that
makes you be asked the next question of, well, how significant
is the diet?
is it if you cannot recognize the active dynamic in the transition of our people to something else?
I'm gonna tell you, because I can. The problem is a lot of us have been sold a lot of things under the guise of being healthy that aren't really healthy for us. Like your spirulina, like your broccoli, like your chickpeas, like your too much nitrogen. But you got a lot of vegetarians and vegans that don't do nothing but eat tofu and soy and all this kind of stuff every day. So they're gonna have the same problems as the meat eaters. Because that's still not like she's not in the room right now. So I'm sure I'm sure Amber will snitch. But Tony, me and her have this debate all the time. That she won't eat meat. You gotta almost kill her to eat meat. But she's still that starchitarian. So a lot of us, you know, they think that being a vegetarian means that you just don't eat meat. That's not the case. Vegetarian means that you only eat plants. So a lot of people are stuck in that middle ground where they don't eat meat, but they don't eat plants. And that makes them more unhealthy than meat eaters. Because at least a meat eater is actually getting the leftover minerals from whatever that animal didn't finish. If you eating just pure starch, macaroni and cheese, cornbread, rice, etc., you're not getting any minerals because those things don't have minerals in it. So a lot of the people that think they vegetarians, they're not even vegetarians. That's why we started the You Sure You Vegan out. Because I'm in Philly rolling up on cats 400 pounds talking about they vegetarians. I'm like, yo, you sure you vegan out? Like, vegans don't look like that. Your liver's not functioning. What do you mean my liver's not functioning? Dude, your liver's not functioning. You can't be fat and have a healthy liver. It just can't happen. So when people go to the doctor, they get a physical, and the doctor's like, nah, you good. And they overweight, like the doctor just lied to you. You're not good. You have a liver problem because otherwise fat can't exist. The liver will get rid of it. No level. Big fat cells, adipocytes, chylomicrons, none of them could exist with a healthy liver. So a lot of people that's vegetarians ain't vegetarians. They think they're vegetarians. They're not. Spirulina, wheatgrass, oh my God, so many people is poisoning themselves with vinegar and apple cider vinegar. Just lack of study. Apple cider vinegar is just straight fungus. The way you make vinegar is you take bacteria and you let the bacteria eat it up. And the bacteria, they vomit, they urine, they feces. So after the bacteria finish breaking something down, the vomit, the urine, the feces is your vinegar. Now, to make that apple cider vinegar, they just make apple the thing that they cover in bacteria. And after that fluid is left from the bacteria, they put more bacteria in there, break that down, and that's apple cider vinegar. So it's just apples mixed with bacteria and fungus.
Nothing
else in it.
That's crazy because I never liked the vinegar either.
Well, let me tell you this. The European, here's the thing. The European is a cannibal. His mind can't come out of that frame. So his medicine base is based on cannibalism. So you have a bug, the bug is causing you problems. He creates an antibiotic, which is a bigger bug, to go eat the small bug.
But then you got that
So,
big bug in you still.
correct. And so when you got apple cider vinegar, that will go in there and handle some small bugs. So you might get some temporary relief from that problem you was dealing with. But now you got the vinegar in there, so you got acidosis. You got calcium coming out your bones. You got excessive white blood cells, digestive leukocytosis. Anytime you put vinegar in your body, you're going to create excess white blood cells. So you got other stuff that's going on that's going to be a problem later on. So you might wake up and not have the stuffy nose or something lightweight, but you might have something super crazy. So,
Any more questions?
What about probiotics?
Probiotics,
For intestine,
yeah, with probiotics, I prefer, instead of probiotics, I would go like and get some real good organic stuff. You go organic for a while, you don't need probiotics. You can't really do the organics for a while, like maybe a month. Probiotics is good. Only thing is with the different ethnic groups, different bacteria works differently in our body. So Europeans, with them probiotics that they sell, they pushing a lot of milk-based probiotics. And that's based on a study they did where they noticed that these, I forgot, these white guys that live up in the top of Europe somewhere, they live to be 100. But their diet is basically like rotten milk and cheese. And so they studied this group and said, wow, they live to be 100 on rotten milk and cheese. It must be the enzymes that's in the rotten milk and the cheese keeping them alive. And they came up with probiotics. So most of the probiotics is based on milk or rotten milk enzymes. But we're not supposed to have none of that stuff at all. So when you get organic food, you get the organic bacteria, the organic residues and secretions from the bacteria without the bacteria. Because that's all probiotics is. You don't really want the bacteria, it's the excretions of the bacteria that you need. Like for instance, B12 is an excretion from a bacteria. It's not an actual natural thing. We need cobalt in our body. That's a mineral, cobalt. What the bacteria does is it eats cobalt and makes cobalt more digestible for people that don't have enzymes to digest cobalt. We can digest cobalt. in plant form. We don't need the enzymes to do that. Europeans can't. Europeans have a lot of problem with a lot of natural plant-based stuff. They are naturally allergic to class A chlorophyll. There's 3 types of chlorophyll. They're naturally allergic to class A. They have a, I mean, it's just a lot of stuff that makes stuff more digestible for us than them.
Break it down, bro.
So, what? They're naturally allergic to class A chlorophyll, so that's where stuff like spirulina comes in. Spirulina is what's called a cyanobacteria. Black folks shouldn't be eating bacteria. But vegetarians, vegans, they're on the health crate, they load it up with spirulina. Oh, spirulina is good with protein. Stop with the proteins. We get confused. They catch us with all these words that we don't really get the place. Protein we don't need, and I know we all heard Dr. say it, but we do need amino acids. Yes. That's where the confusion comes from. They're like, well, I thought protein was amino acid. No, protein is a group of amino acids, which is already formed to do a job. You don't need that because your body might not need that protein to do that job. What your body needs is individual amino acids that comes from plants and things like that. And the histones or the octode or the DNA tells the RNA what to do, and it'll put those amino acids together in the way that your body needs them. So to take protein in, it's going backwards. You got to get the amino acids and build it up the natural way.
Gabriel? Brother Gabriel?
I was in and out, but I had kids that were loud and I didn't want them to interfere. But thank y'all. What you were saying about the oceans and the plastic in the oceans and the plastic in our bodies, I just like to say, like me and my wife have seen that. Like there's so much information out there how plastic is becoming such a part of us, bodily and physically. But there's a couple things I'd like to say. I guess for Kalanji, I do agree with what you said about we as black people need to hold black leaders accountable. So, like I said, I might have missed this, but if you could just cover some practical ways, other than just
ass movements.
Because what you said was correct, and I agree with it. But what are some practical ways that an average black man can do without being in trouble? And for Minister Enki, Frank gave me a book called African Holistic Health. I don't know how good it is because I didn't get the time to read it.
I love it.
But one of the things my friend says, the original black man, don't eat meat and blah 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 blah. And as a Hebrew Israelite, one of our things is like a Passover lamb, even though we don't really have a Passover lamb until we have like a temple. But I understand, or at least I have thought I understood.
Let me say this.
But that the human brain actually came to the size that it's at because of meat. And so is that just wrong information? How do we account for the evolution of the modern human brain in terms of
here's the
plant-based African diet? Oh, and last but not least, where can I start making the transition to a meatless diet? What are some cheap ways, like you said, amino acids? How can I get all that? So that's everything.
All right, so the question that you put over there, I'm going to deal with that one, then I'm going to get the one from over there.
All right.
Here's the thing. In the Bible, right?
Yes, sir.
You go to the first chapter, you got eating instructions right there. Plants, seeds, fruit containing seeds, vegetable, okay. Actually, fruit containing seeds. Vegetables came into play later, herbs came into play later. That's the second set of instructions we got. Once we got kicked out the garden, if you notice, what was added to the instructions was herbs. Because now you don't have protection. You're going to have to be out there and deal with the demons yourself. Right. So that's where the herbs came in. Now, in the Bible, it does not say, and this is the problem, we got to apply critical thinking sometimes. And this is where me and the Hebrew Israelite brother up in Philly, he had to give it up. It was like, you know what? I think you're correct. We are supposed to be vegetarian. I'm going to tell you why. You only have Leviticus and Deuteronomy that tells you that you can eat animals. The problem is that those is both after emergencies. And so when you have a plant-based diet, the thing you need is plants. Plants take time though. You have to plant them, water them, and there's a season. So if you go to Leviticus and Deuteronomy, that was after what? Exodus and after the flood. So technically there was no plants around to eat. But when you got instructions in the Bible on which animals to eat versus which animals to not eat, the instructions broke down into two categories. Now the problem is the people that don't know the information on the animals won't see it right away. But the two categories was animals that eat other animals and animals that eat plants.
Yeah,
So the animals that you can eat that eat plants, you can eat. So you can eat the vegetarians. But you can't eat the animals that eat other animals. Why? Because the animals that eat other animals are unhealthy animals, and you're going to be an unhealthy animal if you eat other animals. The animals that eat plants, they have at least some nutrition that you can survive on until you guys can get your own harvest going, and then you don't have to eat the secondary plants, because that's all you get in an animal. The only nutrients that you can get from an animal are whatever minerals that he hasn't digested in his blood, period. But his blood is completely toxic for you. His flesh is completely toxic for you. The only thing an animal could do is whatever minerals he didn't gobble up, you could get secondhand. All right, but that's the only two times in the Bible. In fact, you go to the New Testament, when Jesus and we under grace and all that, they even equate fornication with putting meat in your belly. So there's really no part, but we human, and we like to use everything we know, everything at our disposal to keep our BS going. You know what I mean? So if I like chicken, I'm gonna find a way to keep chicken going until chicken, like I had a lot of this information and I was still wow. Like I can't stress that part enough. I had to have a stroke and be dead for this to kick in for me. And then even after 2 years of going raw, once I got my body back, the block was calling. Like, Inky, you all right, you strong? Chicken sandwich, milkshake. I was back.
And how do you account for the evolution of the larger modern brain?
Now here's the thing. That's all theory. That's the problem. We can't, and that's why sometimes I'm reserved in what I say, because I'll be right on the verge of something, but if something's still in beta phase or theory, I won't throw it out there, because later on, it could get crazy. Now, the skeletons that they've been finding fit into two groups, and this is the newest information. Lucy and all that, those were not even people. All that's baloney. Those were gorilla, chimpanzee, those were monkey, those were primate remains. Those weren't even people. Right. The old people, intact, their skulls were actually larger than ours. Right. So now we're looking at...
And bigger.
So now we're looking at, we went the other way. So before they told us our brains evolved and got bigger, now we're going backwards. So they see the whole cranial size technology doesn't even work.
So Lucy and that's
Lucy is not where I'm from. I'm not claiming
that
Lucy.
represents an entirely different group of skeletons. What are some of the older skeletons with the larger brains that I could just look up? And I still want to get Kalonji's answer.
I know. I got to run, so if you want me to answer that, I'm going to do it now.
No, you got to do the last one. You got to close it out.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I'm putting it on you. Nope, it's on you.
The deal is, what's your question, brother? You said, how do you hold them accountable? Yeah, whatever. Yeah. First thing, man, is
we jumping.
Ask them, what is their platform? What is their program? You know what I'm saying? What is your plan of action? How do you deal with accountability amongst yourself? These are questions that you should be able to ask. Anybody get upset when you ask them what's their platform or their program, then it's a problem. And make sure it's an actual platform or program, because of the fact that people can just say some random shit like, I'm here to feed the people, I'm going, you know what I'm saying, we're going to unite. We already united. We're united in prison cells, we're united in graveyards, we're united in Magic City right now, you know what I'm saying? So that doesn't mean anything. That's just some old blanket statement, you know what I'm saying? And you ask them, what's the mass line and what's the party line? You know what I'm saying? What line of action you going with? What is the deal with, what are you looking for the community? What is the community looking for from you? And when you see that they're not in line with that, then you got the opportunity to tell them that, look, I think you're some bullshit, please tell me why you're not. And it's up to you too to not only hold them accountable, but to let other folks know. And you got to shut them down. The reason why folks are allowed to get away with what it is they're getting away with is because of the fact that nobody says anything about it. We all think things inside of our head, but we don't want to say anything because we don't want to look like a bad guy. You understand what I'm saying? Me, I don't necessarily care about whether you like me or don't like me because that's not why I came here. You understand what I'm saying? I understand my purpose. When you live your life and you understand your purpose, then there's nothing in the world that's going to stop you from pursuing your purpose. You're going to go all the way out. Rain, sleet, snow, sunshine, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You don't care about what the people you believe, think. You don't care about none of that. Because of the fact that you know that you have a mission and that mission has to be complete. You understand what I'm saying? Death threats, all that other stuff, you're going to die anyway, man. That's one thing that's for certain. But you have to hold these people accountable. And it's like, you know, I'm glad that you asked the question too, because of the fact that I don't want to come off as just, you know, let's just get barbaric every time we disagree with Ken. I'm glad you pointed it out. That's not what I'm saying. But at the same time, even your mother, your father, out of love, they might have to snatch your ass up every now and then. See, we're not in Africa. We're not with our natural state of mind. You know what I mean? So some of that stuff don't necessarily apply in these times. Like the brother said about the whole health situation. You can eat as healthy as you want.
Don't worry.
The air is poison.
We'll figure it out. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? We jacked up. It's pollution everywhere. It's a hole in the ozone layer. You know what I'm saying? But we have to be practical with everything we're doing. If we're not practical, it's like we bullshit. The problem right now with this movement situation is it's just entertainment, man. That's all it is. Black power, consciousness, all that, that's the new religion right there. It's another form of religion. Rip people off, rob people. Like the brother was saying about the health joint. Man, listen, man, there are restaurants right here in Atlanta within a 1, 2, 3 mile radius. They buy most of their, they don't even support the black farmers out here. It's like at least 7 black farmers out here, right? They're getting their shit from Big Bear. But they're charging you big money. You understand what I'm saying? I don't even buy aluminum foil from Big Bear, let alone something I'm gonna put in my body. You know what I'm saying? We're being pimped on all levels. We complain about the Koreans coming with the fake hair and the nails and all that, but then we go to some conscious Negroes who got naturals on their head but perm minds. You understand what I'm saying? We can't be confused about what we're dealing with here, man. Again, we gotta hold people accountable, and nobody is exempt. If you see me and I'm slipping, call me the fuck out. The people I named here today, every last one of them know me personally. And it's nothing that's brand new. Nothing brand new. I gave Jesse Jackson a box of Oreos in Chicago. Handed to him in front of the media, in front of the news. He said they're looking crazy. We shut Al down so many times, man. That was sport. My father, my uncle used to run him off the block when he's fat. Now when they say, hey, brother, blah, 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 you look the other way. New Black Panther Party, I ain't got to talk about that, man. Y'all got YouTube, all that other shit. Y'all know what to do with that. You know what I'm saying? That ain't about being no bully or nothing like that, man. It's about us being responsible. It's about us being accountable because of the fact that our ancestors shed blood. You understand what I'm saying? Our ancestors shed blood. Our ancestors shed blood. We got elders locked up for half a century. And we out here playing around. I guess you can't shame on people that ain't got no shame. Correct. But I shouldn't be the only one upset about this. Right. Correct. And if you're not upset about it, you need to check yourself.
So you're saying the best way is to just tell others and just make as much of you make as much of a fuss about it as you can so that other people can know?
But first, you know, one thing about me, man, I'm a strong advocate of political education. When I talk about political education, I'm not talking about electoral politics. I'm talking about having a true understanding and educate others about why it is you fighting. Because a lot of us get down with shit, we just think we fighting the white man. You know what I'm saying? Why are we not messing with something? Because some of us think that everybody is for the same thing is against the same thing. And everybody against the same thing is for the same thing. That's bullshit. Political education sets the record straight. It draws a clear line of demarcation between the people and the state. So there's no confusion. It don't matter. I'm not, see, the way y'all lose me at is I'm not just pro-black for the sake of being black. There's some niggas out there. They got to be removed because of the fact that by any means necessary, they will remove you. You're a president. He don't represent you. He got a nice wife, beautiful family structure. That's what you can get out of that. Everything else, he represents the state. He launched more drone attacks around the world than George Bush 1 and 2.
Yeah, gave more weapons to Israel than any other president.
Yes.
Deported more immigrants.
Right. But we think that because a person, hey man, you know H. Brown, man, he say all the time, man, to be black is necessary, but it's not sufficient. When they're gonna send your enemy at you, your enemy gonna look like you. Ain't no crack walking up in here talking about no nonsense. I guarantee you there's a nigga in here today that wore wire. Correct. I guarantee you that everybody that's taking pictures up in here and videotaping ain't doing it because they like the speaker, man. I'm clear about that. But one thing you could bet your last quarter on, every last person who named my name, I done told these motherfuckers that face to face, man. So you could waste your time and go back, yo, I heard the brother dishes. He know that. He ain't saying nothing new. You might get him to pump his ego up or get something to tell you something. But man, look, man, this is what it is, family. But you gotta say, look, if you love your babies, you gotta do it for them, man. I don't care, yo, look at dude, man. You don't know me, I don't know you, man. You know what I'm saying? If you satisfied with where we at right now, then knock yourself out on it. But if you're not, I can't be the only one barking, man. That's word is bond.
Real quick, brother. Why don't we use the power that, instead of holding these leaders accountable, like you say, use some of that militancy in order to directly free our political prisoners.
Right.
But the white man, he doesn't really care about us killing each other. Or holding each other accountable in any way. He's just gonna get the winner. So it's like he's not afraid of that. What bothers him though is when you talk about coming to get him. Now I understand with Obama, because in order to get Obama, you're gonna have to get 50 white people with him. There's 50 white people guarding Obama. So I support you on the Obama thing. Or even if you say for every black leader we're gonna hold accountable, we're gonna get 10 crackers with him. We're gonna get 10 crackers with him.
Let me just say this.
You know, then that sounds fair.
Let me just say this real quick, because you talking about political prisoners. Now you speak my language. Now you speak my language. The last 5 political prisoners that was released out of these gulags here in America, you know who got them out? Crackers. People like Robert Boyle got out the last political prisoner, Marshall Reddy Conway. People like Lynn Stewart. These are white attorneys that did this shit. The Ruba Ben Wahab was released because of folks like Robert Boyle and Lynn Stewart and folks like that. Geronimo Pratt, same thing. But what happened with Geronimo Pratt's case, people started to hear about Johnny Cochran later on because he came in last minute. So they gave him the credit. See, the reality is this right here. We can talk about the cracker all goddamn day long, but ain't no nigga lawyers been batting for no 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Not for no one person, because first of all, they can't even afford it. In the Ruba Ben Wahab's case, one of our OGs, this brother, his attorney, Robert Boyle, who I'm talking about, he came to visit this dude as a student with somebody else. He heard his case. He switched his major to go into law. He now got 3 political prisoners off. 3. Now, we can talk about the white man, the cracker, the woo-wop, bam, all that. Hold me out 1 second.
You hold black people accountable, you talk about militancy. When you talk about freeing political prisoners,
that's bullshit.
You're talking about lawyers.
No, you got
militancy to hold black people accountable. But when it comes to freeing political prisoners, you talk about lawyers.
Let me tell you something, homeboy. You got me all the way fucked up. I am totally against crackers just like you, 159%, but I'm about truth. I'm about truth. You tell the truth, no matter who like it, who love it, who hate it. The truth is the truth. I ain't no like, yo, look, I fight the motherfucking police. You got me absent, my brother. You got me confused. White cop, black cop, whatever. Check the resume, homeboy.
I never said you didn't.
I ain't never said you did say it. I'm just telling you. Because I can give a fuck about whether you white, black, or any of that shit when it comes to the liberation of our people. And I ain't giving no goddamn cracker, no short end of the stick. And no nigga the hard end of the stick. I'm just saying, if you are responsible, if you stand up saying you're a black leader, you are more accountable than this cracker because you supposed to be helping to get our people into where they want to be. Not no fucking white man. I'm saying I mention these crackers because of the fact that in absence, we don't know what's going on. We just talked. Why don't we go free political prisoners?
What
Show
black
me.
man
Let me tell you something, homeboys. Let me tell you something. If you can show me how to go get these political prisoners out, I get down with King Noble Black Supremacy tonight, baby.
First start taking the energy that you have to hold weak ass black leaders accountable and use that militancy to start working.
But why not hold them accountable though?
It's a waste of time. That's
Is
like
it a waste
holding
of
my
time?
son accountable for not burning my house down and playing with matches.
Yo,
That's a waste of energy.
Why is it a waste of time?
Because he.
So in other words,
Black leaders supposed to be able to get away with anything.
Exactly. Like, what if you I'm supposed to let you pimp our women, pimp our children because of the fact that they not hold you accountable.
You're not doing that. You're not a leader. You're just somebody out there that's just out there.
Here's the thing. I think there's a middle ground though. Because I think there does have to be we do have to hold.
You can talk without the mic.
And I like you because you always hold the niggas accountable. I got King Noble got Minister Inky exposed up on his channel.
They hate that shit.
King Noble,
They hate it.
King Noble's holding everybody accountable.
Niggas need to be held
But when it comes to militancy, I'm going at the cracker. You haven't seen me show up on 125th Street. You haven't seen me come to black people. Because I just challenged him. But I hear him a militant conversation.
Where am I
I'm
being
saying
militant?
you said militancy.
No, but what I'm saying is this is my spirituality.
People ass.
This is my
Which I've yet to
spirituality.
do.
Huh?
If you're talking about whooping black leaders' ass, which I've yet to do,
Okay.
I'm saying that militancy needs to be aimed at the cracker.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
It's equal opportunity ass whoopers around here, baby. Ain't no just crackers.
Man, that's street talk. You're not really saying that. That's street talk.
That's the street talk.
That's
That's where the fuck I come from, baby.
You
That's
jump
where I
from
come
political
from.
science to a
Look,
street talk
listen,
conversation.
but
Which one are we
the
having?
politics of liberation come from the street, cousin. That's where it come from. I'm not a YouTube gangster, homeboy.
Right.
You said that shit.
I am.
That ain't me.
Right.
That ain't me.
But
You bang on there, I bang out here.
I'm more than a YouTube gangster.
But it's good. Well, hey,
Right.
word is
Yeah,
born.
that's just a
beautiful.
part.
You, and this is who I am.
Right.
And listen, let me tell y'all something. I'm not ever going to try to stop you from being King Noble, and you can't ever try to stop me from being Delani Trump.
Now listen,
This is why. Hold on. If it was, I'm not emotional.
Yes, sir, bro.
Now wait, listen. This is
Couldn't even
the
hear what I'm trying to ask
good.
you. You just did went all the way.
But hold on, this is the good that came out of that exchange because we have people that are good, even great, where they are with what they do.
Everybody serves a purpose.
That's what I
So we got to have.
Everybody serves a
Take the
purpose.
mic off.
Right. So we got to have a, but the mic is good when I got to stop them. But we got to have a Kalanji on the street, and we got to have a King Noble on the online, and then we got to have brothers that's not seen. Like for every King Noble, for every Minister Inky, for every Kalanji, there got to be 1,000 to 5,000 people that's not seen. And I'm gonna tell you this, and this is the most important thing. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is the most important thing to real revolution. If we're gonna really talk about scraping our knuckles and getting our hands dirty, we have to create situations where even if the all is not the real all, it's just a small all, but the all has to start representing for the one before we expect the ones to represent for the all. Because when the one is, when there's a one Kalanji, right? Kalanji has to make a decision about his family, how that's gonna work out if I represent for everyone right now. When they take me and I'm in a situation now, I might be sitting in the box, I might be over here. Who makes sure she eats and gets to school every day? Like, does the group now take care of the one, because the one went all out for the group? Time and time again, we see that the group is not going to stand up for the one. So when the one represent, like, you know what, I'm tired of this shit. It's going to end right here.
Yeah, the group back away.
Everybody else is like, whoa. So, like with the video you threw up on Blue Pill, that was a real eye-opening video. However, I think it was a lot of ones out there that might have been like, but because they know if they jump out there, they probably ain't got bail money. Niggas they jumped out there for probably ain't got bail money. Ain't nobody gonna step in and see. This is how the Italians able to assume
the black
power.
person, they don't care about bail money. When it comes to whooping somebody black, whether it's a leader or anybody they holding accountable, they don't care about bail money. When it comes to the white man, then it's like, oh, my lawyer, my this, my that, my that. Well, that's the point
I'm
that
gonna
I'm
tell you,
making,
listen,
man.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Dude, are you referring to me?
No. He's talking about in general.
Okay,
You want to talk to me? We can't talk.
I like clarity if you want clarity.
No, listen. No. But listen, because we got to make this
so that it's functional, because these are issues that we are dealing with. So we do have to have this conversation. And as men, sometimes the conversation gets manual.
Yeah.
So that's not going to have me stop the conversation. We still need to have this conversation.
Right.
But it has to be something that we're growing from. So what I'm saying is I have fought with police in front of my children. They know I get it in. However, I know that I don't have a plan B. Like, I got friends that got plan Bs. Like, they could call their dad when the rent not there, they could get the other half from their dad. Like, mom needs shoe. Like, I don't have that plan B. These niggas just not gonna have it if I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? And I know other men think like that when they ready to make a move, but so when we talk about the other groups of people, they already established that. They don't even have to think about that in the Jewish community. What happens to Kalanji if Kalanji's plucked? The Jewish community already got the system set up where his children's already gravy. The Italian community, they already gravy. And this is what arms them. This is what makes the men in their communities dangerous. Because now they could go out and function as a soldier, lose their life as a soldier, and they're going to be taken care of, their family going to be good, they not going to miss a beat. We going to prison, our ass is out, the wife usually going to be with the next dude, like our whole thing going to fall apart as soon as we disappear.
I agree with you. I'm going to apologize in front of everybody. That's what I'm going to do as a man. I'm going to apologize because of the fact we all are entitled to however it is we want to think, and how we move, and I don't have no right to tell anybody how to think. You know what I'm saying? And I can't hate nobody. That's the one thing about us as a people. We can't hate people for how they think. But my thing is, when you purposely mislead, I have a problem with that. You understand what I'm saying? I have a real problem when you knowingly, now if you don't know no better, then there's no penalty involved. But if I know that if I put these women on the street, and I got them hustling out there and hoeing and stuff like that, then that's my responsibility. I'm wrong. Right?
How about if you put them on the internet?
I don't.
In the name of accountability, there's certain people in there.
My point is what
if you dress up in a suit, you all got blood on plantation, you're still gonna have blood in your motherfucking hands. It's white supremacists. Regardless of where you go, it's always gonna be white supremacists. I'm 25 years old, and I'm gonna know that it's always gonna be white supremacists. You cannot get away from white supremacists.
My oldest child
on
is
TV
25.
with her behind out, that white
My oldest
supremacy?
child is 25.
Her behind was out of that.
Depends on what intention or
Her behind was out for a long time. Nothing wrong with her behind.
The white man
Okay, so we can do that too, then it's cool.
The European
This is what I'm saying. Everybody can't be a leader who run up and say that they're a leader.
No, the Europeans told you there's something wrong with looking at a naked woman and a naked man because they don't want to look naked.
Hold on. I'm saying it's like,
All right, listen. Let me say this. Let me say this real quick, and then we're going to go to the question over here. Look, I'm going to answer that real quick, and then we're going to go to the question right there. We're going to close on that.
I did have my question.
Hold on, and look. I want to make sure everybody leans with this. All right, this is Brother Nazi's book. So now let me say something on that, and I'm going to go over here. I do have a problem with some levels of judging that goes on in the conscious community. Because a lot of us play a role in white supremacy and we don't know it. So a lot of us, we look down at the dude that might be pimping or the guy that might be selling crack, but we have no problem with the customer service person that tells you they're turning down your medical claim on your insurance when that person gonna kill you. That person doing way more damage, but we don't see them that way. You know what I'm saying? The black cops that work for the system, like, we don't look at them that way, but they the same. And we all sometimes, like, I've been at Verizon Wireless telling people that I know I can just press this one goddamn enter button and fix their problem. Ma'am, you know, there's no way we can help you out with this. You gotta contact the manager, and when you talk to the manager, you sitting there the whole time, you're like, what the fuck is this whole bullshit lie? I can just press this button.
They make you sell your soul.
It ain't gonna hurt nobody. And day after day, that wears on you. I worked on Wall Street. My family used to call me all the time and say, Minister Enki, where can I invest my money? Your shoebox. Nobody down here spends any money in stocks. That's only something they sell to you. That's an illusion they sell to average people. Because a broker makes some money when you buy stock, he makes money when you sell stock. He makes money when you make money, he makes money when you lose money. So all a broker has to do is convince you to play the game. It's just like a casino. As long as you walk in the casino and play, the house gonna win. Same
They
thing with
always
stocks
win.
and bonds. All right? So I agree. There's people that plays a big role in white supremacy, and they look down their nose at other people because their traditional role, and I don't agree with that at all. So
They're used to the white supremacist way. They don't want to change. So that's what's wrong with some people. They're afraid to change. They're afraid to change.
Well, and some of us don't know that we need to change. So that becomes the even difficult thing. How do we get people to know that they need to change without some big problem? Because I studied this information for almost 16 years and I was still going ham. It wasn't until I had the stroke, I said, ooh, everything changed. How I made my money changed. I started having different ideologies on money. Certain money I didn't want. I don't need that money. I'm good on that. Even now, certain associations that I had, I ended the association, and I don't care what my name looks like. Just you tell niggas whatever you want to tell them. They just won't see me and you together. Period. Just because this is more important. You know what I'm saying? So let me get this dude and I'm gonna come back to you.
You know, I've been listening all night, right? And I understand the different things, you know what I'm saying? Just like how you were saying, you know what I'm saying, with the political privilege. You know what I'm saying? I sat there with it for decades, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Slapping chest with it, but I understand from that perspective. But I also understand from his perspective, but everybody keep trying to target two directions when your adversary coming at you with three directions.
Oh, yes. Every goddamn direction. I love that.
They hitting you political, religiously, and with the media.
Yeah, that's right.
Malcolm tried to fight too.
Right. That's right.
Martin tried to fight too. For the last 2,000 years, you're only trying to fight two. But the thing about it is you put yourself in a predicament that the only way you can fight three and be successful, you're going to have to fight three and pretend to the rest of the world that y'all enemies.
That's right.
That's the only way you're going to get it. Because if you don't do it that way, they're going to keep knocking you down.
And we have to get outside of ourselves as black folks in order to make it. And what I say by that is the fact that we're so talented and smart hurts us. It kills us. Because it inflates our ego so high that even amongst us, the lowest of ego, if you take that person with no ego as a black person, put him with some white folks or somebody else, he still got a huge ego. It's natural that we have a huge ego because we're the best. So it just exudes. The problem is it hurts us from taking on the tactics of our enemies, which we need to do. See, at some point, we know we ran this motherfucker. But we missing how we lost